I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Generally, you said feminism is
neutral. Here's what actually happened.
The foundation of all knowledge.
I'm really mad that
what difference does it make, right? What
Stop.
the deregulation of the industry is obviously going to cause more of that industry.
To lubricate the trust connection between people until they have enough.
Yet we could still look at biological reality in determining who's a female, even if there are.
Why don't you denounce feminism the same way you're denouncing capitalism? If you don't...
For something to be objective, it needs to be verifiable. And you can't verify...
If I make a claim as a political pundit, it is true that I definitely could be wrong. That you're promoting, right?
Ideologies that make that politics, right? This is my ideology.
So 2015, anyone go back and watch the footage? The first GOP debate.
Cool, Robert. Oh, that? With a crowbar, you said.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato, here bringing to you live another 1v1 debate. This evening with me, I have Counterpoints and the Misfit Patriot, both ready to debate the topic of extra-legal violence can be justified. I'm very interested to hear more about this. Counterpoints, would you like to begin with your opening statement, please?
Yeah, absolutely. I hope I don't need the full 8 minutes. The prompt is extra-legal violence can be justified. I think this is obviously true. If you look at history, there were plenty of things that were immoral but were legal, and there were plenty of things that were, moral but illegal. As an example, no reasonable person would begrudge a slave killing his master and escaping in the ancient world. No reasonable person would criticize ancient peoples for rising up against cruel kings and emperors, even if it was illegal. No reasonable person would criticize the Native Americans for resisting their colonization. They might have criticized the tactics, but they wouldn't criticize the act itself. No reasonable person would criticize someone in the Underground Railroad from freeing slaves and killing slave catchers. No reasonable person would object to Ukrainians fighting back against the Soviet officials that were starving them to death. No reasonable person would begrudge a Jew or a gypsy or a political partisan from resisting the violence of the mass slaughter of Nazi Germany. No reasonable person would say that partisans resisting Pol Pot, Mao Zedong, or their cultural revolutions was immoral. And so we can clearly see that historically legality and morality correlate, but they don't always overlap. In our modern era, I'll argue that extra-legal violence can and could be warranted, but should be a tactic of last resort. To contextualize this, in our modern era, if the 2020 election was indeed stolen, I would argue that the protests and even the riots of January 6th would be justified even if they were illegal. The problem is Trump has had 5 years to prove the issue in or out of court and has failed to do so. In 2022, Trump said that the fraud was so bad, he could throw out the rules and regulations of the Republic up to and including the Constitution of the United States. If he did that without proving the fraud and he was installed as president, I would argue that violence would be moral in that context. Steve Bannon is serious about Trump running a third term. Trump has joked about running a third term. If Trump actually tried to subvert our Constitution, I believe that extra-legal violence would be justified. MAGA even believes extrajudicial violence is justified, as shown this past week. They have been braying for civil war over the assassination of Charlie Kirk. So in conclusion, extra-legal violence can be justified. It should be a tactic of last resort. We just have to argue about when it's appropriate.
Perfect. Thank you. Counterpoints and Misfit to you, please.
Sure. All right. So the prompt for tonight's debate is whether or not extra legal violence can be justified, and I affirm that it can never be justified. Now, I'm assuming that extra legal means political violence outside the confines of the law and constitution. I say that because the definition I looked up states that extra legal refers to actions, activities, or processes that occur outside the scope of established legal framework or laws. And it says it does not necessarily mean illegal, but rather something that operates beyond or without regard to formal legal authority, regulations, or procedures. Okay, so just to make sure there's no confusion in this debate, even though my opponent will claim it doesn't necessarily mean illegal, my interpretation is it's just a cop-out, and it's simply a justification for illegal activity like vigilantism, which is not extra legal, it's just illegal. In fact, the prompt for this debate should probably just have been, is vigilantism justifiable? And I assume he suggested this nuanced term instead to create confusion the same way the left tries to call mentally ill women who don't know what gender they are birthing people. Now, all right, so now that we have that just established, let's talk about legal political violence, which he has actually mentioned a couple examples. For instance, we know the Declaration of Independence and the famous quote written by Thomas Jefferson when speaking on the duties of the American people responding to a tyrannical government. And the quote goes, whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it and institute new government, laying on its foundation such principles and organizing powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Now, I would argue one way to achieve overthrowing your own government would be through violence, but this would not constitute extra legal political violence. It would actually be a civic duty. So, to reiterate, there is absolutely a place for political violence against a government, but extra legal political violence, I would argue, is never okay against your fellow Americans. Now, my opponent might try to argue that violence against your political enemies may be justifiable when those enemies invoke an act of war. And I would argue that in those rare cases, this can be justified. But again, civil wars are fought against government policies, not political ideologies. The people are obviously conscripted into these civil wars. But for instance, the last and only civil war in America, it wasn't one side of differing opinions attacking another. It was the states coming together, forming militias, fighting against other states based on those states' government policies. They were fighting over slavery, economic differences, political power, etc. But it wasn't a simple ideology from one side against the other. It's also important to remember the way it was initiated was one side attacking a government building, Fort Sumner. It wasn't started by a group like their times version of Proud Boys or Antifa murdering each other in the streets. So we all know why this debate is happening, and that's the assassination of Charlie Kirk last week. So let's get down to what this is really about, and what I believe my opponent may try to argue in the affirmative. Is it ever okay to assassinate somebody for their views? The answer is no. Is it ever okay to assault somebody over their political differences or speech? The answer is no. Is it ever okay for a human being to use violence against another human being solely because they disagree with that person's ideology or politics? The answer is no. We can argue and may even agree that the self-defense argument is perfectly reasonable when political violence is a threat against you. And that violence is rare and it's reasonable, but we would have to pose hypotheticals, which would be the exceptions and not the rule. Trying to make an argument for political violence is doing nothing more than subscribing to the same behavior the people who killed Charlie Kirk espoused, and I will never align with that ideology. The bottom line is we're a nation of laws, and you don't get to decide when you break the law. If you have a problem in this country, it's solved through political discourse and healthy debate like we are doing right now. It is not solved by taking the law into your own hands and deciding who you can and cannot punish based off of what they believe in. Charlie's assassin thought that was a solution, and he was wrong. We need to get back to a place in this country where we all agree that we are all Americans, and no matter what our disagreements are, they can be solved without murdering each other. I look forward to hearing my opponent's arguments, and I hope at the end of this we can move closer to bridging the divide in this country. Even if we don't agree with anything by the end of this debate, my hope is simply by engaging, we are encouraging anybody watching that there is an alternative to what we saw last week at the hands of a coward who was too afraid to be proven wrong, so he refused to do what we are doing now.
Perfect. Thank you, gentlemen. As a kind reminder to everyone watching, we're going to get through our debate. Then we will move into closing statements. We will read and respond to your kind super chats. And then, of course, your favorite part, we will go into open panel dumpster fire. Gentlemen, I leave the floor open to you.
Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and open this up. I find your opening statement contradictory. I don't even think you believe what you just said, because I think I could just bring up examples that already contradict themselves. The Revolutionary War was not a legal action according to the United Kingdom. It was not a legal action according to King George, okay? It was an illegal rebellion. They had their opportunity to redress their grievances through the colonial representatives in Parliament, and just because they didn't have the exact representation that they wanted didn't mean that they had the right to rebel. Obviously, the Americans viciously disagreed with that, and they broke the law in order to do what they did because they knew that it was moral.
Was that against the people or government?
Why does it matter? It's still illegal.
Well, you're talking about the established laws of a nation that's tyrannical, right? Calling the actions against them illegal. We've already established that. I do agree that in those cases, when you're fighting against your government, you're not enacting political violence. You're actually creating a self-defense argument for your own freedoms and safety. So
okay, but you're taking the American conception of individual liberty and individual rights, you're transposing it into like cultures that have no concept of these like historical sociological developments. So for instance, like in Nazi Germany, there were not individual rights. Okay, there were not individual freedoms. Maybe the Weimar Republic had those, but Nazi Germany absolutely did not have those things. So Jews were barred from having private arms. Jews were barred from holding major private property. They were allowed to have personal effects, but not major holdings in private property. And then they were moved to ghettos where they were mass killed. So the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising was illegal under the current Nazi German regime. And yet, I don't think that you would criticize the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising because you understand that the morality supersedes the legality.
I already conceded that when you're talking about.
Well, I mean, that's the argument. If you want to move into modern examples, we could just move into modern examples then.
Well, so I'm confused, right? Are you saying that you think that revolution and you think that resistance against tyrannical government or oppression is justifiable? I think that most people would agree with you, but you're talking about political violence.
And it's oftentimes illegal. Oftentimes, even justified revolutions are illegal.
Yeah, the founders of this country were labeled as traitors, but I just told you that under their, under my view, and I think a lot of people's views, if you're in America, our rights are given to us by God. They're inalienable, right? So anybody that's going to be trying to restrict or take away those rights, the action that is justifiable against the institution that is restricting those, right? There is a justifiable self-defense argument. But what you're talking about with extra legal violence, which in the definition is vigilantism, which is taking law into your own hands and you deciding when you can and can't do that, right? So
sure.
My opening statement was very specifically tailored to the prompt that I was given for this debate, which was, is that okay? And that is not okay, right? Vigilantism.
Okay, but I'm going to press you on this because I don't think you believe this in the context of history. So what you're doing is you're saying, well, if it's moral within the American ideological framework of like individual rights and individual responsibilities, then it can be justified. That doesn't change the fact whether or not it's legal or illegal. So as an example, in the 19th century in the United States of America, in 1861, you could own slaves in the slave states. And it was illegal for the slaves to rebel. It was illegal for them to keep private arms. It was illegal for them to kill their slave masters. It was illegal for them to escape and to use violence during their escape. And also, the Underground Railroad was prohibited by law in the southern states. You were not allowed to assist slaves who escaped.
Sure.
You were breaking the law. And so what I'm saying is, if an Underground Railroad partisan, because they would be a rebel in this against their own government, if a slave catcher tried to catch them or tried to catch a slave that they were assisting and they killed the slave catcher, that would be a moral action, even if it was illegal.
Okay, I think that what we need to do is we need to figure out in the context of this debate and why we're having it. What
We could
are
jump to a modern context if
no,
you
no, no.
want.
What I'm saying is right. What would you be justifying as extra legal violence against, let's say, anybody today?
Sure. No, let's jump into the modern thing. I think I've demonstrated my historical case. So let's say that January 6th, let's say that Donald Trump was correct. Okay. The election was stolen. Dominion voting machines were rigged. They flipped a whole bunch of mail-in ballots. 90% of them went to Joe Biden. 10% of them went to Donald Trump, and they had the evidence for it. But our court systems were so corrupt that they would not hear the case. Let's say that was reality. Then at that point, the protest and riot of January 6th would probably be deemed illegal because it was an illegal assembly. It got violent. It turned into a riot. They were told to disperse. However, that would still be a moral action. Beating up cops that day would be moral if Donald Trump was telling the truth. The problem is he's not.
Well, that's your opinion. People disagree with it, but what I said.
Yes, but opinions are like assholes. We all have them, and they all stink.
Yeah,
and by the way, they can be backed up by facts and evidence. Donald Trump has had 5 years to prove the election fraud. He has not chosen to do so.
What I stated in my opening, which is why I put it there, was in our framing on the Declaration of Independence, we have a right to overthrow, even violently, a tyrannical government if that government is being oppressive towards its people, right? This country is for the people, by the people, and we get to decide whether or not that government deserves to be overthrown, which you would have to do violently, right? So extra legal.
Would that make it legal?
Well, yes, it would make it constitutional.
I don't think so at all.
It would 100% make it, at least in the context of the framers' vision for the country. It would make
it. Okay. Oh, sorry. Continue, please.
It would make it justifiable under the Constitution.
Justifiable, but we're talking about two different things. We're talking about legal and we're talking about moral, okay? Legal are criminal statutes. They're things that were written down. They're legislated morality, okay? And so when it comes to law enforcement, what happened was law enforcement in Washington, D.C. told the crowd, you are encroaching on Congress. You are not authorized to be here. You must disperse. This is an illegal assembly. The people on January 6th said, fuck you. You stole the election. You're pieces of shit. You're helping Joe Biden steal the election. We're going to stay anyways. So they were already breaking the law. Okay. So morally, if Donald Trump was telling the truth, which he wasn't, to be clear, but if he was telling the truth, then they would be morally correct, but they would be participating in illegal action. The evidence that I can give to you for the fact that they're participating in illegal action is the mere fact that they were charged with crimes and incarcerated and served sentences.
Yeah, they were also incarcerated under the judicial system of DC, which is, I would say, highly political against them. But I think that
everything we're talking about is politics. So when you say something is political, I'm going to agree with you automatically.
Well, politically biased against them. But look, I think that we're not going to find a lot of disagreement on any example of the people uprising against a government, like
but you seem to be not conceding the fact that people can justifiably rise up against their government and it can be moral but illegal. Another example I'll give to you.
No.
Nepal within the past week, their revolution is illegal. They are rebelling against the sitting government of Nepal, but according to them, it is moral.
Yes, and again, what I'm asking you to clarify is, do you believe that? Because we are talking about this, I would say the inspiration for this debate was based off of Charlie Kirk's assassination. Would you agree?
Yes.
Right. So I think what I'm confused about is, are you making an argument for political violence person to person, or is your only argument going to be, is it justifiable to resist or revolt or have a revolution against a tyrannical government or some type of oppressive?
I think you've shifted the frame. However, I'll just follow you where you're going. Okay.
Well, if I'm confused about the prompt, then I apologize. But that's what I was assuming.
No.
That's the assumption.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm going to follow you where you're going, because I think what you've done in your brain, if I'm understanding you correctly, is you're saying, well, I have an American brain. Okay. So if if the government itself becomes tyrannical, therefore it's not a legal government, because within the framing of the Constitution of the United States, we have been charged as patriots to overthrow tyrannical governments. Therefore, any tyrannical government is illegal itself. Therefore, we can overthrow it. Am I understanding your argument relatively?
Yes,
Well,
but I would argue it's applicable to everybody because, once again, the rights that we have in this country are given to us by God, right? Life, liberty, and the pursuit of
I think
happiness. So I would
republicanism is
apply,
amazing.
I would apply it to other nations as well and other
No,
people.
I agree. Weirdly enough, people have argued, and I've argued in the past, that I hold neoconservative values. I don't think liberalism, and capital L liberalism, mixed economy capitalism, or republicanism are regional goods exclusive to America. I think they're universal goods. I think the entire planet should be more like the United States of America. So anyways, let's go where you're going, where you're saying like, okay, you want to differentiate between what I would say is probably civilians, people who are not members of government, people who are not members of the security apparatus, who are just expressing their opinions, versus maybe soldiers or other people. Is that kind of the distinction that you're going for?
Well, the distinction I was going for is, are you political violence, right? That is against, let's say, a government entity. Like, let's say, like, so with the Civil War, we had states that got together and they were fighting against other states. That's why we had that Civil War. Okay, it wasn't like I said in my opening, it wasn't like a group of people like the KKK and the people that were trying to free slave owners, like whatever. It doesn't matter, but it wasn't groups of people fighting against each other. It was states that were fighting against other states based off of their political policies, right? So I would argue that that is a justifiable action to I would say, like, either start or defend yourself in a war against that, but you're going after policy. Political violence, I would argue, what I assumed that the definition was, political violence is enacting a violence against somebody because of their politics.
Okay, so actually let's use a couple of examples, because I want to try to nail you down on this. Okay, so the first one I'm going to use is the Bundy Ranch standoff. Have you heard about that? Are you familiar about it with that at all?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Okay, so for the audience who may be unfamiliar, the Bundy Ranch standoff was the Bundy family was using federal lands without permission in order to graze their cattle, and incurred a bunch of civil penalties with the federal government. The federal government said, you need to get off our land, you need to pay your penalties, and effectively we're going to move all your cattle back. And so they forcibly moved all the Bundy cattle back onto Bundy property, and they euthanized some of the cattle. Well, what ended up happening was the Bundy said, fuck you, BLM. You don't use this land anyways. This is the people's land. And as a result, we should be able to graze our cattle where we want to. And we're not going to pay your fines. You can go fuck yourself. Well, what ended up happening was federal authorities came to the Bundy Ranch in order to incarcerate the Bundy members. And a militia showed up with weapons in order to say, fuck you. You're tyrannical. You cannot incarcerate us for using the people's land. And in my argument, they are committing a crime. They are interfering with the operations of a law enforcement officer. Now, you can say that it's moral, but they're doing something illegal. And so that ultimately what ended up happening, by the way, is the federal court, they ended up getting incarcerated. They ended up getting tried. But ultimately, the cases were dismissed because a jury of their peers were sympathetic to their perspective. But at the same time, they committed crimes. They resisted without violence. They threatened violence against law enforcement officers. They did not submit to arrest. They did not submit to the authority of a federal court. And so as a result, you can argue that they're moral, but they committed crimes.
Well, you say they committed crimes, but then you also conceded that they were found not guilty.
But they were found not guilty by a sympathetic jury of their peers.
Well,
they 100% resisted law enforcement without violence. They 100% resisted law enforcement with violence.
Again, we get into justifiable rejection.
Correct, because we're talking about moral versus legal. Yes.
No. I'm just talking about legal, right? So, like, if a cop wanted to come up to me and said, you have to identify yourself, and I was like, no, my Fourth Amendment says I don't have to, and then the cop was trying to like grab my ID and we got into a scuffle, they would charge me with assaulting an officer, right? But I didn't actually commit an illegal act, even though I was charged, arrested. If I was found not guilty by a jury,
but
then I
this also
never
depends on
actually committed
context.
anything illegal.
Well, hold on real quick, just because I do have 4 years in the Marine Corps. I have 4 years in law enforcement, okay? So I'm relatively familiar with this. This depends on context, okay? Because this has happened to me on the street where a bunch of street lawyers will basically tell me that you don't have the right to identify me. But what was going on at the time was there was a burglary, a suspect fit a description, that person fit the description, and so they were subject to detention and identification, and they resisted being identified. So,
well, let's assume that that's not the case. Let's assume the cop is actually.
Sure, but at the same time, what I'm telling you is that your knowledge when you're resisting a law enforcement officer, this is a very famous saying that I use, is like, you can beat the rap, not the ride. And what I mean by that is that if you think that you're being detained unlawfully, then you should submit to the detention, fight it in court, and chances are you're going to be able to sue the local government and get a, tens of thousands, like a 5-figure settlement. Whereas if you start fighting a cop and you kill a cop, you might be acting morally, but you're making the situation worse.
Okay, so I think in this example, we're trying to argue like the legality of a hypothetical where we don't know the total outcome based off of whether or not the jury saw it, whether or not it was kicked all the way up to the Supreme Court, et cetera, et cetera. And this is why in my opening I didn't want to like go down the hypothetical rabbit hole. Okay, so again, what my understanding of
hold on. I'll make it very clear for you. Okay.
Sure.
If Donald Trump declares himself president for life and refuses to vacate office in 2028, do you think that violence in order to remove him from office would be justified?
Yes. Yeah, that's
okay. But I thought Donald Trump said that he who saves his country commits no crime.
I mean, I don't know when he said that, but
he said that multiple times. He loves that Napoleon quote. It's a quote from Napoleon. He tweets it out once every couple of months.
Well, he was probably trolling, but either way, I don't think that.
This isn't a troll. Like Misfit Patriot. This is where this is not cute to me. Okay, this isn't funny. So the reason why this isn't funny to me is because I brought up the 2020 election very specifically in order to say that if Donald Trump was correct, then the violence on January 6th would be justified. However, the truth is that motherfucker's lying. He's had 5 years to prove this case. He hasn't done so. Steve Bannon, in and out of the Trump admin, has said that he is serious about Trump being president for a third term. Okay. Sure. Donald Trump has joked about that, but he's also said that he was having his legal team look at it for whether or not he could do it. And I'll tell you right now, the 22nd Amendment and the 12th Amendment of the Constitution of the United States prohibits a third term.
Yeah,
so
I agree with you.
Why the fuck would I trust Trump with any modicum? Like, I have 10,000 other reasons to hate the motherfucker. But why would I trust him?
Well, this debate isn't really about like Trump. We're trying.
Yes, it is.
Well, no,
because
really.
because Charlie Kirk is likely dead because he swept for Donald Trump.
So, okay, so now we're getting into the meat and potatoes. Are you saying that you have found an avenue where, because of Donald Trump and Charlie Kirk's support for him, there could be an argument to be made that killing Charlie Kirk was justified?
Okay, so to be clear, because obviously these things get clipped or whatever, Charlie Kirk should be alive to make whatever dog shit arguments he wants to make. Okay. I do not think the extra legal assassination of Charlie Kirk is justified. I want everybody to hear me when I say that. Okay. However, this violence did not appear out of a fucking vacuum. Okay. And to pretend that MAGA has been rational, they've been sane, they've been engaging in pacifistic ballot box politics is bullshit.
Okay. Can you provide me an example? Right. I know you're going to bring up January 6th. Nobody died on January 6th except for Ashley Babbitt. There was no.
And the half dozen cops
who
committed suicide. And the cop who died of a stroke on January 7, 2021. Okay. I don't know if you know this, but people with cardiovascular issues, when they get stressed out from adrenaline, that can exacerbate their cardiovascular issues. A cop did die as a result of January 6, 2021.
You can say that you can say that unequivocally.
I can say that and I can be correct.
You would not be correct. That would be your opinion.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Are you a doctor? Are you his doctor? Are you a medical examiner?
No. We'll nail this down real quick because this is one of the stupidest arguments I've ever heard in my entire life. Okay. So you have an undiagnosed heart condition. You participate in a riot. you have a stroke and you die.
Mm-hmm.
Did the riot contribute to you dying of a stroke?
I don't know. And neither do you.
Then I think that you shouldn't be talking about politics, because this is like 1 + 1 equals 2.
Well, and I think
this is actually like really simple.
I think what you're doing is you're trying to diagnose somebody who you don't have,
who had a heart condition.
But they're not your patient.
Well,
who
I don't know about
in a riot.
hold on, because I don't know about that one. Because what if he wasn't at the riot that day, but instead he was like at the gym working out or doing something crazy?
Yeah, then I would say that his
thing
death had
happened.
nothing to do with January 6th. But he was at January.
The bottom line is you were not the coroner, you're not the medical examiner. You have absolutely
I'm just like a
no
guy who
idea.
understands physiology. Yeah.
No, I mean but just be honest and say that you are making an assumption, right?
I'm not making an assumption at all.
You
guy
are.
has
Anybody
heart
that
condition. He participates in a riot, which is a stressful event. He passes out immediately after the riot. He dies within 24 hours.
Okay.
That riot contributed to his death.
Is there any possibility that you are wrong?
No.
Okay. Nobody should listen to you for the rest of this debate. You should not be taken seriously.
No. See, what I did is I did 1 + 1 = 2.
No.
And then you said, are you qualified to do arithmetic? Yes, I'm qualified to do arithmetic.
But
yes,
I think I want to throw that one out in terms of the context of it. And like I said, I think because it, like,
we can move on to the broader point. I don't care.
He could have gotten in a car accident that day, and the same thing would have happened because it would have stressed him out. Right, but he didn't. But it's one of those like how many different directions could, with the butterfly effect and so on and so forth. Anything different could have happened if his body was already built to fail. Right, you said it was undiagnosed cardiovascular issue that could have happened at any given moment. It just so happened to be at that moment.
Okay.
Whenever
I would like
somebody
to make a final statement on that before we move on. Okay.
Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Stress and physical exertion spike your heart rate and your blood pressure.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been in these kinds of incidents, and I have had blood pressure that was so high as a result of a critical incident that I was 2 points away from needing to be medicated. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I was at like 155 over 104. And at 105, they start giving you medication. Okay.
Sure.
So what I'm saying is this dude had a heart condition, and then his blood pressure was spiked, and 1 + 1 = 2. Now, if you don't want to concede that 1 + 1 = 2, that's fine. We can move on to something else.
No, well, what I really wanted to like hammer down was like if anybody is ever presented with the question, is there any possibility that you're wrong? And your answer is anything other than, of course, there's a possibility, anything is possible. But instead you say, no, I know for a fact this is a thing, right? Nobody should take you seriously for the rest of the debate.
I think that's silly.
Because what
you are reliant on gravity. You are reliant on the sky. You are reliant on nature. This is a very silly argument. You are reliant on the rules of the universe in which you operate. The fact that you can't say that gravity is going to be there tomorrow is not my fault. It's a failure in imagination.
A guy had a stroke.
Okay.
A stroke could be multiple things. You're attributing it to one thing and saying you know it for a fact. You're like Candace Owens. You don't know shit. You're just saying you know.
I know a lot. But anyways, for the sake of the conversation, we can move to the next thing.
So, again, what you are talking about in the context of is the extra, what is it called? Extra legal political violence justified. We're always going to come to agreement when the extra legal violence is against a government, okay? But again, this could have been my mistake in making assumptions. I thought that based off of the reason why we're here, you were going to make an argument that political violence against another person, which is what I thought the prompt meant, is justified. And you sort of alluded to it, and you kind of said, like,
yeah, sure. I'll bite the bullet. I'll bite the bullet.
So you think that there is a justifiable explanation for the assassination of Charlie Kirk?
Yeah. So let's move to the hypothetical in which Charlie Kirk's assassination would be justified. Okay.
Sure.
So let's say that it's 2028. Donald Trump declares himself president for life. Charlie Kirk becomes a propagandist saying, hey, fuck the Constitution. The communists are coming for us. It's time that we as white Christian Americans rise up and seize power. Donald Trump is the God Messiah King. I throw my weight behind Donald Trump. And as a result, he's propagandizing militias to support the destruction of our republic.
Okay, so you think that
at that point he would become a valid target.
So in your hypothetical, you think a private citizen, right, who is exercising their free speech, but something that you deem is propaganda, then do you think that there is a justifiable reason to murder that person because of their speech?
Yeah, and by the way, the federal government agrees with me. Okay, the federal government agrees with me. Anwar al-Awlaki was a United States citizen who traveled to Yemen, joined the jihadist organization Al-Qaeda, and started advocating. He never participated in violence himself. He never picked up an AK-47. He was never a part of a government. He was a part of a terrorist organization overseas, but he was a United States citizen who was technically entitled to all of the due process that any American citizen is supposed to have. And the United States government consulted lawyers, said he is a part of an organization that is trying to destroy the Republic of the United States. As a result, we're going to hit him with a fucking missile.
Well, so in your hypothetical, you didn't designate Charlie Kirk as a designated terrorist based off of the government and the law.
You're right. You're right, because in this scenario, Donald Trump.
Moving the goalpost.
In this scenario, Donald Trump is the government, because
hold on.
He who saves his country breaks no law.
No, you're moving the goalposts, right?
I'm not. I'm exploring a very real possibility of what's possible in the next 2 or 3 years based off of the rhetoric of MAGA that you support, by the way, because you're still sweeping for January 6th 5 years later, which is embarrassing, by the way.
You're using a false equivalency by saying that
what's falsely equivalent?
A designated terrorist, somebody that joined a designated terrorist organization who just so happens to be an American citizen, there is a justifiable reason for the government to take that person out, right? They are a threat.
Okay, so hold on. So
you said, hold on, no. But you said what you said was in your hypothetical, Charlie Kirk was just espousing propaganda, and there would be a reason, a justifiable reason, right, to go extra legal political violence against him and murder him, right? Now, I want to be very fair to you. I think that you are saying that only if this happens, but even if we use your hypothetical, what you are saying is there is a justifiable reason to murder an American citizen just because of what they are saying, not designated terrorists, just because of what they're saying.
Because words matter. Okay,
there we go. So
I am not this person. Yeah. So I am not this person who believes that words are
people can be killed because of their speech.
Absolutely.
Right.
100%. By the way, the government also agrees with me. Again,
no, they don't. No, they
yes,
don't.
they do. Yes, they do. You know how I know this? Because they designate crimes of speech. Aggravated assault within the United States, within the state of Florida, is a crime that is purely speech-driven. Well, not purely speech-driven, largely speech-driven, that you can be incarcerated and or killed for. Okay? If you go to a bar, hold on, I'll explain it. If you go to a bar and you start beefing with a guy, you bow up on him and you say, hey, I'm about to go to my car. I'm going to get a fucking crowbar. I'm going to bash your skull in. Then guess what? That person, within reasonable fear of their life, can, number one, act in self-defense. But number two, they can call a law enforcement officer in order to detain and incarcerate you. And if that cop reasonably believes that you have a weapon within reach, they can kill you. 100%.
Yeah, what are you talking, bro? You just
aggravated assault is a crime driven by speech. There is illegal speech within the United States of America. The fact that you don't know that is not my problem.
Yes, there is illegal speech, right? So, we have
fighting words is one of them.
We have castle doctrine in Texas where I live, right? If somebody threatens my life and they are literally in front of me and I think that they are about to kill me, I can
kill them. That's not castle doctrine. Castle doctrine applies to your home.
Well, it applies to your home, your workplace, and your vehicle. But
it's state to state. It's very.
I understand the thrust of what you're saying, even if I don't think you use the exact right word.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that is a person exercising self-defense, right? And your other example where a cop could show up and take the person out if they believe that they're in reasonable harm. That's just a justifiable police shooting. You moved the goalpost so far away from what we were talking about. Is there a situation in America where somebody can be killed by another person solely for what they are saying?
Yes.
There you go. We've gotten to the meat and potatoes of this debate, which is what I thought we were going to be talking about.
I want to point
you
this out to
started
you,
off
though.
with tyrannical government. Now we know what you really believe.
Okay, but hold on. Hold on. I want to point this out to you because I don't even think you believe the things that you're saying, okay?
I do, I promise.
Goebbels.
You don't speak for me.
Okay, well, then I think you have difficulty with like verbal comprehension, okay?
Sure.
So Goebbels in Nazi Germany did not kill Jews, okay? He didn't kill Jews. He didn't kill Roma. He didn't kill gypsies. He was a member of the government. I don't even necessarily think that Goebbels was a member of the military. He was a member of the propaganda arm. He was a private citizen. And so would killing Goebbels for setting the philosophical foundation on which Jewish genocide was built, would that be moral even if it was illegal? Was killing, and by the way, I brought up Anwar al-Awlaki. Is killing Anwar al-Awlaki justifiable?
If he was part of a designated terrorist organization,
okay,
yes.
But hold on. I need to make this point, and I need you to hear me. In the hypothetical that I pose, that you think is absurd, which I do not think is absurd based off of Trump's previous behaviors, Donald Trump designates who's a terrorist organization. Stephen Miller, the chief of staff of the White House, has said that the Democratic Party is a criminal organization with no true political value and therefore should be treated as a criminal organization. So what happens if Donald Trump and Stephen Miller decide that the Democratic Party is a terrorist organization with no civilian political function whatsoever?
I'm pretty sure that would be challenged and immediately struck down by the Supreme Court.
You have too much faith in your side, Misfit Patriot.
No, I have faith in the
hold on. No. I'm not done. I want to make a very specific point.
Go ahead.
AG Pam Bondi 48 hours ago was talking about hate speech. Donald Trump himself is currently telling members of the media that if they spend a disproportionate amount of time criticizing him, that they are participating in illegal behavior and should have their licenses revoked by the FCC chair. The FCC chair threatened ABC with legal sanction because Jimmy Kimmel said that the Charlie Kirk shooter might have been a MAGA person, which is legally protected speech under the First Amendment of the United States. Well, so you, in my opinion, are a frog in a boiling pot of water who does not understand how hot the fucking water is.
Would you mind if I responded now?
Please.
The FCC, right? Section 73.1217, right? 47 CFR states that the rule prohibits broadcast licensees or permittees from broadcasting false information concerning a crime or catastrophe if, number one, the licensee knows the information is false. Jimmy Kimmel did not say that the shooter might have been MAGA. He said he was MAGA. That is a false statement.
And he's a fucking comedian making heads or tails of a current event. He doesn't matter. The FCC, about everything.
The FCC didn't threaten anybody. He made a public statement that they may be in violation of the rules, and based off of this statute in the rules, they are correct in saying that they may be in violation. Then ABC,
and they pressured an American broadcasting company to fire a fucking comedian.
It's not pressure.
I love that we go to a spiritual violation of the First Amendment and you pull out the fucking technicalities book. That's fucking awesome.
I pulled out the law. God forbid. I pulled out the FCC rules.
No. You know as well as I that if we went to the Second Amendment and we started talking about firearms ownership, I could pull out some technical fucking bullshit about how New York or California are technically following the Second Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. I guarantee you that if I started engaging in that kind of technical jargon, you would be shitting blood.
Yeah, but you see, you're making an assertion that the FCC pressured like ABC to fire Jimmy Kimmel. That they are a private company.
Donald Trump is currently on my Twitter feed threatening news companies with the same result.
Well, I think
why are you demanding that I close my eyes and ignore what's in front of me?
Well, I think that the Federal Communications Commission should try to regulate propaganda in this country, and that's why we have it. Right?
Okay, let me ask you a question.
That's a normal
let me ask you a
thing to
question.
have.
We are on a platform right now.
Sure.
Okay. I think you actually go ahead and read me the FCC rule again. Go ahead.
All right, so it's 47 CFR 73.1217, and it says the rule prohibits broadcast licensees or permittees from broadcasting false information concerning a crime or catastrophe if, number one, the licensee
knowingly do so.
No, it's false. It is foreseeable that the broadcast of the information will cause substantial public harm. And the broadcast of number 3, the broadcast of the information does in fact directly cause substantial public harm.
Okay, so according to this, let's say that you are an FCC licensee. As a matter of fact, let's say that Raging Tomato is an FCC licensee, okay? Let's say that you are her employee. And I think at this point, based off of available information, you either know that Donald Trump is a lying pedophile fucking piece of shit who is destroying this fucking country, or you're too fucking stupid to know. But either way, you are spreading bullshit that is going to hurt this country, and you're lying about a crime. You're lying about January 6, 2021. Should I get the FCC chair to come in here and pressure Raging Tomato for platforming you based off of what you've said tonight?
Well, once again, I don't think that simply stating that you may be in violation of rules that you signed up for when you decided to be a public broadcaster is considered pressuring. I think that they're just stating, hey, you might be in violation.
I'm sorry. What would you consider it if not pressure? Is it a neutral argument? Do you think the FCC chair, do you think the person at ABC after the FCC chair said, hey, Jimmy Kimmel fucked up by lying about a crime. We're going to hit you with fucking regulation and sanctions if you don't fucking get Jimmy Kimmel to apologize for what he did and pay the Charlie Kirk family restitution. Do you think that the ABC chair was like, wow, I feel more confident in my First Amendment rights? Do you think that was like a neutral or positive action?
I believe they had already suspended him when that statement was made.
Did they fire him once that statement was made?
I don't even think he is fired. I think he's just suspended as of this point.
Oh, indefinitely.
Sure. Yeah. But I mean, look, what I'm saying is,
Misfit Patriot, you're missing my objection. My objection is the fact that you think that the Federal Communications Commission, or whatever the fuck FCC is standing for,
you don't even know what it stands for?
And I don't give a fuck, because the principle still stands, because I'm talking about the First Amendment of the United States. I don't give a fuck. You should give a fuck about the larger details rather than the smaller details.
Well, I think it's a pretty big detail.
I'm going to point this out. Regardless of whether or not you want me to. The fact that you think that is either a neutral or positive action to reinforce the First Amendment of the United States is a laughable statement.
Okay.
It's a funny statement.
So stating that somebody may be in violation of, federal
exerts
law.
No pressure.
So it's just
you're either coping or lying, and I can't tell which one.
Can we know? Can I ask you guys? Do we know what the what the procedure is to be able to obtain that certification, to be able to be a licensed?
Can I answer that super chat?
Well, since
if you usually we do it at the end, but you're welcome to if you.
Well, I'd like to answer it in the moment, just because Connor is insane. If a guy tells a cop he's going to go to his car to get a gun, the cop can arrest him, but he can't delete him if he's not a threat. Where in America has a cop been cleared to delete over speech only? I'll tell you, there's a furtive gesture. So you operate based off of good faith doctrine, and you operate based off of the shit that's available to you at the time. Cops have been cleared when they've gone to violent crimes and they told somebody to stop. The person failed to stop and reached for their fucking waistband, and that person got deleted. And they've been cleared of all fucking charges. If the person says "fuck you,"
but you said that they reached for something. That's not speech. Like you have to understand that what we're trying to hammer down on is whether or not.
Then allow me to clarify. Hostile body language coupled with speech can be enough to get you shot.
Sure, coupled, but if a person literally stands calmly, doesn't make any gestures, and just says "fuck you, cop," or something like "I'm gonna kill you" or something like that, cop can't.
No, you can get arrested for that.
You can get arrested, but they can't shoot you for that.
They can shoot you if you resist arrest.
You keep adding shit. We're talking about
because it's context dependent.
No, it's not context dependent.
It's literally the entire scenario. What the fuck are you talking about?
What this debate is about is whether or not you can kill people based solely on speech.
Is that even the prompt? Shit. Extra legal violence can be justified. You just shifted the fucking goalpost.
Can we get back to
only speech? That wasn't in the prompt at all, Misfit Patriot.
Where we left off, gentlemen, I asked if you could explain what the procedure is for getting licensed through
Sure.
the FCC? I think
He
there's
doesn't.
No, I can't.
He doesn't know what the FCC stands for, so I'll take this one. The federal,
You're going to
federal,
explain how broadcasting people get their licenses?
it's pretty much common knowledge, all right?
Well, I'm wondering if that is what is dependent upon the ability to even put pressure on for the network to get rid of Jimmy Kimmel, or if that even matters, or what, because it is a private company, right? The network,
Yes.
but that network is also dependent upon these regulations. So I wanted to know what the legal guise is in terms of obtaining that certification, what obligations they have.
I'll explain it to you, right? So when you're on public broadcasting, right, you are under the rules and regulations of the Federal Communications Commission, right? So basically, if you
Isn't
want
that
to
what
be
I
on,
called it too?
if you want to be on a certain network and you want to have, I think that they also get like federal funding, and there's certain benefits and perks to being on that. They would have to agree to the rules and apply for a license, get approved for a license, pay for the license, and then they would be subject to that. So like if Jimmy Kimmel was on a podcast and said exactly what he said, then nobody can fire him because he's not part of that umbrella. But he said something on public television. That's
No. What you meant to say was the federal government can't pressure anyone to fire him.
But the federal government can make a statement based off of like a public broadcaster. That person is in violation of the rules that they signed up for. That's all they did.
Were they? Because I'm pretty sure the law that you cited to me said knowingly.
So we would need to argue that Jimmy Kimmel was talking about the subject and had no idea that the shooter was not MAGA.
Okay. So I'm on the internet. I talk to a ton of people.
Mm-hmm.
And basically liberals and progressives incorrectly, by the way, liberals, progressives, and leftists, in my opinion, are coping about the shooter for like 2 or 3 reasons.
Mm-hmm.
One of them was like the Helldivers reference, and they were like, oh, he's a gamer bro. He's a white, straight Christian male. I think that's cope, to be clear. Okay. Then they also said that Bella Ciao, or Ciao Bella, whatever that song is an anti-fascist song, but it has been co-opted by the Groypers to be used ironically. And so they actually use that as an indication that he was a Groyper, whereas, of course, the origin of the song is that it's an anti-fascist song. So that narrativization, and by the way, these people genuinely believe this. I think they're
the Groypers are anti-MAGA. So again, right, doesn't really line up with any facts that were being presented. And
wait, hold up. You think that it would be impossible for a Groyper to kill Charlie Kirk for being insufficiently radical, trying to frame the left for the assassination in order to spin the country out of control? You think there's no right-wing accelerationists?
No, unlike you, I don't speak in absolutes. Of course it's possible. Anything's possible. It's just,
what are you, a fucking Jedi or some shit?
It's just that if you look at all the available evidence that we have, it's pretty clear that this person was a radical leftist who was espousing pro-trans ideologies and, anti
I agree
Charlie
with you
Kirk.
descriptively, but don't you think that it's entirely possible that liberals, progressives, and leftists could be coping about the situation while still forwarding a stupid but earnestly believed position?
Well,
or do you think Jimmy Kimmel was lying?
Well, I think that he was lying.
Do you think he was lying, or do you think he was coping?
Well, I think that there was so much information that was literally publicly given by the FBI, by the governor, by literally everybody, that nobody could make that statement and assert that it was MAGA, because it was never even presented as MAGA under any
so are you
reason.
allowed to be stupid in public?
Of course, yeah, you're allowed to be stupid.
Okay, so I would argue that Jimmy Kimmel's speech, while stupid, is protected speech that should be without sanction from the FCC if it's earnestly believed.
Well, I mean, then in that case, he should probably just be fired because he's reporting on stuff that he has absolutely
Why should he be fired?
Well, I mean, his ratings were completely down. Again,
I think you're just making shit up at this
the
point.
federal government. No, you can look it up. The federal government did not fire Jimmy Kimmel. Okay,
they just pressured ABC to do so, but you don't even think that they pressured him.
Bob Iger fired Jimmy Kimmel
Because he didn't want the fucking heat from the federal government, which should be alarming to you, by the way, as somebody who's a constitutional conservative. You should be fucking alarmed that the federal government and the current sitting president of the United States is threatening lawyers saying, if you cover me negatively, then you're actually in violation of your FCC thing, and I'm going to send the FCC commissioner after you. Also, you should be fucking alarmed that the FCC commissioner, somebody posted on Twitter, oh, hey, by the way, this is all part of Project 2025. And the very FCC commissioner who sent a fucking email in order to pressure for Jimmy Kimmel to be fired, posted a fucking Jack Nicholson meme, like malevolently smiling. That's funny to you.
Do you want to?
That's funny to you.
Do you want to get back to what the debate's about?
No, I don't. I want you to acknowledge that if there was an Obama era FCC commissioner who did what the Trump appointed FCC commissioner just did, you would be shitting blood. The only reason why you don't care, the only reason why you cope, the only reason why you present legalistic explanations is because it's your team and you want to sweep for your team, which is fucking embarrassing.
No, what I've said.
Yeah, you are. You're sweeping for your team.
What I've said and what I stood by is if the FCC commissioner makes a clear defining statement that you may be in violation of this rule, that's not pressure. And then if
that's bullshit. I don't think you know what words mean, but okay, continue.
Yeah, I mean, but like, all right, so like when Tucker Carlson was fired from Fox News, right? That was
lying about the Dominion voting systems and costing Fox News $750 billion in a civil suit that went to Dominion voting machines, which should point to you that your fucking pedophile president is a fucking liar.
Okay, hold on. So you're saying that you think that Tucker Carlson should have been fired for lying?
Yes, because they had the evidence showing that he was lying.
And I'm telling you that
they had the text messages of Tucker Carlson saying, holy fuck, I can't believe I'm bringing this dumb bitch Sidney Powell onto my show again. This bitch is obviously lying through her fucking teeth. So, I'm only platforming her because the network is encouraging me to.
What if the reason that Fox News...
Wait, hold on. I want you to contend with what was just said. You understand that Tucker Carlson was proven in a civil court to be fucking lying, right?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Tucker.
And he cost Fox News almost $1 billion for lying about the 2020 election?
Yeah, well, he couldn't prove it.
And you still think the 2020 election was stolen?
That's not the question. Let's not.
No, that's my question to you, because I'm wondering whether or not you have the intellectual capacity to like engage with information.
All right. I believe there was fraud in the 2020 election.
Outcome determinative voter fraud? Did it change the election?
Let him get through. Let him get through what
he's but this is an important detail.
No, I don't know, right? Because it was never litigated to the point where we could actually prove it. Most of the cases were thrown out on standing, right?
And you think Donald Trump could not have litigated that in the public eye for the past 5 years?
I think that I've moved on from it, so I don't really care. I think that a lot of people
for you.
No, but I mean, you guys just want to relitigate it over and over and over again.
Because the current president of the United States tried to usurp the Republic of the United States. You claim to be a Republican. You claim to be a conservative. And for some reason, that's not alarming to you.
I disagree with you on your characterization of what he did.
Hold on. So there were electors, people who the state certified were going to come up to DC in order to say this was the outcome of the election. Joe Biden won. Donald Trump staged a protest on January 6, 2021
with alternate electors.
Pressure Mike Pence to vacate the fucking electors so that he could replace them with electors that would have said that Trump won.
Well, there were alternate
electors. This is not alarming to you.
Well, it's happened throughout history. It happened in 1969, happened in Hawaii. It's been done before, so it's not unprecedented. And again, it's not
unprecedented to get the vice president of the United States to vacate.
That's not what I said.
The presidential election of the United States and to declare them fraudulent without evidence, and then to have the president of the United States replace the electors. That happened in Hawaii.
Yeah,
in 1969.
I don't know if I think that 1969 it was the one the Kennedy election, and there was alternate electors that were suggested in Hawaii in a different year. Can't remember it off the top of my head.
Suggested and had an impact on the election.
It's not unprecedented, is what I'm saying. All right, and again, do you want to get back to what the debate is actually about?
I just heard. The pedophile sitting president of the United States tried to steal the election of 2020, but it's convenient for you to ignore the evidence that shows that he lied. So as a result, you're going to continue to ignore that evidence, and you're going to say that you moved on. That's what I just heard.
Okay. Good for you.
Okay. It's kind of a big deal.
Have you have you been diagnosed with schizophrenia?
No, I've been diagnosed with you're stupid.
Okay, because I mean, if you're hearing things that aren't there, I'm just
No. That's almost verbatim what you said to me. You said that you moved on. You said that you don't care about 2020 anymore. That's very convenient for you.
Oh, I have. It's not worth relitigating. Do you want to get back
It's
to
not
what
worth
the debate's about?
relitigating that the current sitting president of the United States tried to steal the election of 2020 and that you have no fucking evidence 5 years later to prove the things that he's claimed. It's you as a Republican, somebody who the very word means that you
I never
care.
said I was
Shut
a
up. I
Republican.
want to finish this. I'm going to finish this. You identify as someone who cares about representative democracy in the Republic of the United States and the Bill of Rights. You don't care that the current sitting president tried to usurp the peaceful transfer of power within the United States. You don't have any fucking evidence. It's been 5 years. He's had 5 years to prove it. And you think this is immaterial? You think that half of the country is not alarmed that in 2028 he could try to do the same thing again?
Do you want to actually have a debate about what we were here to debate about?
Yeah, I'm saying that extra legal violence can be justified if the president of the United States tries to steal the election of the republic and tries to destroy the republic.
Okay, I don't believe he did that.
Okay, I think you're coping and delusional.
The same.
Okay, but I have evidence from my perspective and you don't have evidence for yours.
No, you have opinions. You keep on saying opinions and calling them
No. Can you riddle me this? Riddle me this. You say that due to standing, Trump's allegations of outcome determinative voter fraud were never heard in a court of law.
Two cases were actually
why did Sidney Powell say that a Kraken was coming and she was going to show the public the outcome determinative evidence that showed that the United States election was stolen? How come that has not been made to the public, even if it wasn't done in a court of law?
Maybe she's just a crazy person. Doesn't care.
Do you know how many? Do you
know how many?
Maybe she's a fucking liar. Did you ever think about that?
Do you know how many cases were filed for election fraud and thrown out?
No.
Okay, so it was about 60 cases, right? Two of them, one in Washington, one in Philadelphia. One in Wisconsin.
You're ignoring what's being said, but it's okay.
Let him finish at least.
There was one case in Wisconsin and one case in Philadelphia where they actually proved that there was election fraud, and the rest of them, all of the other cases, were thrown out on standing, which means out of the 3 cases that were heard, 66% of them proved voter fraud. So, if you were to hear all 60
I have a follow-up
cases,
question. I have a follow-up question for you because even if you
don't
can't
have to let me
understand me, your
finish.
stupid audience should be able to hear me. Was it
Hold
outcome
on.
determinative voter fraud? Hold on. Was it outcome determinative voter fraud? Was the voter fraud that was proven, did it overturn the election?
Hold on.
In those states? The answer is no.
If you had let me finish, if you would shut your cock holster for 1 minute. All right.
Nope, I'm not going to let you spew bullshit unchallenged.
No, I would tell you that if you go right with the statistical win rate of the cases that were heard, then you would get to a 66% win rate. If you would apply that over all 60 cases, right, then you would have 2/3 of those cases that were won, and then it would become
wait, hold on. There's 2 things missing with what you're saying. And
I'm not saying that. Yeah,
I interrupted you with a pertinent point. Okay. In the cases that were proven where there was voter fraud,
sure,
did those change the outcome of the election?
No, but
the answer is no. Okay, hold on. Now I have a follow-up question. Okay.
Yes.
You're presuming a win rate of 66% because of standing or whatever the fuck. Okay.
Sure.
Here's the problem. Why didn't Donald Trump? Why didn't Sidney Powell? Why didn't Rudy Giuliani publish the facts and evidence within those dockets to the public? That way the public would know that there was outcome determinative voter fraud over the past 5 years.
They did. It was on his way out the door.
You think that they proved outcome determinative voter fraud to the people of the United States of America?
I know that when Donald Trump was on his way out in his first term, he dropped a trove of documents that a lot of people, myself included, would argue proved outcome determinative. Yes.
Explain.
There was so there was all of the drop boxes. There was the
Hold on. What do you mean by drop boxes?
Okay, have you seen the documentary 3,000 Mules from Dinesh
No,
D'Souza?
and Dinesh
Okay.
D'Souza can eat a bowl of dicks, but go
Okay,
ahead.
so you see the problem with you is, right, when I ask you a question like that, you say, no, I have not looked at the evidence that your side is presenting.
Because
I have come
Dinesh
to my
D'Souza,
own conclusion.
can I look up Dinesh D'Souza's fucking criminal record real quick? Wasn't he convicted of perjury?
So was Joe Biden. I mean,
Dinesh D'Souza, criminal conviction.
I don't care what he was convicted of. I watched the documentary and I listened to the evidence presented. Didn't matter who put it out. But either way, right? So what I'm saying is I don't remember off the top of my head.
Sorry. He was convicted of like illegal election engineering through illegal
Thank you.
donations.
Right. So you addressed
awesome.
Hold on.
Awesome.
You addressed
the
super. Hold on. No.
Shush. Evidence of election fraud.
Just
is
shush.
he himself guilty of election fraud? That's
Just
amazing.
All right, gentlemen.
Just
All
shush.
right. Settle down.
You addressed the super chat earlier. I would like to address the super chat now. Wicked Wally, extra legal violence can be justified as a really weird way of spelling spurg about the 2020 election or whatever. Let's get back to
when you're done. I would love to address
let's get back to the actual debate.
That is the debate.
That is the debate. That is your.
If somebody tries to destroy the Constitution of the United States of America, they are deserving of extra legal violence, Misfit Patriot. Okay. That is the debate.
So just make the argument. Okay, so what you're saying is there is a justifiable assassination of Donald Trump because of what he did on January 6th. Just say that.
If he had succeeded in doing what he did, or attempted to do on January 6, 2021, where he tried to vacate the vote, where he tried to install himself without evidence as president of the United States, then absolutely. If you steal an election and you subvert the peaceful transfers of power, you're trying to destroy the Republic of the United States. As Republicans, you should be concerned with that.
Instead of always going down these like hypotheticals and alternate realities.
They're not hypotheticals. I literally talked about a historical event that happened that you're coping about.
But then you didn't actually like justify the extra political violence that would be against that person based off of their speech. It was because they were a terrorist organization. Let me finish. Please don't interrupt. Can you give an example, a real world example right now where the political assassination or violence against a political, I would say like not opponent, but somebody on the opposing political viewpoint where extra legal violence would be justified against them in reality, not domestic terrorist or not terrorist organization, blah, blah, blah. If
somebody had killed Hitler, if somebody had killed Hitler when he seized the chancellorship, that would have been morally justified, in my opinion.
Yeah, but they would have to know, they would have to have a time machine.
They wouldn't, because he was advocating for anti-Jewish sentiment and effectively incarceration and genocide as early as like 20.
Good.
Or 22.
Right. Hold on. So we're getting somewhere. So you're saying that it would have been justifiable to kill Hitler simply based off of his political speech in the lead up to his rise to power.
As soon as he became, because as soon as he became chancellor and he used his political speech to seize power, then all at that point, all he'd done at that point is used his speech.
Okay.
So yes, it would have been justified at that point.
I disagree. All right. So I think that if you go by that logic, right, under your logic, right, we should take out Nancy Pelosi, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, all the Democrats who said that there should be violent uprisings in the streets that led up to the BLM riots of 2020, where $2 billion in damage was done. There was 30 people that were taken out and killed. So
were the BLM protests / riots existential threats to the Republic of the United States?
Absolutely, they were.
That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. You think that downtown? Okay, by the way, former cop, I would love for every arsonist, every murderer, every burglar to be incarcerated for the maximal sentence possible if they rioted during the BLM. So I don't want you to get it twisted.
Thank you.
Anybody who did criminal activity during the BLM riots, by the way, huge fan of Kyle Rittenhouse. Awesome. Great. Okay. However, at no point was the Republic of the United States of America under functional, structural, existential threat from riots in major downtown areas. The Republic of the United States was not in danger.
What are the inalienable rights of every American?
Life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
Do you think that the people in those neighborhoods that were having to worry about their personal safety were having their rights violated by those riots?
Yeah.
Then the constitutional Republican foundational principles of America was actually at threat.
No, if an individual gets murdered, that's not the death of the republic, Misfit Patriot.
No, but
That's
when
not
you-
how anything works.
But if you
That's not how
don't
anything works.
look at, if you have unchecked and
If I get shot
unpunished,
tomorrow, the Republic of the United States doesn't evaporate, even
It
though
was-
I've been denied.
cities
life,
hold
liberty,
on, but
and
cities
happiness.
were burning. There was $2 billion in damage. 30 people lost their
was not an
lives, and
existential threat
nobody
to the
was
Republic of the
arrested.
United States of America.
But
At
nobody
no
was arrested.
At no point was the executive branch going to evaporate. At no point was Congress going to evaporate. At no point was the judiciary going to evaporate. At no point was the military going to evaporate. At no point was federal law enforcement going to evaporate. You seem to have a problem with like understanding words. Existential threat to the Republic of the United States is not riots in downtown areas. That's not an existential threat.
When it's normalized to a point, right, where the people in power are not exercising the duties of their office, which is to protect the citizens of their country, I would argue that it did erode the foundational principles of America for a short time, and I believe that we've got those back.
I'll go ahead and steelman you. I'll steelman you, okay? If Nancy Pelosi, and probably what you believe, by the way, if Nancy Pelosi and Maxine Waters and AOC got in a room and they were like, you know what would be super funny is if we took the next police homicide and if we turn that into a national level riot and we turn that into a Marxist insurrection in order to overthrow the Republic of the United States of America. If they actually tried that, then yes, they would probably need to be incarcerated or killed.
Yeah, so I would argue incarcerated. What I'm asking is if you think they should be killed, not by the law, not by trial and
Leninist revolutionaries against the Republic of the United States. Then yeah.
So you think that in that circumstances, somebody could take the law into their own hands and murder them?
Well, I mean, at that point, they're effectively a terrorist organization, are they not?
Yeah, but they weren't designated a terrorist organization.
Oh,
right.
cute.
So what I'm asking you is, when do you get to decide who lives and who dies, and what are the,
actually, hold on. I have a better
parameters of
answer
that?
for you. I doubt you'll understand it, but I have a better answer for you. So let's say that Maxine Waters, AOC, and Nancy Pelosi created a triumvirate. They were effectively the consuls of Rome, but they were over the American empire. Then yes, at that point, assassination would be justified.
Another hypothetical.
It's not, dude. It's not even a hypothetical. It's like a 1-to-1 over what I think Trump tried to do, which you laugh off and run away from.
Well, we've established that you think that if Donald Trump did something, and you keep on saying if he did this, or if he believed this, or if this was successful, then yes. What I'm asking you is there a situation in America right now, or in recent memory, where you can say that this person who killed this other person was justified? Let's use the United CEO, for example, right? Do you think that that Luigi Mangione had a justifiable argument for extra
I think the
legal?
I think the Luigi Mangione assassination, Luigi Mangione should be incarcerated or executed by the state.
Okay, so every time we get to a
However,
real
hold on,
world situation, you don't agree with it.
I'm not done answering your question. Extra legal violence can be justified. That's the prompt of our debate. Okay. I'm not researching healthcare policies because I'm just going to tell you, I don't give a fuck. It's like, I'm bored of it. Okay. I don't care. However, let's say that the steel man of what Luigi Mangione believed was true. Okay. Let's say the United Healthcare CEO knowingly adopted artificial intelligence software that was going to deny valid claims, that would postpone and deny treatment that was legal and valid, resulting in tens of thousands of people's deaths. Would you say that that should still be illegal, but you could understand it morally? The CEO did not pull a gun. He did not shoot anyone, but he knowingly caused tens of thousands of deaths.
Well, no, I think that he should be reported, arrested, and prosecuted.
I agree with you.
Yeah, so this is the problem, right? Every time we get into a real world scenario, you actually don't agree with what your whole entire argument is. Where
No, it
is
isn't.
no.
I get.
Hold on.
I gave you 200. I gave you 3,000 years of history where extra legal violence could be justified. So yes, I used real world examples.
Stop interrupting, please. Stop interrupting.
Okay, well, stop saying things that are wrong.
You have given examples, right, where violence is justified, right, under the context of an oppressive system against the people, where they fight for their, I would argue, God-given and inalienable rights. What you have argued for in these other scenarios is a hypothetical situation, right? And we got to the really the crux of your argument, which is if Charlie Kirk was ever just propagandizing, right, a hypothetical Donald Trump 2028 presidency, then he should be murdered. You did affirm that. But
if he was a propagandist for the overthrow of the Republic of the United States, as somebody who swore an oath to defend the Constitution of the United States, he would be an enemy that would be desired. Yeah, he could be taken out the same way Anwar al-Awlaki was taken out.
So again, right, we are in vehement disagreement that there is ever a potential situation where words alone, right, which you would argue like propaganda, should lead to the assassination of another.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to test you real quick. Okay, I'm going to test you on this. All right.
Sure.
You believe yourself to be a patriot, right?
I would say yes. Yeah.
You've cited the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence several times in this debate. So I'm assuming that you believe in the Constitution of the United States, right?
I am a constitutionalist, not a Republican. Yes.
Okay. So what's interesting about this? Let's say that and by the way, I'm not saying that this has a high probability of happening. I'm just saying in the hypothetical, extra legal violence would be justified. Let's say that Donald Trump did exactly what he did, or what I said he would do in my hypothetical. He declares himself president for life like Xi Jinping in China, okay? And most of the Republican Party goes along with it. And weirdly enough, large swaths of the military and law enforcement establishment go along with it as well. I find this unlikely, but let's treat that as true for the hypothetical. Let's say that Charlie Kirk is the strongest propagandist for the Trump administration. And he is saying Misfit Patriot is an outlaw and a terrorist and a violent usurper. We need to find him in his home. We need to take him off the air. He's encouraging mass political violence by encouraging resistance to the Trump administration. You think that Charlie Kirk is not a valid target at that point, even though he's only using words in order to target you?
Well, I think that the question would be does he work for the administration? Is he part of the government, or is he just a
private citizen? He's just a private citizen. He's like Alexander Dugin in Russia.
Then no. I will always stand by my convictions.
I think you're silly.
Because I'm a constitutionalist, and I don't believe that you can.
The Constitution's gone, man. The Constitution was raped and annihilated by Charlie Kirk in this hypothetical.
Again, in all your hypotheticals, you make the scenario outside of the confines of the reality that we live in, right? So
the reality that we live in right now, but I've also brought up 20, not really 20, I probably brought up 10 historical examples where extra legal violence was moral, but not legal.
Yeah, but what do you like? So
that's the prompt of the debate. I'm sorry if you forgot the prompt of the debate.
No,
but your violence can be justified. That's the prompt of the debate.
Extra legal violence, right? And once again, you are correct where I might have misread the prompt in thinking that you were talking about against your political opponents as opposed to what you're really now
arguing. Fascist my political opponents, Misfit Patriot?
Define fascist.
Political corporatist and flexible authoritarians.
Are they? I mean,
yes,
because what I would argue that what you're espousing is fascist ideals, right? Where you're talking about.
Yeah, but I also don't think you know what fascism means. How do you define fascism?
Fascism is authoritarianism that is imposed through actions against the subjects that are within the confines of the governmental structure that the authoritarian regime is governing.
Okay, so this unjust kings fall under your definition. Unjust emperors fall under your definition. The theocratic society of Iran falls under your definition. The communist country of China falls under your definition. So do you think that, like, for 3,000 years, all feudal kings were fascists?
Yeah, but we're not talking about political violence. We're
Yes, because
talking
you
about
don't know what
we're talking-
words
no,
mean, but
no,
you
we're
debate
talking-
politics online for a living.
So I think that the reason why, I think that you're the one that suggested the prompt. You use this, right, was to be confusing so that we would have these types of
No. Actually, I'm trying to be very clear.
Is vigilant. All right,
Misfit Patriot. You don't know what fascism is, but you're confident arguing politics on the internet.
You don't know what the Federal Communications Commission is.
And it wasn't pertinent to my argument, but I definitely know what the definition of fascism is. And even though I didn't know the exact the exact words of the FCC, I'm pretty sure I even said it correctly when I guessed. So hold on. This is the problem, though, Misfit Patriot. You don't know what fascism is, but half of the country thinks that Donald Trump, because he is a political corporatist, he is a flexible authoritarian, is fascist.
He's not.
The only reason why Donald Trump is not a fascist, per my definition, is because I think he's too stupid to have read Giovanni Gentile.
Okay,
that's the only reason why he's not a fascist.
I looked up.
You not understanding fascism is not my fault.
Yeah, you're saying I don't understand fascism.
You don't. You gave a shitty definition that incorporated a whole bunch of governmental regimes that had nothing to do with fascism.
Okay,
so you had a bad definition.
What is right according to the actual definition? Right, what is extra legal violence?
I would say extra, outside, legal, law, violence.
Gotcha. Right. So what you're talking
about that is outside of, or violence that is outside of the law.
Okay. Right. So we're in agreement there. Right. So what you've defined, right, is there are some situations where an authoritarian government has imposed, right, laws against their people, a fascist regime, an authoritarian government. They've said these are the laws, so you have to abide by them, right? We are in agreement that if a fascist or totalitarian authoritarian regime, just because, Mao said you should, be this way, doesn't mean that people should. Just because the King George said, you're going to be taxed this much and that's the law. So there should be an agreement, I think, upon all of us where there is a justifiable uprising, revolution, or overthrow of that government. And I think that what the American government did was they established that in the Declaration of Independence, where they said you have inalienable rights by God. I said this in my opening statement. We have not been in, we have not hold on. We have not been in
definition that actually isn't a good definition.
We have not been in disagreement of that, right?
Yes, we have. I just allowed you to run with a definition that didn't make sense for the sake of the conversation to be interesting. But you have to understand here, okay? You said that Mao Zedong, when he makes a bad law, or the Communist Party of China makes a bad law, then the Chinese people have a duty to revolt against China.
Correct.
I agree with you.
Yes.
I agree with you.
No,
okay, I agree with you with that part.
We can agree on that.
Still committing crimes. The law is unjust.
And what I said in my opening was we need to figure out what political violence is in the context of this debate. Because if you are talking about an overthrow of a government, an overthrow of a system, I am going to agree with you. This is not a debate if we're in agreement. I wanted to find out whether or not in the context of this debate, which was inspired by the assassination of Charlie Kirk, you believed that there was a situation where political violence against another person based on their speech was justified. And we have found out that you actually do agree with that. And that is what I'm
not
trying
only
to
do I
focus
agree
on.
with it, man, the federal government of the United States agrees with me.
No, but
they assassinated communist leaders the world over who their only crime was espousing communism. They've assassinated jihadists and Islamists whose only sin was espousing jihadism and Islamism.
So there was no victims in that. There was no victims.
No, there were victims, but they killed the propagandists along with the military members.
You're saying there's no victims, right? In the regime.
No, I just said there were victims. I just said that the people that were killed were not the perpetrators of the violence. They were the propagandists that allowed the violence to occur.
Okay, so we're saying that like in a war, right? In a declared war against two nations.
No, oftentimes these wars weren't declared. They were oftentimes black operations.
Yeah, okay. So a propagandist, right, can be killed by a government entity, right? Again, because they are spreading stochastic terrorism. Right?
No. If a South Vietnamese militia member assassinated a communist propagandist within the context of the Vietnam War and he did so illegally, I would not care. I don't care.
Yeah, I don't think
because it's justified, because it's moral, even if it's illegal.
Yeah, I think what you're trying to do is, right, you're trying to
use definitions of words to accurately represent reality. Yeah, that's what.
Well, no, you're trying to conflate two things, right? You're trying to conflate two things where you're saying, okay, there's this hypothetical where there's a regime and you have like Goebbels, right? Who's just the only thing he's doing is talking. Can you kill him, right? And the answer is probably yeah, because he was actually part of the Nazi regime, right? He was actually working for Hitler. So you consider him a Nazi, as opposed to, once again, the hypothetical Charlie Kirk that you put into context of if Donald Trump had, declared himself king. And
I don't think Charlie should be dead. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. But I'm saying
Charlie shouldn't be dead.
But there was a hypothetical situation where you actually said that, and in a situation,
correct,
a private citizen that has nothing. A private citizen that has nothing to do with an authoritarian regime and administration. They're not working for them. They're just out there, and they're essentially using their First Amendment to support the regime. Those people should be killed. I have argued that you shouldn't do that, right?
Okay.
Because then we lose ourselves.
So I'm going to have a real world example, and I'm going to bite the bullet, and it's contemporary. It's actually within the past few years. Okay.
Sure.
Alexander Dugin is a Russian philosopher. Okay. He wants to reassert the greatness of Russia. He is a propagandist who always encourages the invasion of Ukraine. His daughter also became a Russian propagandist. The Ukrainians assassinated his daughter. She was a private citizen and a media pundit, but she was a propagandist for the invasion of Russia. Or excuse me, invasion of Ukraine. I think she's a valid target. I think that Alexander Dugin is a valid target.
No, I think that's wrong.
Okay. And I think that you
I think that if they
I think you don't live in the real world, but that's okay.
No, I mean, like, so I don't have any love for the Zelensky regime any more than I do the Putin regime. I think that they're
why? Wait, hold on. I'm gonna test your principles. So you said that you love freedom, mixed economy, capitalism, republicanism, liberalism. You love all that shit. And there's a kleptocratic oligarchical regime in Russia that wants to take over another country, and that country wants to become more like the United States. They want more free markets. They want more free media. They want to become a part of the EU. They want to become a part of NATO.
Well, they say,
and you are saying that you're ambivalent as to their plight.
No, what I'm saying is the current Ukrainian government has none
Twitter
of the
sucks. Name one. Eat a dick, loser.
The current Ukrainian government, under their current leadership, doesn't espouse any of those things that you just said, right? Zelensky has taken out his political opponents. He's arrested priests. He's shut down churches. He's shut down elections. He's conscripted his people against their will. Essentially, he's done pretty much everything that Putin's done, and he's doing it to justify going after Putin.
Yeah, I think you're hook, line, and sinker guzzling Russian propaganda, but
no, I'm not. This is all like verifiable. You can go look it up.
Yeah. So okay, hold on. Just what perfect example? Churchill stayed in power during World War II.
Yeah, it's a false
equivalency. Churchill an enemy of the free world?
Nope. You're false equivalency, right? Did Churchill assassinate his political opponents? Did Churchill?
He probably killed a fuckload of Nazis.
Yeah, Nazis, right? I'm talking about in his country, right? Do you think it's
okay? You don't think that? Okay, you don't think that? Like okay, so who did? I'll just follow you down this rabbit hole because Raging Tomato isn't here. Who did Zelensky kill that was an opposition party leader?
Oh, I don't know it off the top of my head. There's been two people that have been running against him in politics that have mysteriously died.
Mysteriously.
Yes, and I
mean, they were shot.
I don't remember the exact details. I'm not going to
a second ago you said they were assassinated.
You can look this up. The general consensus is they've been assassinated, right? It's
amongst
just like
whom?
Well, just like, do you think that? Shit, why can't I remember his name? The guy that was challenging Putin for his election was assassinated, right? The one that died in prison. Can't remember his name. But either way, do you think that there wasn't ever any?
If Vladimir Putin incarcerated somebody and then they died in prison as a result of pneumonia or whatever, yeah, I would say that's bad enough.
Okay, Zelensky's done very similar things, and you can look all this up. I'm not going to.
But you don't know their names and you don't know how they died.
Not off the top of my head, but
okay. We can move back to the general idea if you want.
But I do know that he has shut down churches and he has conscripted his citizens. He has sent attackams.
Wait, did Russia conscript their citizens?
Of course they did. But what about isn't an argument? What I'm saying is,
it is. We had a draft in the we had a draft in World War II. Were we immoral to have a draft in World War II?
I think that if we did have a draft,
because that's conscription.
Yeah, but did we round them up in vans and drag them to war?
Yes.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, we did. Do you think a draft wasn't legally enforced? What world do you live in?
All right.
You think that you could have told the draft board during World War II, no, sir, I don't want to fight in World War II, and they just let you go about your merry fucking way?
So, again, right? When I say I don't agree,
something dumb, I correct it. Yes.
Shut up. When I say I don't agree with everything Zelensky does, it does not mean I am supportive of Putin. I'm saying Putin bad, Zelensky not great. Okay, that's all I'm saying. So we don't have to have this, black and white, one side or the other argument. All right.
Okay. Well, I would say your conception of the draft is a little odd, but okay.
Sure. All right. How do you want to wrap this up?
However y'all want.
I feel, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like we've gone down a lot of just examples of extra legal violence in ways, and you're maybe not even agreeing on these examples, and some of them you are and some of you aren't. But I don't, just how I see it, I don't think anybody's really said it's justified or not justified in terms of why.
No, he has. He said that in his hypothetical example where Charlie Kirk, under a Donald Trump presidency where he declared himself for a third term, if Charlie Kirk was a propagandist that was not part of the government, was not an employee or not part of the, the regime, if he was espousing propaganda, then it would be justifiable for someone to assassinate him. And I said no. And then he also said well, there was a propagandist that Ukraine killed that was a Russian propagandist. And I said, I don't agree with that either. What we've come to, which is I kind of predicted this whole debate in my opening statement, where he's going to give a bunch of hypotheticals where there's an explanation for the extra legal violence that he claims. We haven't gotten to any other situation other than the two I just mentioned, where he says, yes, there is a situation where somebody should be murdered for their speech, and he is in the affirmative. So as long as we establish that, this debate's over. He lost.
I think you're too dumb to understand words, friend. Like,
you keep saying
that.
Hold
on.
Look at the chat, bro.
Your chat's retarded. Why would I give a fuck about what your chat says?
This chat fucking hates me, bro. The fact that they're agreeing with me means you are absolutely retarded.
They hate him.
They're fucking no. Hold on.
You have done such a bad job that people that hate me agree with me.
Okay, that doesn't mean anything to me because, frankly, most people don't understand words, so that means nothing to me.
Sure.
Okay, so hold on. But let me just point out how you're wrong. Let's see if I can win the chat back and maybe they have above 80 IQ. Okay. So in my introduction, I said that in the ancient world, killing your master and escaping as a slave is illegal, but it's moral. I said that rising up against tyrants, dictators, kings, and emperors is legal. Or excuse me, it's not legal, it's moral, but it's illegal. I talked about 19th century slaves, the Underground Railroad. I talked about Native Americans resisting colonization. I talked about people fighting against communists as partisans. I talked about the Vietnam War. So I didn't just give you 2 or 3 American hypotheticals. I gave you a dozen recent historical examples, some stretching back 3,000 years, some as recent as the Vietnam War. So no, if the chat is too fucking stupid to understand what I say, that's not my fucking problem.
The problem is, all right, when you're referring to some type of revolution, overthrow of government, where new laws or new rules would be established under the new laws, then the actions of the people that essentially would not be illegal, right? So what I tried to explain to you is, right, there is legal framework that every nation is able to establish, whether you conquer or whether you are established through, some type of, democratic process, et cetera, et cetera. But when those laws are oppressive towards a people, those people, I think in all countries, all situations, have a right or a duty to overthrow said government.
Okay, but I'm gonna blow you the fuck out. I already let you do this like 10 times.
Go ahead,
blow you the fuck out
bro.
in 10 seconds, okay?
You keep on talking about you're literally just jerking
when
off.
When the CCP and Mao Zedong passed legislation in the early 20th century, was that the law of the land?
Yes, that's what I'm. Yes,
okay, so when partisans within China resisted a tyrannical law, were they operating extra legally?
Yes.
So, in that scenario, is extra legal violence justified?
Yes.
That's the prompt of the debate.
What are you? No.
Yes, it is.
Yes, no,
it's literally the prompt of the debate. Extra legal violence can be justified. That's the prompt of the debate.
Yes,
it's not my fault that you don't understand words.
Can extra legal violence ever be justified? In my opening, I said yes, right? However,
then you conceded the debate immediately. That's not my fault.
Hold on, let me finish again, right? However, I said in the context of overthrowing a tyrannical government, that the people, in accordance with the God-given rights that they are given, right?
You have to understand, half the country feels like Trump is on the precipice of becoming a tyrannical government, and I can give you a dozen examples of why they feel that way.
Every human being on the planet, right, will agree that there is a situation where a law is unjust and people should have an act of violence to stop
okay,
that.
I'm gonna fucking annihilate you again. So hold on. Trump becomes dictator in 2028. Are you gonna engage in extra legal violence to fight him?
Oh my God.
Answer the question.
In this hypothetical, right?
Yep. Are you going to engage in extra legal violence to resist the tyrannical government of the United States of America?
In this hypothetical, I will use my First Amendment first, right?
What if you don't have it anymore?
Hold on, I will use my First Amendment first to try to get him kicked out of office. Okay, that's what I will do.
First Amendment's gone. Now what?
In this hypothetical, if it got to a point where we were literally we were being ruled under an authoritarian regime that Donald Trump runs, then yes, I would eventually get to a point where I would go back to the Constitution and say, we can't have this.
Okay, so can extra legal violence be justified?
Oh my God.
I think what he's saying, maybe I can offer a translation. I think what he's saying is that if you're constitutionally obligated to do it, then it's not considered extra legal. So it falls like a revolution would fall out of the terms of what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it would be legally. Hold on. Maybe the translation. It would be legally. You'd be legally obligated to do so. So therefore, it doesn't fall under extra legal violence if it's legally prompted to do so.
Okay, I don't concede this. When the current president of the United States says that a man who saves his country breaks no law, he is saying that he can do whatever the fuck he wants as long as it serves the American people. That's what he said. He can't break the fucking law as long as he's saving the United States of America. So if he's saving the United States of America by becoming dictator in 2028, then guess what? Donald Trump is the fucking law. And by defying him, you are outside of the law.
Sure. That's why he left the first time after,
after exhausting every possibility and doing a riot. Yeah, after that, after doing the fake elector scheme. Yeah,
and then he left willingly. Yes, super.
And he should have been incarcerated for his attempt to overthrow the Republic of the United States.
Okay, do your closing argument.
I mean, I think I kind of just did.
Okay, if that's your closing argument,
I'll do a closing argument. Sorry, isn't he supposed to go first for the last one, anyways?
Yeah, he would go first. Go. Okay. Guys,
I'm sorry for taking over your job, Sarah. It's just it's done.
It's okay. I felt getting circular. I was gonna call it too.
So my closing argument would be that while there is a general consensus between every man, woman, and child on planet Earth that if you have some type of authoritarian government or some type of oppressive force that is taking away your God-given rights to just live peacefully, there is a reasonable and justifiable, and I would argue legal way to overthrow that government with violence, right? And just like I said in my opening, what was going to happen in this debate was my opponent was going to, and I knew that he was the one that suggested the prompt, try to use the prompt to win the debate on a technicality, the same way that people say it's not a it's a birthing person, right? As opposed to a biological woman can have a baby and a man can't. And that's exactly what he did. He tried to, towards the end, say, okay, well, what's extra legal mean, and has it ever happened, and therefore I win the debate. The problem is, the reason why we're here, the context of this debate, is Charlie Kirk got assassinated last week. So I think everybody with common sense was thinking that extra legal violence would mean person-to-person violence against your political opponents based off of their speech or based off their political ideologies. Now, while I did assume that, I also did look up the definition of extra legal violence, and what it basically said was vigilantism. And vigilantism does not apply to revolutions, revolts, or overthrowing governments. It doesn't apply to toppling fascist regimes. It doesn't apply to self-defense, right? Like where if you're being attacked, if you're being hurt, if your life is at risk, you have an obligation or a duty to enact violence on your attacker. And I think that everybody in the chat understands that. And I think that what we all need to do is acknowledge that when you get into this mentality of trying to justify political violence against other people, whether you try to dress it up with fancy language, you're going down a very slippery slope. And if we do it on our side as a way to combat the other side, then we're just as bad as them. If we eventually get to a point where it's like, okay, well, I don't like what you said, I'm gonna lay down on a roof with a sniper rifle and take you out. We're never gonna end up solving this problem. So even though disagreed completely with my opponent, I'm glad that he was able to sit down and talk to me, because I think this is a lot better than the alternative. And that's it.
Thank you, Misfit Patriot. And counterpoints to you, please.
Okay. So there is, in the beginning of Misfit Patriot's outro statement, he said that it's a general consensus of the population that free societies are preferable and that realistically, inside every Vietnamese person is an American. That's bullshit. For most of the world, for most of history, authoritarian regimes are the norm. Free societies are the exception. They are a recent development. Only within the past 100, 150 years have free societies developed. So this is a presumption of the moral superiority of the American experiment, which, by the way, I think the American experiment is morally superior and should be defended and should be fought for. However, I brought up dozens of historical examples. Well, I guess a dozen, really. A dozen historical examples where something was illegal. Talk about slavery, talk about Jewish uprisings during World War II, talk about Ukrainian uprisings against Soviets, talking about Chinese uprisings against Mao Zedong. These examples are not far away. They are within my parents' and grandparents' generation. So to pretend that these aren't pertinent to the conversation is fucking cope. Not only that, I think that Misfit Patriot, his ilk, this chat, who are ignorant to my argumentation, I think that they are ignorant to the fact that a substantive amount of the Americans in this country feel like Donald Trump has flirted with authoritarianism, that he endorses authoritarianism, that if the guardrails of our republic didn't hold him in check, he would be an authoritarian dictator. And as a result, we are on the precipice of violence. Charlie Kirk should be alive. However, if people try to destroy the Republic of the United States by forgetting their oaths, if they try to destroy the United States by stealing an election, if they try to destroy the United States by lying and try to profit from those lies into winning elections, then they are enemies of the United States. They are antithetical to a functioning republic. They are fucking bastards. And if they try to start a civil war, then extra legal violence will be justified. Not only did I make that case historically, hypothetically, within the context of the modern era, But Misfit Patriot said that he is so allegiant to the Constitution of the United States, that he is so loyal to the American experiment, that in the hypothetical that I brought up, he would break the law in order to reassert moral superiority across the United States. I applaud him for saying that. The only problem that I have with him is I think he's willfully blind to how far down the track his tribe is and how the very people that he fucking defends are the people who are trying to usher in an authoritarian regime.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. I'm going to go ahead and drop the link for the open panel dumpster fire. It looks like we do have a little more time since we kind of closed down a little earlier. Oops, won't do that. All right. And while we're waiting for them to shuffle backstage, we'll go ahead and read through some of these super chats. You're welcome to respond to all of them, any of them, or just tell them to fuck off. That's fine with me. Either way, just know, let's try to be concise and to the point, though, so we don't get off into long tangents. Evan Lord says Misfit is a hypocrite. He was violent to a real Christian for calling his gay buddy a bundle of sticks. A Misfit is a leftist and a Zio puppet. I'm happy to see you, Miss Sarah, and thank you for hosting.
I think I can answer this. I actually just made a post today where I said I actually think I do support political violence, but as long as it's limited to open-handed slaps. Right. So as long as that's as far as you take it, then we're good. You know, anything more than that, that's a little bit
not drunk fighting in a parking lot.
No, that was wrong.
Blasterbot says Connor works with Destiny, who said conservatives need to be afraid at the ballot box. What a great conservative.
Oh, do you?
I've gone on his show multiple times.
Okay,
Destiny and I don't agree on politics.
Okay,
we fight.
Sorry,
real quick. I think Destiny's been totally fucking wrong for the past week. I think he's been an asshole. I think that he's made the rhetoric worse.
I agree with that.
Fair enough. Call me GL says, what do you call a bear with no ears? A bee. Connor is saying that Charlie is dead because of Trump. What a dumb person. A leftist took the shot motivated by people like Connor lying.
No.
Okay. Fair enough. Another new account says the DC chief medical examiner found he died from a stroke, classifying his death as natural. So wrong, Connor. Also left out context with Bundy and the permits he had that he refused to sell. Also L, blaming MAGA for CK.
I think hold on real quick. DC chief medical examiner found that he died from a stroke, classifying his death as natural. No shit, because he had an undiagnosed cardiovascular condition. He died January 7th, 2021. He participated in the riot on January 6th, 2021. So saying that's wrong, you just don't understand words. Not my fault. Also left out of context with Bundy and the permits he had refused to sell. Oh, okay. So the federal government told him to do something and he told the federal government to fuck off. Also doesn't change that dynamic. Also L, blaming MAGA for CK. No, I blame the leftists. Like I said earlier in the conversation, the assassin has made the world a worse place. The assassin should be incarcerated or killed. I don't agree with the rhetoric that's coming out of the left. However, I think the right wing is ignorant when they're playing with fire constantly and they're surprised when they get burned.
Okay. Call me GL says Counterpoints is just buzzwording his face off tonight. MAGA needs to get its violent rhetoric under control, he stated, after talking about Charlie Kirk ignoring 2 incidents in the week before and 1 today.
I don't know what he's referring about, but June 14th of 2025, you can look this up, and I don't want to hear your bullshit apologia for it. There was a Trumper who was an aggressive pro-lifer who wrote down a list of 70 Democratic politicians and abortion advocates. He killed like 2 people. He wounded another 2 people. So pretending that this is like one-sided where MAGA has done fucking nothing wrong, no political violence, no murders, no violence, you're full of shit.
No, I think that should be condemned. But I think statistically speaking, especially based off of the high-profile cases that we've seen, there is a one-sided, leftists. Like, look at the last 4 attacks on schools. It's been trans shooters. And I'm not saying that you should use that as a whataboutism argument to dismiss. I haven't looked at the story you're talking about, but if what you just said is true, we should condemn that person too. It should be very simple. You should not do what the left does and say, but you should just say that person's a scumbag. I hope they rot in prison, and I hope they get the electric chair. That's easy.
We are of one mind on that statement.
Perfect.
I like it when we find agreements. Connor believes that it was justified. Fuck him and his fake conservatism. He is just a destiny hanger on at this point.
Hold on real quick. Go back to it, if you don't mind. Connor believes that it was justified. I want you to hear me clearly.
I don't think he said that.
I do not believe that the assassination of Charlie Kirk is justified. I do not. Okay.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, no, I'll agree with that. He never said that. The only thing that he said was a hypothetical that doesn't exist.
What happened to Charlie Kirk was an assassination due to the radicalization of a young man due to the beliefs of Democrats and far left-wing activists. It is wrong. Thumping Weevil says, hi, Sarah. Hello to you, Weevil. And she also says state laws are different than federal laws.
Correct.
Another new account says Connor is insane. If a guy tells how do people just not like you? Normally, I mean, quite frankly,
I'm usually on the end of this.
I know. Normally, this is Misfit's an asshole. Misfit's stupid. Fuck you, Misfit.
No. Okay.
It's a nice change of pace.
Let me tell you. Okay, this is it's my fault. Okay, it's my fault. I made the mistake of being in the Twitch and YouTube political debate scene, where if you are the right of Joe Biden, you are a neo-Nazi. And so I was the heel of Twitch and YouTube politics. And by the way, like I can articulate Burkean conservatism, environmental conservatism, social conservatism, fiscal conservatism. If there's a conservatism, I can tell you what it is and I can tell you what I believe in. Okay. So these people are dumb as fuck. But what happened was I got used to debating liberals. And so now I'm punching right and they don't like it.
I think you're just punching the chat.
Well, fuck them. If they don't understand words, that's not my problem.
But they say Connor is insane. If a guy tells a cop he's going to go to his car to get a gun, the cop can arrest him, but he can't delete him when he's not a threat. Where in America has a cop been cleared to delete over only speech only? Ooh.
I will amend my statement because I think that I was unclear and Misfit actually corrected me, and I think he's just accurate, is that if a guy says, I'm going to my car in order to get a gun, you can't just shoot him, right? You have to add in the context of a furtive gesture, reaching into the trunk. You have to add in like the circumstances of what's going on. I am incorrect to say that you can just get smoked in a legal context exclusively for your words. There are additional context clues that would have to be there. So Misfit was right to call me out on that. He was correct.
Perfect.
No, that's fair. Well, I like it when we get along so well. Connor works with Destiny for clout, even if he believes that Orange Man Bad is willing to ignore CSAM for way less. His principles are really cheap to buy. Ooh.
Yeah, this is where I'm going to be really fucking mean, okay? All right. Steven is a dumbass. I've been criticizing his sexual behavior for 3 or 4 years now, okay? Probably since I met him. I don't agree with what he did, and he is accused of talking to what he believed to be an 18-year-old who was underage, allegedly, okay? The sitting president of the United States of America wrote a love letter to the most prolific pedophile of the United States. Yes. The letter was taken from Jeffrey Epstein's estate in 2003 from his birthday book.
Voiceover.
In which Donald Trump drew a woman with tiny fucking tits, and there's victims who have testified to the fact that Jeffrey Epstein sex trafficked 14 to 17-year-old girls and fucking raped them along with his friends. And one of those victims said that she was specifically raped by Donald Trump. So if you're going to
which one
for an adult man communicating with an 18-year-old, then you need to stop sweeping for the dude who fucking raped a 14-year-old.
Which one of the Jeffrey Epstein victims said that Donald Trump raped them?
I would have to look
Deleting
up
this
her
one
name.
from YouTube.
That's not true. And the
What do you
letter.
mean it's not true? Do you have a time travel machine? Did you go to the 1980s and the
No,
1990s and party with Donald Trump? Were
I'm
you doing
saying-
cocaine with Jeffrey Epstein 2 decades ago?
No,
What do you mean that you know that it's not true?
Well, what I'm saying is your statement is not true based off of all the evidence that I've seen. There is not one single Jeffrey Epstein victim that has said that Donald Trump sexually assaulted them or abused them.
Yes, there is.
If you can provide it, I will be happy to.
I think it's the one that you're talking about. Didn't you say that there was the woman on YouTube and that you don't believe her? Isn't that what you just said?
What?
There's a woman, Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay,
victim.
hold on. Are you talking about there was a statement made online, an accusation online? Are you talking about?
Yeah, there's a 35-minute interview.
But is there a
I'll
named
find it.
victim in the Jeffrey Epstein files that says Donald Trump sexually abused her? 'Cause
Okay,
that's a big accusation.
For the record,
clarify
gentlemen,
so we
I'm
can-
going to remove this video after this night ends. I'm going to remove this video and clean it up and re-upload it in case
Because
you
of what
guys
we
are going to
just
be.
said.
It'll still
That's
be
fine.
over on Rumble, but mind our mouths going forward, please.
Okay, let's
hold on. I want to differentiate something real quick. Okay, so I'll find it for you. If you want me to send it into the DMs, I will. There is a woman who claims that she was a 14-year-old model from a flyover state who was flown into New York by Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, all right. So that's one of them.
Yes.
The other one is Virginia Giuffre, who worked at Donald Trump's spa, was recruited by Jeffrey Epstein, and Jeffrey Epstein, in the same birthday book, wrote a $22,000 check to Donald Trump apologizing for taking a depreciated woman who knows how to service people.
So,
please tell me what that $22,000 check is about.
Guthrie's statement said that Donald Trump never did anything explicit with Donald Trump. That's her official statement.
But you have to understand this, okay?
No.
There's another woman who was sex trafficked who said that she was raped by Donald Trump.
Hold on.
Okay, hold on. No, I'm not going to hold on. Virginia Giuffre said that she worked for Donald Trump, was sexually recruited by Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah.
Donald Trump knew about it, and Donald Trump accepted a $22,000 check from the most prolific pedophile of the past 3 decades.
So
sweep that.
That $22,000 check. I don't know, something about a boat or something about it had nothing to do with that, right? You have to understand.
Literally, the caption says a check to Donald Trump for a depreciated woman.
The caption of what? You're talking about
in the birthday book. In the birthday book, there's the picture of the $22,000 check written to Donald Trump from Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah.
And in Jeffrey Epstein's 2003 birthday book, the caption says a check written to Donald Trump for a depreciated woman.
Is that confirmed? No, it's not.
Yes, it was turned over to Congress by the Jeffrey Epstein estate. So in order to sweep this away, you would have to say that the CIA snuck onto fucking Lolita Island and planted evidence in order to frame Donald Trump. And by the way, feel free to disprove me. Why hasn't Donald Trump released unredacted fucking Epstein files?
This sounds like another debate.
Yeah, hold on. I'm going to end it right here. The letter you're referring to, it's
You're not going to end it.
Hold on. The letter you're referring to, right? It's a transcript which says literally.
No, it's not. They've released the original letter.
Hold on. It says at the top, the official letter that Congress released says voiceover at the top, right? The signature has been ran through analytics and said most likely not Donald Trump's signature. Hold on.
You're just making shit up. You're sweeping for a pedophile.
I understand.
Not my problem.
I understand.
Not my problem. If you're sweeping for a pedophile, that's not my problem. But I'm also not going to let you say shit that's wrong.
No, I'm just trying to tell you what.
You're trying to sweep for a pedophile. As a Christian conservative, you are sweeping for a pedophile.
You don't want to listen because you don't want to hear a possible.
No. You've said 2 things wrong.
No, I
haven't.
haven't.
You said that it's a transcript. It's not a transcript.
It's a transcript.
They recently released the original letter.
So
the original letter is available.
The original letter.
You also said that the signatures for Donald Trump have been forensically debunked to not be him. That's bullshit. Because there are contemporaneous signatures to Donald Trump's signature at the same time that are fucking identical. So you're either sweeping or you're lying or you're coping. No matter what, Not my fucking problem.
You need to learn how to stop interrupting and let people
No, conservatives are sweeping for a pedophile. I'm not going to tolerate that in my presence. Not my fucking problem.
This is the problem. When you can't listen to
the president of the United States, based off of valid evidence,
this is a whole
14 to 17-year-old girls, you're sweeping for it.
This is a whole nother topic, and I'd love to run down this rabbit hole,
Ragin,
but I know.
Hold on. Let me, because he just fucking filibustered and interrupted. I'm only going to be 10 more seconds.
10 more seconds.
You have to let other people talk, right? Because if you don't, right, then what you are doing is you're basically saying, I'm a fascist. I need to shout you down because if you talk, I could be proven wrong. So please stop.
I'm a political corporatist, but I'm not a flexible authoritarian. I'm not a fascist, and talking over people isn't fucking fascism.
All right,
when you say shit that's incorrect in front of me, I'm gonna correct you.
Okay, you're retarded.
Especially when you're sweeping for a fucking pedophile sex trafficker.
Oh,
yeah, not my problem.
Words.
Well,
okay. Mandy Rose says, if you accuse your boss of some of your fellow coworkers of being involved or responsible for an assassination, when it's a lie, I guarantee you won't have that position for very long.
I think that's a reference to Jimmy Kimmel.
Okay. And we went over that and we said that we don't know that Jimmy Kimmel was knowingly lying.
Did you know back when Rush was taking over radio by being better, Dems pushed through legislation to force equal airtime for themselves to counter it? Once again, Dems step on their own rake once rules get equally applied.
I think the Democratic Party is one of the most incompetent, cannibalistic, carnivorous pieces of shit I've ever fucking met. Yeah.
At least we all agree there. Blake Thee says, counterpoints, you make me miss Duck. I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah. Is Duck here tonight? Somebody go get Duck. The distinction between your team versus my team is that the onus is on the one that set the standard. If you set the terms, you can't hold the right to their objections. You're making me defend Misfit.
No. I'm going to argue this because this is a Destiny argument, and I fucking hate this argument. Destiny is arguing that the right wing is currently shitting their pants and the left wing is not wearing deodorant, and so they smell like BO. I'm a sane person. So I think that people who smell like shit should put on deodorant. And I think people who are pooping their pants should stop pooping their pants. So no, I'm not going to sweep for the Democrats just because the Republicans are behaving poorly. That's not going to happen. Fair
enough. Imagine making Misfit Patriot look smart and like the sane one in a debate. Connor, please shut your cockholes forever.
Listen, Mr. B, you fucking pussy. I doubt you could articulate a single fucking thing I said wrong, you dumbass.
I love the fact that cock holster is now trending.
It is now trending. I think I need to make a membership meme for it. Kissy Cat says, can't wait for after panel. Hi, Sarah. Hello. Yes, the panel's waiting patiently back there. Another new account says, counterpoints was Chaz/Chop a sedition attempt? Yes or no? Hint, you are now leaving the USA.
Yeah, it was an attempt to overthrow the local government. You guys have me twisted. You think like I'm a fucking progressive or a leftist or something. No, Chaz/Chop was an attempt to overthrow the local government. What was it, Seattle or whatever? It was an attempt to overthrow the local government, and it should have been strangled in the crib.
Fair enough. Mr. B says, to quote Jim Cornette, a Misfit Patriot, I always thought you were a dumb fuck, but so many more dumb fucks have come after you that you've moved down the ladder without any effort. Connor actually said January 6th was worse than the riots.
Yes, because the riots weren't an existential threat to the United States it wasn't an existential threat to the American Republic, whereas trying to usurp the peaceful transfer of power within a republic is an existential threat to the republic. Welcome to words, you dumbass.
Words. Texas says, if it's justified, Connor, and the threat from Trump is still present, as you have asserted, then just say Trump should be extra legally unalived. Just say it or do it yourself. Stop gaslighting.
No, I'm praying Donald Trump. See, here's the thing. Democracy is the worst form of government, except for all the other ones.
We don't live in a democracy.
I think the average person is a fucking idiot. So the fact that you stupid fucks were dumb enough in order to vote that twat, that pedophile back into office, that's not my fault. But he only has 2 terms. And Misfit Patriot gave me his word. that if Donald Trump becomes a tyrant and goes for a third term, he will join me arm in arm in order to fight a tyrannical government. I'm going to hold him to that shit.
Well, you shouldn't call people stupid while calling America a democracy, because it's not. It's a constitutional republic with representative government. The last democracy that was established was in 4th century Greece. No, they're not. No, they're not.
Republics are a form of democracy.
No, they're not. No, democracy.
Yes, they are.
Democracy is a majority. Democracy is majority rule.
Google it.
I believe you already answered this question live, right? From this one.
Yeah. Counterpoints you follow, and I haven't watched you in a while. Yeah, eat a dick.
Yeah. Connor's the reason why we had to have 3 hours of LOAC PowerPoints in the military every month. He's that guy.
Right, I'm that guy.
Calling chat low IQ is not the move, powder points.
I might finally win a debate.
I love my chat. My chat is left, right, center, atheist, religious.
The counterpoints chat is fucking brilliant. So,
well, I mean, those might be your simp followers. I'm not even on YouTube, really. I kind of am.
See, my chat doesn't like anybody that's here. Blake Thee says, you really were a cop, always talking about blowing dudes out your wall, bro. What the fuck?
That was fun.
Naomi says, chat always wins. Hit that like. Counterpoints sucks.
Hey, Naomi, with that PFP, there's a 50% chance you're an Indian man. So, not my fucking problem.
She's not. I know her personally. And she, Kissy Cat says, extra legal sounds much word like illegal, but me no have word skill.
If you do that in the Cookie Monster voice, it's even better.
Tegooch says to Connor, when are you going to stop being Destiny's mouthpiece?
I'm not. We fight all the time.
Fair enough. Kissy Cat says, we all lost tonight, boys. R.I.P. chat. Yes,
You're
rest
welcome.
in peace, chat. Coming in over on Connor's side, this guy is so stupid. He obviously conflates morality and politics. Love what you do and keep it up.
Thank you, Loud Scissors. Wait, that's my chat?
Mm-hmm.
They've been so fucking good to me recently. I'm telling you, Loud Scissors has fucking 3,000 IQ. Everybody else's chat sucks.
Is that why he sends you $100? Because you tell him you have a high
No, my chat's just been insanely generous recently. It's fucking baffling to me.
Define confirmation bias.
No. My chat and I fight all the fucking time. They're just smart.
Oh shit! I think Shade wanted me to hold his super chat because he's backstage. Kissy Cat says, "Fuck you, Misfit. Didn't want you to feel left out."
Thank you. It's weird. It's weird being here when you guys don't roast me. So
I know. Normally, you're just getting reamed left and right. Oh,
Misfit, I'll take your fucking role as the heel,
dude,
man. If you're normally the dude getting fucking stomped on, I'll be your heel.
Have the crown, bro. It's fucking heavy.
Yeah.
Frumbly says, I honestly didn't think I could hate anyone more than Misfit, but win, Sarah. Loud Scissors says, question for the Misfit Patriot. If the citizens of the UK rebelled today because of the lack of freedom of speech in their country, does that count as political violence?
Again, yes, but we need to define what political violence in extra legal terms means. If it's
if you guys want to change it to illegal, change it to illegal. It's the same. It's a
violent,
synonym. I don't care.
No, I mean, if it's a violent uprising against a tyrannical government, then I would argue it's not extra legal violence. It's a revolution, which I think this country was founded on, and every country should aspire to do if they are under a tyrannical government. Right. And I don't think that I think that right now one would argue that in historical context, the founding fathers were traitors by the government they were currently on, but they were revolutionaries by our standards, which means they weren't actually doing any extra legal activities, which means that if you just wait until they succeed, they were actually establishing a better form of government.
Okay. Blake Fee says, don't be a shithead, CP. Watch your mouth.
No.
And that, well, in terms of TOS, there's a lot of words that were dropped tonight that I'm going to have to definitely remove a lot of stuff. Another new account says, LOL, RIP Sarah's channel. TOS is hard. Have some money for wine. Thank you. Three more, I believe. Lord of the Nerds says, CP, if the electors' plan, which needed all three Democratic branches to agree to work, was illegal, why did the Democrats need walk need to walk their little traitor legs down to the legislator to pass the Electoral Reform Act of 2022.
Close up loopholes like any other thing, it would be my guess. So I would have to take a look at the Electoral Reform Act of 2022.
Kissy Cat says this knob jockey clearly doesn't respect your channel. TOS much.
Listen, guys, I say crazy shit on my own fucking channel. I didn't realize that describing the president of the United States accurately was going to be a TOS violation. My apologies.
I'm going to burn for this one. Mr. B says newfound respect for Misfit. He's a good sport and can take online teasing. Connor literally acts like a teen girl. Grow thicker skin, Mr. Cockholster. I can't believe he was a cop. He Doofy from the Scary Movie.
Hey, so I'm gonna say this, okay? I did 4 years in the fucking Marine Corps, okay? I had to keep my mouth shut while plenty of stupid people fucking talked. And when I was a cop for 4 years, then I went to college and I had to keep my mouth shut for another 4 or 5 years where I thought stupid people were spouting off. Then I was a cop and I definitely had to keep my mouth shut for 4 fucking years. So what you're getting is 12 years of restrained frustration of stupid people being fucking stupid. So if it seems like I'm compensating for 12 years of frustration, I am.
This is like explaining to the chick that you're banging why you came early.
Oh!
Yeah. Listen.
I didn't know we were
I'm
going
to
to
tell you right now.
hour.
I'm going to tell you right now. Chats love to hate. They're going to bitch about the content. When I come back, they're going to be like, Connor, not again. Fuck this guy. Blah, 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 blah. But you know what's going to happen is Sarah's going to check her metrics. Boop. Increase in viewership. Boop. Increase in super chats because y'all love to fucking hate me. So fuck you too.
Fair. I won't even argue that. But let's bring on the
even though I've had like a lot of criticism from your chat, I don't think I've ever attacked them the same way though.
Yeah, nobody talks shit to my chat.
Yeah.
Pussies.
You can't disrespect the chat. Well, let's get into the fucking panel and have some fun. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I know we are semi-short on time for both Misfit and Counterpoint, so I want to at least start around the room and go into let's get at least one question and answer from each panelist first. That way everybody has their opportunity, and then we can move into dumpster fire style. And let me find your super chat, Shade Master, because you were first in line anyways. If both panelists agree that extra legal violence is justified, what do both panelists think about RW counterforces like the Proud Boys against Antifa?
Yeah, I think that. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
Okay, so this is actually an example of, I would say, potentially moral justified violence. If you have Antifa, which I saw, by the way, in 16, 17, and 18, beating the shit out of normie conservatives, then I think it's okay. But by the way, like I primarily advocate for like legal defensive violence. If Proud Boys want to show up to a fucking protest and somebody starts fucking throwing down, I think it's perfectly moral to throw down.
Yeah, I'd actually agree. Like, I think that what you're looking at is, I wouldn't say, I don't want to like word this the wrong way, right? It's not necessarily self-defense, but imagine if you see somebody being attacked on a subway and you go attack their attacker. Is it self-defense of another person? I think that would be where the Proud Boys would be justified in violence against Antifa, where they've watched constantly the attacks that happen on innocent people just for showing up, just for being in the public square, and they had enough and they went in and they did something about it. That would be, I would make a self-defense argument for that, not a political violence argument.
Okay.
A legal
based. I'm satisfied.
That's fair. That was easy, Shade Master. Effigy, did you want to kick off something from your end?
Sure. I keep hearing right-wingers get really upset about the fascist word. This is the sign that hangs in the U.S. Holocaust Museum. How many of these do you get to check off the list before I get to get worried and call you a fascist?
Is that 14 points?
Yeah, I'm not reading all that.
I mean, I don't care. Like, it's become a buzzword. You may as well call them racist.
Yeah.
Well, they are that too, usually, yeah.
Well, hold on. And then what
cares?
I was going to say is I seriously encourage anybody who has a disagreement with political corporatism and flexible authoritarianism, if you have beef with that definition, read Gentile, DM me, we'll debate it. But that's Gentile, the philosophical founder of fascism.
I actually got to pee real quick, so I'm going to pop out.
Yeah. Anything else, Effigy, on that point?
Yeah, I just like to hit it home that when we call people fascists, it's all this thing about how it's giving people permission to do violence. No, we call George Bush fascist constantly. Obama was called fascist by the right, even though they misuse the word. For us, we're just trying to describe people accurately. And we could go through this entire list and knock off one by one. Just today, Trump said, if you talk about me in a bad way, it's illegal. Like, come on. We're getting in a ridiculous place where if you can't recognize what's happening, you're starting to be the problem.
Holy shit. The chat fucking hates me, but I got two people who have above 80 IQ. Fucking amazing.
Okay. Rinyald, to you.
No, I'll just see my question to somebody else. Somebody else can ask a question.
All right. Kay?
I had a question for Misfit.
Sure. Well, let's wait till he comes back then. Ryan, I'm assuming the same for you. Okay.
Sort of. I mean, well, it wasn't really a question for Misfit. I mean, I guess like I came in pretty late, so did Misfit just concede like the whole debate topic? Like, it sounds like he agreed.
So hold on. I can steel man him because I'm not a total asshole. He's saying, which by the way, this is like based, by the way. He's saying, even though I think it's a misuse of words, that because we believe that we have inalienable rights granted to us by God, enshrined within the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution of the United States, that technically anybody rebelling, even if they're considered illegal by an authoritarian regime, they're actually acting within the moral guidance of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, and therefore he would not consider it illegal. Now, I feel like he's like misusing the words moral and illegal, but he's wrong. But I like his enthusiasm.
Sure.
Okay.
So I guess I do have a comment on that. But first off, I want to say Connor is absolutely right about how the chat loves to hate and how profitable that is to Sarah. And I'm an obvious testament to this. I've made Sarah hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars many
one
times.
night.
And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of money coming in shortly to kick me as well. As for extrajudicial violence, I mean, I'm pretty sure I was on this panel just like a week or so ago, and like everyone was arguing that it would be like a moral failing if somebody like smacks your girlfriend's ass in a bar and you don't immediately knock him out, which sounds like that might be like the right thing to do. Again, morally, we can quibble over that, but it's certainly not legally justified. It's illegal to knock somebody out who slaps your girlfriend's ass in a bar. Just for the record, like you're not actually allowed to do that in the United States of America, even if you think it is the right thing to do. And I wanted to correct one other point. Well, it's not really a correction; it's just a reminder that Melissa Hortman was unalived in her home with her husband and her dog, by the way. And Trump didn't lower the flags, and he also said that calling Tim Walz, the Minnesota governor, would be a waste of time. And then Misfit mentioned that there were all these trans shooters. Literally, the day that Charlie Kirk was shot, there was a shooter who was in a school who was definitely not trans. It was actually radicalized by far right propaganda. And there have been, I believe, 4 trans school shooters since 2018 out of hundreds and hundreds of school shootings. So I'll be quiet now.
Okay. Ooh. I wanted to kick it back to Kay because you had a question for Misfit.
Yeah, at one point, Misfit, I think that you claimed that the left was more violent than the right.
Yeah, I believe I did.
Well, that's the statistics don't bear that out. And in fact, the right accounts for 75% of violence, whereas the left is 4%.
I believe there was a poll last week that was asking both political parties whether they believe that political violence was justified, and on the right it was about 3%, on the left it was about 25%. So based on your own words and your own ideologies, you at least at bare minimum believe that you're more violent and that you are justifying your violence against the opposing side. So I'm not like Charlie Kirk, where I have a wealth of knowledge that I just can pull out. So I'm not going to argue the statistics that you're talking about.
Can I steal, man, Misfit?
Sure.
So oftentimes right-wing violence, and by the way, I still agree with the stat that you're citing. However, right-wing violence is going to be a broad umbrella, which includes jihadist terrorism. It's going to include white nationalist mass shootings. It's going to include anti-state, libertarian sovereign citizen shootings and all that kind of shit. Whereas left-wing violence is probably going to be.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm very serious.
It is true.
Oh, okay, so
wait.
when they say,
hold on, it's Kay's question.
Go on.
Well, all I was going to say was that the right-wing definition is overly broad. That's all I was going to say.
The statistics I'm quoting do not include Islamist extremism under right wing.
Good.
And they do include anarchists and black nationalists under left wing.
Good.
Yeah.
But so for instance, I don't think Misfit Patriot would Dylan Roof is probably categorized as a white nationalist right-wing shooter, right? And so, but I don't think that Misfit Patriot would avow Dylan Roof, right?
Yeah.
He wouldn't consider him a part of the same movement, even though they're both right wing.
No, and like I said earlier, I think that what we should do is call out violence on both sides without adding a but, without adding a caveat. And I'm not saying that it never happens on the right. It does happen on the right. Just based off of what I'm seeing on, just the public perception headlines and what have you. You have the Christchurch killer, you have the Nashville shooter, you have the shooter from just a couple of weeks ago at the Catholic Church, and you have this pattern that is emerging. And when you look at the pattern of, I'm not saying all, I'm not saying statistically all, I'm saying the ones that have sort of made headlines, there is sort of a leaning towards an uprising in political violence from the left.
Can you link the data that you're referencing?
You intake?
Yeah, I can put it in the private chat.
Because it's always noticeable when then they start listing things, they miss every single right-wing shooter that was in between all the things they're listing. Any of the right-wing shooters or the people who sent bombs or tried to light houses on fire, or shot those people. There's a ton that you're just not listing, and I have a feeling that a lot of this is coming down to the media spheres that we put ourselves in, and that we're only seeing people hyper-focus on the things that enrage us.
Well, another thing that I want to say and point out is that statistics are a little bit untrustworthy. When you look at the statistics on school shootings, they're including all of the school shootings that happen on school property, and the vast majority of those are gang shootings on school property, not school shootings in a classroom. But they add those in and they count those as the statistics, which really kind of messes up the statistics because we're talking about a gang violence problem, not a school shooting problem.
I would also add, whenever Connor pointed out, I know this is just a steal my position, but whatever, saying that conservatives will kind of disavow a lot of the people that are linked to the far right violence in this study. I'm not familiar with it, but just going based off of that, nobody's going to feel politically allied with somebody like Dylan Roof. I don't think anybody on the left is also going to feel particularly well allied with any black nationalist violence either.
Okay, but sure, and I'll concede the Black Hebrew Israelites who shot up a Jewish deli a few years ago. There's probably plenty of leftists who are going to instantaneously disavow that. However, listen, I know plenty of liberals. I got plenty of progressives and leftists in my chat, and let's just say they're not exactly mourning Charlie Kirk right now.
No,
they might not be
no.
saying oh yeah, assassinations are awesome, but they're not exactly broken up about it either.
Well, you also got the Free Luigi movement, Luigi Mangione, and you got The problem is it's not, and I get that we are being sort of led by the media, and we're certain things are being sensationalized, and that's going to skew our public perception. But what you want to do is you just want to, like I said, you want to make sure that you're not getting into some groupthink mentality where you say, oh, but the other side does it too. I'm telling you that if there is any right-wing violence, I will call it out, and I will say it's absolutely garbage, awful. A lot of my platform is calling out the right. It's calling out the far right. So I just want more people on my side to do that, but I also want people on the left side to do the same thing.
And while we're in a moment, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to shut down the tomato side, and you can catch the raid over to the gauntlet, or I'm dropping the link into the chat. Up to you which way you want to go, but you need to do it now because the tomato is shutting down. Thank you. And while I'm doing that, the super chat says Vance Bolter said he unalived the Hortmans because they voted to hurt his friends in Palestine. Saying this dude was a conservative is fundamentally delusional. Would either of you?
Okay, I'm gonna call bullshit. Okay, go to the fucking Wikipedia summary of it. The thing that was in his possession was a list of 70 Democratic pro-abortion activists, and that's who he was going to hit. And when he was caught, he said that he was ordered to do so by Tim Walz. Tell me that that is not a motivation to almost exclusively hurt Democrats.
That's hypocrisy.
So he was a Tim Walz aide.
So he did it because of Tim Walz, is what you're saying, who is not
No,
right-wing.
I'm not. I'm saying that he said that to cops in order to hurt Tim Walz. He claimed Tim Walz gave him directions in order to murder 70 Democrats.
Yeah, you also have the shooter that said that he was inspired by Candace Owens and the right wing, like he wrote, racist.
Yeah, I don't trust
and Spyro the Dragon.
Yeah, so I don't think that we should ever take the word of the person that commits the act like seriously, where it's like, oh, why did you do it? And it's like, oh, because blah blah, and it's like, oh, there you go.
Wait, hold on. But we can take the Charlie Kirk assassin seriously, right? I would take him seriously.
He hasn't said anything, but what I would say is you
we got the text messages.
He's admitted to it in Discord as well.
No. Again, yes, right. I think that you should take it into consideration, but when you also have, I'm not saying that you should dismiss. What I'm saying is when you have somebody that's mentally ill. Like, for instance, when you saw the text messages from the Charlie Kirk assassination, somebody was like, this doesn't look natural. And I'm like, it probably doesn't look natural because that's a crazy person who would shoot somebody, right? It's like you're trying to like rationalize it as a sane person. It's an insane person.
But if I may, when is it not common practice for the left to affirm all levels and all tiers of mental illness? The average conservative will address mental illness in the objective way, but in the left's opinion and perspective that we are sociopathic when it comes to mental health, right? But here we are using Wikipedia to affirm a stance on a person who, let's even call it a manic state for a while. This person had.
Okay, but if he
you
was
ask Misfit for source code on everything he says, it's just complete hypocrisy.
If we were to, so number one, you would have to prove that the information was inaccurate. Number two, if we're going off of the logic that this is like a binary political shooting, or even just like a straight schizophrenic, if you want to say he's a straight schizophrenic, I'm not going to fight you that much, right? However, that doesn't mean he's not politically motivated. If somebody is going to be assassinating a bunch of abortion providers, I'm assuming that they don't like abortion. If somebody's going to be assassinating exclusively Democrats, then I'm going to assume that they don't like Democrats. So I don't feel like this is that big of a logical jump. And by the way, I will extend this logic to the other side. A lot of my chat copes and they say, oh, it's a Groyper accelerationist. That's who took out Charlie Kirk, where I've told them dozens, maybe hundreds of times, no, he took out a right-wing person. He lives with a trans person. He might even be dating a trans person. He's trying to defend the honor of trans people. He might not be like a Marxist or something, but he's at least logically a progressive.
Yeah, I agree.
We're using logic when he was actually dating a furry or someone who identifies as such.
No,
so
it's a trans person.
I mean, right-wing people do schizophrenic sex shit too, but I would say that 9 out of 10 times a furry is going to be a
if
lefty.
it's a duck, why not listen
Well,
to the
there's also the testimony.
I think it's a duck. I think it quacks.
There's a testimony from a friend of his. A testimony from a friend of his and his family. And his family both said that he was extremely left. He was getting way more political and leaning left. So this is kind of conversation is kind of over. Just accept that he was on the left.
I'll criticize Steven too, but everybody accuses me of being a fucking Steven dick rider or whatever. One of the arguments that I find very not compelling from Steven right now is he's saying, oh, he was raised by conservatives.
Yeah.
I'm
Isn't
sorry.
this
that
all
doesn't-
just a blame game?
How many leftists do we know came out of hyper conservative households and became extreme leftists in reaction to their upbringing?
Elon Musk.
That
Stephen Bonnell the second.
Crazy. That does not feel like a sincere argument.
Another new account says, I can't believe I'm saying this, but win Misfit. Kissy Cat.
See, bro, I'm helping you out.
Sorry, Sarah, but I honestly
Yeah,
don't really agree with Misfit, and I saw
hold your thought just a second. Let me get through just a couple super chats, and you'll take over from there. Kissy Cat says CP went to college. More proof that college is a scam. R.I.P. Charlie Kirk. And Lord of the Nerds says, Sarah, we are way past I don't know, and CP needs to respond to the Electoral Reform Act of 2022 and the completely legal Trump January 6th plan that needed all three Democratic branches to agree. F your norms. Dems knelt to BLM Antifa traitors.
I know.
Shit, go.
I could
I hear keyboards in the background.
Yeah, whoever's typing like a wild man.
Are you typing with your microphone?
Yeah, I was bashing the whole thing on the keyboard.
But I mean, in honor of
I
Charlie
forgot to
Kirk,
mute it. That's my fault.
didn't Charlie Kirk speak of the indoctrination that the most common liberal arts colleges, to include many others, I would put Harvard in there, that have been grooming our children to believe this CRT, DEI, all affirming there is no morality type narrative? Like, how has Charlie Kirk ever been wrong?
Like, we should listen to people who never went to college to tell us what college is.
Why are you using the word grooming? Like, what the fuck is this?
I mean, think about it. Why did Charlie Kirk say college is a scam? That was his whole speech.
Because he wants working class schlucks to not send their kids to college, so only rich people go to college. No offense, but every conservative media pundit who says that working class kids shouldn't go to college, all of their kids are going to college. So that's a fucking grift.
Right.
Now, hold on. I want to address what you said, though. So you were saying that the left-wing colleges, universities, or whatever are indoctrinating kids into DEI, trans agenda, CRT, whatever. Okay, but I'm gonna say, like, listen, you can't just label something a left-wing idea and then dismiss it wholly. The same way that I can't just say that's fascist and then dismiss it wholly. If you actually want to convince people who already believe these ideas, then you need to understand the ideas in order to criticize them. I hate CRT, I hate DEI, but I understand it at least, so I feel like I can criticize it better.
My argument is, as a TikTok debater, I'm sorry, but I'll admit that I am. I've seen the most power the highest power I've seen is called the mute button, and the ability to silence an opposing view.
Like that?
Exactly, right? In the real world. You see?
Yo, she just did it to you as a meme. That was fucked up.
Ariana said God is a woman, and she is right now. And that's the reality. Right? When you're a moderator or a live creator like Sarah, you have the ability to silence any voice. Unfortunately, we have individuals that cannot handle that objective truth, right? Truth hurts. So instead of having a mute button, he carved a bullet. We cannot escape from that fact that as a collective, we need to tone things down or identify that not everyone can have these conversations.
Okay, but getting shot doesn't make you right about everything. Okay, and so this is where I would say that Charlie Kirk said some fucked up shit that I don't agree with. One of them that I can bring off the top of my head is, for instance, he was like, hey, I used to make jokes that if you were gay in Gaza, they would throw you off of rooftops. Well, guess what? They don't have any rooftops anymore. Lol.
I think that's a
fucking asshole.
I want to give Vapor.
funny.
I want to
That's still
give
funny.
Vapor the opportunity because I did skip him earlier. If I know you're heading out, did you want to pose a
Sorry about that.
question and then maybe give your final thoughts too, as well, or however you want to do it?
Oh, I
Sorry,
didn't really have a question, but I do want to say one thing about the whole college indoctrination thing, which like that is true. That this has happened. They've Soviets, commies or whatever, back, I think an ex-KGB member admitted to this in an interview in 1984. They, yes, we're in your education system now.
Yuri Bezmenov, Yuri Bezmenov.
Yeah, and so this stuff has been seeded. It could have been any ideology. That's how our school systems were based. It's made to indoctrinate people and get them to do. It was meant for assembly work and stuff like that. The industrialists wanted our school system to be this way, so they just co-opted it. So while what he's saying, it can be a bit hyperbolic to a degree, but like it is true. There are definitely professors who are just there to just indoctrinate you. They don't care about anything else. They just want you to have some sort of idea, be implanted, and these people who come out of those colleges will be the next teachers, which is why you get it trickling down into the lower educations.
Yeah, I want to address you directly because I think I can actually bolster your argument, okay? So there was this guy named Gramsci in the early 20th century who saw that all the communist revolutions were happening in feudal societies and not capitalist societies. And so he wondered why that was. And the theory that he came up with was that capitalist societies have cultural reinforcement through culture, the state, law enforcement, military, the church, family. And so what he advocated for, I believe the term is like the long march through the institutions. And so what he said is that you needed to take left-wing philosophy, you needed to infiltrate academia, you needed to infiltrate culture, and you needed to slowly warp culture to be more amenable to left-wing ideology. That way you could have a successful socialist or communist revolution. But I want to point out that from their own perspective, socialists and communists believe that they are freeing the working class of the world. They think that the bourgeois, the people who own every single company, have enslaved all of us and propagandized us to be willing slaves. And so it requires a cultural and economic revolution for us to throw off our own shackles. So what I'm saying is, if you want to call that out, it's not sufficient to say, left-wingers have, infiltrated academia in order to push their own agenda. You have to tell them why they're wrong about socialism and why they're wrong about communism.
Oh yeah, true. I was just pointing out that like what Charlie Kirk is saying, essentially that it is the institutions are, indoctrinating who they're teaching, essentially. Like that is true, is all I was saying.
And this is all backed up by verifiable, follow the money, research and investigation on,
all right, I'm gonna head out.
Who is
funding
these colleges. $200 billion over the past, I think it's like 10, 15 years to colleges from places like Qatar, places like China. China has, billions, but not 200. It's if you really just follow the money. And by the way, I would argue that colleges take a back seat to social media. I think that, the TikTok psyop, which I think is probably the most destructive psyop that has infiltrated and influenced our youth, when they were praising the letters to America from Osama bin Laden, is more dangerous than the college institutions, but the college institutions are still a problem. And that's what he was talking about with Yuri Bezmenov.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, since the one dude donated the money, but his question didn't get answered, can I go back to the one super chat asking about the ECA, because I'm a fucking nerd for this stuff. So the reason that the Electoral Reform Act of 2022 doesn't matter is because the Eastman plot was to violate the Electoral Count Act. So why would passing another piece of legislation have any effect on that when the original plan was just to break the law in the first place? So
well, how do you?
There's not a law against the electorates actually picking the candidate that their constituents did not vote for democratically, though.
Yes,
technically they can actually place their vote for whoever they want because they are the representative of the state.
Sure, yeah. The problem was
he just didn't take. He wasn't trying to take that approach.
So it was a
stop. What they were asking him to do was bypass congressional debate.
No,
what was a violation of the ECA.
What the Electoral Reform Act was a stopgap to a legal avenue that Donald Trump could use. Like I said, that has been used a couple times in the past, where they have alternate electors are a legal avenue that you can go down to challenge an election. Of course they are, right?
So the reason that it was illegal was because Eastman was saying, hey, instead of actually giving this debate to Congress to certify the electors, what we need to do is, Pence, you need to unilaterally decertify these electors.
No, but
that's why he admitted in the first Eastman and the second Eastman memo that they were openly conceding that this is a viation of the ECA, but that it was constitutional to break it. That was the whole point.
When you say unilaterally, it's not true, right? What Trump was asking was, under this law that we already have, right, which is it's a legal avenue to challenge an election. I want you to do it. And Pence said,
That's
Penn
not
said,
true.
hold on, but Penn said, I don't agree with you. And he didn't do it. And then Trump said, okay, well, I mean, I don't like what just happened, but I'm going, now that I've exhausted all avenues, I'm going to step down. And when we got 4 years of Joe Biden, what I'm saying is, if it was,
that day. He said no while people were
I can call it hypothetical to
There's a super
one at a time. I think
There's a
Rinald was
super
originally.
easy. Thank you, Sarah. There's a super easy way to cut all of this. I mean, Eastman literally emailed Greg Jacob directly, who was Mike Pence's legal counsel, asking for a minor violation of the Electoral Count Act. Like that's a verbatim quote from them. Like there was never ever any contest from the Trump administration that they were trying to break the Electoral Count Act, which was passed by Congress. So passing another piece of legislation to clarify language of a law that they were trying to break in the first place just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, well,
there's no the
well,
ECA
hold on.
22
So
doesn't do anything.
if I could answer, because I think that super chat was directed to me. They were like, "Oh, you don't know the ECA?" Like, okay, so just off of a cursory research of reading an article, okay, the summary effectively says that they wanted to clarify that the vice president's role is not to like certify or decertify the slates. It's to take them as is. And so they effectively said that the legal theory that Donald Trump or his sycophants were arguing under is not valid. They cannot do it in the future. And that's why they passed the law.
And hey,
Well,
that's a
also
good argument.
It also changed the procedure by which you object to electors. So instead of having like one representative and one senator, you needed like more senators and more representatives. I think it was like a preponderance of
here's the deal.
votes in order to object to it.
They did everything by the book. Trump did everything by the book. They did everything by the book to stop them. They came out on top. Hold on. They came out on top, and they followed procedure, and I am okay with what they did. Is
it normal procedure to throw a fucking? Is it normal procedure to encourage a protest to go to fucking Congress to yell at the fucking vice president under threat of violence in order to participate in a novel legal theory? That's procedure.
What did Donald Trump say? March peace.
Hold on. The election is stolen.
A liberal would
the
never.
Republic is on the verge of death.
Dude, you sound
We're
like a
all
fucking
about to be
liberal.
overtaken by Marxist, fascist, authoritarian nightmare.
Yeah, and he said,
we're all about to
and
be
he said, "Go
anally
peacefully
raped by
protest," and
Joe
that's what we
Biden
did.
and Kamala Harris,
You
but
sound like
also
Destiny.
protest peacefully.
By the way, we should never
It was
concede.
peaceful. It
we
was
should
mostly peaceful. I was there.
Until it wasn't.
We should never
Until
ever
it was.
concede the framing
There
that
was
this was a novel
400,000
legal
people
theory.
standing outside.
All
They
right,
didn't
when
do
you all
anything.
start talking over each other, I talk money. Jess Gerald sending 20 gauntlet memberships out into those lucky lottery winners. Congratulations. Not Salmon Fish says techno-feudalism, fixation on metal and resource scarcity, iron deficient from menstruation, creates heat instead of ATP in mitochondria, creates debt.
Where
That's a
does
whole
the
nother
pollen
book.
go?
Also says, so it's 10 times orgasms because pregnancy is dangerous when iron deficient and myelination.
Myelination, yep.
Is this chick hitting on me?
Neurotransmitter
Yeah, I don't know what's
production,
happening.
fetal
Guess so,
development,
bro.
and IQ. And then that is correct. Spinach cures wokeism. The View is happy now. Everything is solved forever. Oops.
Popeye was
Anyways.
right.
Send her my number.
Okay.
Eat steak.
And just a kind reminder to the chat, I do have plenty of people backstage waiting to come on, but the only way they get on here is if you boot someone for a measly cheap $10. You can boot anyone off the panel except for Misfit and Counterpoints, of course. And you know what? I just realized there's beard on beard violence going on tonight.
There is. I'm gonna stick around until half past, so 21 more minutes.
I'll do the same. It's stupid of me, but I'll do the same. And then also, listen, I want to point out, okay? A lot of people say I'm a liberal. A lot of say I'm a progressive or a leftist, but a fucking liberal doesn't grow this kind of beard, okay?
No.
They don't grow this kind of beard. They don't grow this kind of beard. Listen, tell me a
Look,
prominent
there's some
liberal
libtards
who
with
has
some
this
decent
kind of beard.
beards, all right?
Only
Tell
a
me a
liberal
liberal.
would say I'm
Any
not
liberal
Like
who has a
half
beard.
of the guys who do that whole like beard competition where they grow it out and they do all the shapes.
You know
all
who
those
you
guys
look
are
like?
libtards,
You know who
all
you
right?
look like? You look like
You're a
Jolly-
classic.
You look
You're
like
a classic
Jolly-
liberal.
You look like
I
Jolly.
think I look like fat Russell Crowe.
You
but
look
that's
like
okay.
Jolly Good Ginger, who is a hardcore liberal.
Okay.
You're a classic liberal.
It's mostly memeing. Oh, so I'm a monarchist. Awesome.
So counterpoint. It's at least laughable that
You're a
one
monarchist,
wouldn't argue that
based.
a leftist would be against, inciting a protest, right? It's pretty common knowledge that leftists incite protest, right?
I don't think anybody said leftists don't incite protest.
No.
Leftists love protests. It's one of their
Yeah,
favorite things to do.
So why make an argument about what Trump, I guess, in your words, tried to incite within his people?
So I'll try to steel man this question. So, in my opinion, if you're trying to exhaust all legal avenues, then you're exhausting it through lawyers. They're going to courtrooms. They're making arguments in front of judges, right? There is no need to involve members of the public to pressure people to take some kind of action that you want. So for me, I think that if you wanted to say that it was a legal process, that should be a fucking lawyer or a representative in a courtroom,
the First
not pressuring a protest to go pressure the vice president of the United States.
Hold on, the First
That's
Amendment,
fucking
the
crazy.
First Amendment, the right to peaceful assembly, right? And Donald Trump encouraged people to be peaceful. He encouraged people to exercise their First Amendment.
Like, I want to argue with you, but we're so far down that rabbit hole. I don't even think
it's like saying we can never.
Guys, can I interrupt for just a second? Guys, hold on. I have to interrupt for just a sec because Sarah's doing me a favor, and I just wanted to ask my roundtable question from before. I wanted to ask counterpoints. Are you a godly man? Do you read the Bible at all?
I'm a deist. I believe in the creator of the universe. Whether or not he communicates with humanity, I'm doubtful.
Okay. So the reason I'm asking this is I don't know if you read the scriptures at all. Like if that's
I went to church every single Sunday from 0 to 18. I've read substantive parts of the Bible. I understand shitloads of scripture. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you believe it's valid within a legal framework? The Bible.
The Bible is valid. Sorry, can you ask that again?
Like within a legal framework.
I think he's asking if you agree that the laws of man and the laws of God are interchangeable.
Is it more valid than Wikipedia?
Hold on. So I don't know if I'm answering your question, but I'm going to try.
Yeah.
I think that 3,000 years ago, people meditated, they starved themselves, and they did hallucinogenic drugs. They had revelations about moral philosophy. They wrote down the histories of their people and moral philosophy, and that is like the foundation upon which modern law is built.
I agree. That's a great position to have. I believe our principles, our values, our ethics are built upon those values that they originated, and then philosophers throughout the history have gained the ideas to create basically a better legal framework. Now, one thing that I do know about Psalm 11:5 that is that the God of the Bible, it says that he hates violence. He hates those who love violence. And then in fact, it says later in 11:7, it says that he loves justice, right? These are two diametrically opposed views, justice and violence. This is the reason why I wanted to come up here. I understand that within the legal framework that we have now, we have the right to self-defense, but it does not line up as justification, not according to God's law. Yeah,
okay.
You agree with that?
Hold on. So I just want to point this out to you because you're asking earnestly about scripture. So the issue that I have, the reason why I'm not a religious literalist, is because specifically, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't Psalms written by David and Solomon and shit? Yeah. So David and Solomon wrote these passages, but they wrote it like a generation or two after the conquest of Israel. And as a part of I think the book of Samuel, by the way, they called for the complete eradication of the Amalekites. And so they killed the men, the women, the children, the livestock. The prophet even chastised Israel for failing to slaughter the livestock. Now, I could understand that what they're really saying when God abhors those who enjoy violence. What he's saying is that you should not be zealous in violence. Blood should not come first. Diplomacy should come first. I could steel man that argument, but I feel like this is kind of where I'm not a religious literalist, because I think Samuel the prophet, or whoever the prophet was in the book of Samuel, he was interpreting God's will through the flawed lens of his own humanity. And that's what I think that religion oftentimes is we're trying to understand the eternal. We're trying to understand the moral. We're trying to understand all that stuff, but we do this through the flawed frame of human understanding.
Fair enough.
I'll fucking nailed it, dude. You actually nailed that.
Yeah, I leave it at that. And thank you so much, Sarah. And I'll head to the back. Thank you so much, Sarah.
Thanks, Clay.
I wanted to kick in. I haven't spoken, and I wanted to address both counterpoints and mafia, if Sarah allows it.
Misfit,
yeah, sure. And just a quick shout out. Rob's backstage. Oh, never mind. They already got it. Here we go. Kay, you heading to the back. Rob's coming out. Go ahead, Ditso.
So, okay, thank you for having me once again. I've been busy. I have not been online for a long while. I want to address this from the perspective of Latin American. I want to say this. Leftism is a joke in the United States. Compared to what we have lived in Latin America, in reality, this whole conversation, I found it absurd. Political violence in the United States for the past, out of the 250 years of life as a republic, more than half of your time you've spent it in political violence. You're not that different from Latin America. Fact of the matter is that today's shooter, this Tyler Robinson versus Vance Volter, the guy who killed the Minnesota lawmakers, it's just two examples of what has continuously been done. To be sincere, the Red Scare, the McCarthy era type of thing that is returning to the United States, now being led by a president such as Donald Trump, who's clearly showing that he does not care about freedom, respect of the Constitution, respect of the democracy and the republic in itself. It's something that is comparable to what we already have in Latin America with Daniel Ortega, Bukele, Maduro, and so many others that I could give in, Milei, etc. So fundamentally, in this sense, is that, hey guys, guess what? You're not different from Latin America. You're not the best country in the world. You're just like
Fuck that.
Fuck you. Yeah, we are.
Get him the fuck out of here.
Get the fuck out of here.
Donald Trump's going to leave. Donald Trump's going to leave in 2028. There's a 99% chance that he's going to leave. He's not going to be as bad as Pinochet. He's not going to be as bad as Bukele. He's not going to be as bad as Maduro. He's not going to be as bad as half of the tin pot dictatorships that have dominated Latin America.
Yeah, it's not
fundamentally rejected.
You guys have the cartels are skinning people alive. And they're
Counterpoint. You seem very confident. You seem very confident that Donald Trump is going to leave in your response to Dan Disto. But you also just argued that Donald Trump is going to remain a dictator. So which is
no. See, you misunderstand.
One more terms.
No, you misunderstand. So you, Misfit Patriot, as much as I feel like you're coping about Trump, as much as I feel like you're coping about 2020, et cetera, you told me the reason why the Republic is going to endure. And it's because as a conservative, your loyalty is greater to the Constitution than it is to Donald Trump. And I think there are more of you than there are of the neo-monarchist, fascist, techno-feudalist dickheads.
You couldn't qualify that even with
Donald Trump. If Donald Trump in 2028 said, "Hey, guess what, guys? I'm Xi Jinping. I'm dictator for life," then I think I could go to you and say, "Hey, bro, we didn't see eye to eye before, but we're not letting the republic fall."
Fair enough. Yeah. No, you're right about that.
How can you qualify that there aren't men like Misfit?
In Spanish that says when somebody says something like you said, we don't know what the future may bring. Que se te haga profeta y no jetón. May time
hey, this
make
is America,
okay? And not a liar.
Let me address your earlier question, if you don't mind. Right. So you said that Donald Trump is no different than Maduro and Bukele,
Pinochet or Bukele.
Yeah. So what I would say that the difference is between the two nations, right, with Latin America and America, is the United States Constitution, the checks and balances that are in this country to prevent something like that happening. See, Bukele started espousing right-wing authoritarianism, and he started getting a lot of popularity for it. People actually liked it. They espoused to it. They were like, "This is great. We're arresting people without due process. We're cleaning up the streets and this, that, and the other." And then it was quickly realized that what was happening was essentially the antithesis of right the people that he was trying to fight against. He was just becoming, and then they started to investigate him and they overthrew him. So even in your Latin America, where I would argue it's a lot easier to get away with authoritarianism, they put a check on him. So it's even easier for us.
So I just want to address that. In the last 200 years in Latin America, there's been over 200 constitutions. Every time a regime change happened, new constitution, because we're all republics.
Mm-hmm.
the same things that you were saying are the same things I heard.
Wait, how many
That's
constitutions
it. Hold on,
have there
but
been in America?
that's the
Wait, you
difference.
just spent that whole time saying
Hold on.
that America was just like the South
Also,
America,
can
and
I
then you're like,
hold on.
"There's
Yeah.
200 constitutions."
That's the difference between
You
America.
rewrite
We
a
are
constitution
Colombia.
every time someone takes power.
We are one of the one of the youngest countries with the oldest constitutions because our constitution prevents you from taking the constitution from the country.
But
That's
Dan
the
Dito,
difference.
what country are you from? Can I ask?
I'm from Costa Rica, and usually I'm mobilized throughout Mexico down to Argentina and the Caribbean.
Okay, I'm just going to share something real quick. You're probably going to hate it, but that's totally fine. I think that the American Republican system is strong enough in order to survive Donald Trump. I think that we will survive Donald Trump. I think that we will have a peaceful transfer of power in 2028. Even if it's J.D. Vance, I still think that we're going to survive as a republic. And I also think that Simón Bolivar, I was totally unfamiliar with the history of Simón Bolivar, but I feel like he shared a lot of Enlightenment values, a lot of constitutional values, a lot of like American values or like North American values. And I would actually view it as our job, instead of constantly invading the Middle East and North Africa, it's actually our job to prop up Latin America and basically make it less shitty over time.
We need to liberate South America.
I was interrupted before I concluded it yet. The point being here is that the same things that you mentioned, Misfit Patriot, in regards of the check and balances of our constitutions, have been repeated over and over again, and shit hit the fan, and we got the Maduros, we got the Bukeles, we got the Pinochets, etc. Counterpoints, I do sincerely hope that you're right.
Yeah, so the thing
sincerely
is, I don't know how your constitution is structured. What I do know is the American Constitution is structured so you can't easily destroy it. That was the #1 foundational principle when they were writing it, where it was very hard for anybody to come in and just pick it apart. Like,
I'm a scholar of I'm a constitutionalist. That's one of my major areas in law that I graduated on. I did a thesis on a comparative analysis on constitutions from Canada down to Argentina plus the Caribbean. That analysis actually showed that a constitution like the United States of 250 years with less than 27 amendments with very few changes is actually one of the most confusing constitutions to apply. On the other hand, where you had the examples of Mexico, where it had about 10 constitutions and then it fell in, the possibility of changing that constitution every 25 years, 50 years, gave a more concise way of how to form a republic.
I'm not trying to be shitty here, right? I really am not. But since the founding of America, America has only gotten better, and I would argue that with the constant changing of Mexico and other countries that have constantly changed their constitution, changed leadership, changed the rules, they have only gotten worse and worse. America is something that all other countries kind of espouse to be. So I think that our Constitution, our founding document, is the strongest example of why we are what we are.
Why is everyone making me agree with Misfit Patriot?
So you got somebody booted you to the back, so you have to hold the thought, okay?
Yeah. So Misfit, if I can interject just briefly, and I'll let you guys continue. Does he believe that all Americans are just congruent in their ideology? So this is like a gotcha of America being just like every other country, like.
No,
I think he unironically said that, like, oh, North Americans are not that much better than Central and South America.
Yeah,
he
did say that. Yeah, like I'm the opposite of many people on this panel.
I think the point that he was trying to make, where he kind of had a self-own moment there, where he was like, okay, well, I've researched the Constitution that has been changed multiple times, like over double digits, and it actually is, it's way less confusing than your Constitution. So I mean, this is obviously better. And I'm like, well, I mean, we're not run by the cartel, so I guess good luck with your Constitution. Like, I don't know. Like,
hey Connor, give me the Cliff Notes version of why extra legal violence is sometimes justified.
Here we go.
There's a dozen historical examples that I cited, including slavery, Nazi Germany, the Civil War of the United States, where extra legal violence was moral but not legal. And then also, like within the context of, let's say, hypothetically, Trump became a dictator in 2028, then I think it would be moral to engage in extra legal violence, even if it was declared illegal.
If there was a leader, if there was a no, you can't, Nacho. Let me answer here. If we actually saw that there was a leader, right, that engaged in some of the most heinous crimes imaginable, right, and he wasn't being held accountable by the legal system, would it be morally justified to use extra legal violence against him?
Yeah, if you had a dictator who wasn't being held accountable, then yeah.
Well, what would make someone a dictator? What if they were in office and you knew that they committed these heinous crimes, but they weren't being held accountable? Would that make them a dictator?
I don't think so. I think it would be more like the authoritarian nature of the government.
Okay, so then if they aren't a dictator, but they've committed this grotesque, heinous crime, and people knew it, and it was evident, and they weren't being held accountable, would extra legal violence be justified?
No.
Okay, can you explain what the difference would be?
Yeah. So for instance, like the reason why I would put dictatorship or some shit like that at a higher tier. So I'm just going to cite an example. Bill Clinton was probably friends with Jeffrey Epstein and raped underage girls in the 80s and 90s.
Word.
Sorry, I'm
Now
describing
you're
our
on a
current
different
political
channel.
now.
You're on a different
He had
channel now.
non-consensual
Ruin both channels.
Can you like pivot any harder and just answer Rob's question? Like, why default to
What are you
that?
talking about? I'm giving an example.
Yes, we
How
understand.
is this a dodge if I'm giving
what
an example?
Hold
What are
on,
you
hold
talking
on.
about?
Just be
not.
mindful of the words because the words cause flags. The flags bring attention. We don't want that kind of attention. Be mindful of your words. PDF, grape, essay, Yahtzee.
Homophobic slurs that you say 12 times and get someone's channel banned for 30 days.
You know, oh, you got banned for a week. Go jerk.
Okay,
yourself.
30 days. You got a week. I got 30 days for you saying homophobic slurs 12 times.
Okay. Well, then don't talk to me, Rob. Easy solution right there.
Well,
so anyways,
I would love to, except no one's capable of pushing back against your bullshit. So I guess I.
Why would anyone engage you at that point?
I don't think you're capable
just
of
met
dealing
you
with my
tonight.
bullshit either, there, Rob. But anyway, sorry. Your
I
question
also think
was
it's bad to
whether
say
or not
homophobic
if
slurs.
the judicial system is incapable of dealing with somebody, is it possible, or is it just or moral in order to engage in extra legal violence yourself?
Correct.
I'll actually. So hold on. So I think actually I'm going to change my answer a little bit. It's context dependent. So for instance, in a failed state like Colombia, in reference to what's that guy's name? Somebody help me. The major coke dealer who ran for Congress.
Maduro?
No,
Maduro.
he did a terrorist bombing.
Oh,
whatever. We'll accept whoever you're saying. I don't know.
No,
his
they
name.
did Narcos. They did the guy from Narcos.
Pablo Escobar.
Pablo
Oh,
Escobar.
Thank you.
Escobar,
Okay,
there
okay,
we go.
okay. So let's say Pablo Escobar was a congressman who was running a mafia-style vigilante terroristic organization. Then yeah, absolutely, extrajudicial violence is warranted. I think Los Pepes in Colombia effectively did nothing wrong.
But
However, if the crime, for instance, is Bill Clinton, Bill Gates, and Donald Trump allegedly, engaging with underage women with whom they did not have positive consent, then I don't think there's enough evidence in order to do something about that.
But wait, you don't think it's allegedly? You think that actually happened?
Oh, yeah, I would put dollars to donuts that happened. Yeah.
Okay, so do you think that it would be morally justified that if there was a person that thought that their president committed the most heinous crime possible against a child, that they should take matters into their own hands?
Hold on. So
That's a simple
I swear to God, I'm not trying to dodge. Your question is so vague. I don't.
No, I'll make it. Let me be specific. No problem. Do you think it would be morally justified? It's a word that starts with P that you use a lot. Do you think it would be morally justified if a president did that, right, and was not being held accountable to the law, that someone would say that is such a heinous crime that I will take matters into my own hands?
I do not think that DJT should be smoked for his alleged crimes in reference to Epstein.
But
if that's
alleged.
what
No,
you're saying.
let me finish. You're saying alleged. What if someone was certain that he did them?
Oh yeah.
Are you certain that he did them?
No.
Oh, but you say it all the time.
I'm putting it. Hold on. I'm putting it at a very high probability, and as a matter of fact, I almost guarantee you that if you turned off your tribal brain for 3 seconds, if a Democrat had similar evidence in reference to them, you would be as confident as I am.
Like Destiny?
No, like hold on. No. We need to not meme. We need to be serious. So, do you think that Stephen's crimes, alleged crimes, are as serious as the alleged crimes of Donald Trump?
It depends on what you're alleging. I haven't heard anyone allege that he had inappropriate fornication with children other than you.
Okay, so
even the alleged victim said that they had.
So hold on.
You said he is a P blank blank blank. You said it over and over again.
No. I said that other people were saying that. I didn't.
No bullshit.
No, you
That's
said it
bullshit.
earlier.
You said that over and over.
Misfit's making his exit.
that
Do you have any final words, Misfit?
No, listen, this was great. Thank you for the conversation. And yeah, I'll see you later.
Okay.
Bye, Misfit. Have a
see you,
wonderful
buddy.
evening.
Later.
All right.
You're really, real quick, just to clarify, you're really denying that you never called Donald Trump that word.
Oh, no, 100% I called Donald Trump that. I thought you were talking about
you just
Steven.
said you didn't. You said
I thought
other
you were
people
talking
have
about
alleged
Steven.
it.
No, use proper nouns and I'll understand what you're saying.
Everybody else understood what I was saying. I said
Okay, well,
Trump.
I didn't, so sorry. So,
I thought your IQ was really high.
I'm capable of answering your question, so you don't need to spurg out about it, okay? So, hold on. Do you want to talk about Steven or do you want to talk about Donald Trump?
I want to talk about your claims that Donald Trump, that you believe that he is that.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so let's talk about them. So these are the facts that are not in dispute, okay? Jeffrey Epstein in the 80s, 90s, and early thousands recruited teenage girls into a trafficking operation, okay? And he had parties in three locations that we know of. One of them was a private jet known as the Lolita Express. One of them was the island. The other one was a penthouse in New York. Okay? Those are the three places. All of this has been confirmed by Jeffrey Epstein's own convictions. The people who have associated with Jeffrey Epstein include Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, and Alan Dershowitz. Alan Dershowitz, who is the lawyer who got Jeffrey Epstein.
Call him that right now. Call Dershowitz that right now.
I'm not done yet. I'm painting a picture. You can wait. Alan Dershowitz himself wrote an op-ed in the 1990s arguing for reduction of the age of consent to the age of 14. And Virginia Giuffre said that underage, she had multiple times sexual relations with Alan Dershowitz.
Okay, call him that. Okay. Call him it.
Okay.
Call him
What's that?
Call him that word. Go ahead, call him it right now.
Well, I don't want to because Sarah said that it's a bad word. But I will say Alan Dershowitz is likely a
No, don't say likely.
PDF
Go to X
employer.
right now and write it. Go to X right now and say Alan Dershowitz is a blank.
Don't say
Okay, sure.
it. Just
And then we'll
you
see.
can say
Maybe
it
Alan,
without.
maybe he'll take. Maybe
I want to point out. Can I point out that Ryan?
Are you
and
really
Dave-
going over to X to do it?
Yeah. It's
true. So as he gets,
leftist-
I'll say this.
So
as he says
big.
this, I haven't heard nothing he said there had
They have
anything
the
to do with
puppies.
Donald Trump, had any proof whatsoever that Donald
Well, I
Trump
was
did
getting
anything with underage children. You're not going to be able to prove that case. It's just, this is all just
I'm just
deflection.
going off of evidence
this
that's
is
entirely likely.
This is all
Hold
just
on.
projection. This is all just projection. And
It's
I'll
not
say
projection.
the point
It's
that
not
I
projection
made
at all.
was,
And as a
I
matter of
haven't
fact,
even.
hold on. Bill Gates. Hold on.
Projection.
Bob, have you ever read Katie Johnson's affidavit?
No. The
Well, you
woman
said it
that
was like
later
absolute
recanted.
certainty earlier.
Wait, is that the woman that later recanted?
No,
I mean,
that you're thinking
she
of Virginia
unalived
Giuffre.
herself
By
in
the way, she didn't
2016.
recant. She took a settlement from Alan Dershowitz.
I'm not, but Virginia never accused Trump of anything. That's not who Effigy was talking
Yeah,
about.
because she didn't hook up with Donald Trump.
Okay, that's
but
not
that's
who.
not-
So
you
then,
said she made a statement
why are
like
you
that earlier.
interjecting on Effigy's point about a completely another woman to talk about Virginia again?
Because it paints the picture that all of these people were hanging out with 14 to 17-year-old prostitutes and they knew they were underage and they engaged in illegal activity. Rob?
And have you seen any of the alleged victims say that Donald Trump did anything with them?
Yes.
Name.
I can find it.
Oh my God.
Johnson.
While he's finding it, Lord of the Nerd says Trump plan kicked, greater than Pence, greater than kick to the House, greater than kick to the House. Or maybe this is like
These are just arrows.
directions. Never mind.
Can I share a
all
link
three-
in the chat?
Yeah. All three Democratic branches need agree, all legal before the Reform Act. You lose, dorks. What was the legal theory for the traitor Dems kneeling to the Antifa/BLM losers?
Can I speak just a little bit? I mean, I think the part of the whole electoral, the act that passed, would have, it didn't really, it wouldn't have affected this specific situation because Pence didn't actually follow through by doing what Trump wanted him to do, right? Pence didn't actually accept that. So I think the Electoral Reform Act is supposed to stop Pence from being able to do what Trump wanted him to do. I think that was the bigger issue, right?
It was already explained to this guy why he's wrong.
Angry swear bear of the left lost. Deal with it. A Misfit one. Spell it out with crayons.
Also, I do have a question for the panel. If just real quick, it's kind of relevant to that last one. But yeah.
TOS violations are extra legal around these parts. And
True.
Harry Ludwig sending love just because. And Rob should tell the panel his. Rob should tell the panel his cup and band size and then take a 10-minute break. Oh, that's a boot. Does anybody want to negate the boot? I'll give it a minute.
I will.
I know they do.
Can I? Sorry, somebody.
While they're figuring that out,
Can I quickly
if I
ask
negate the
something
boot
about
can I
the
come back
earlier
on panel?
topic?
I don't know if I can do both.
Okay. I just want to quickly ask about the topic, the original topic of the debate. So I was under the impression that this was like with in the context of Charlie Kirk in last week's assassination.
Why would it be?
So extra. What do you mean? Why would it be?
If it was supposed to be
about that, like that's a very specific. That's a very specific thing.
Shit, like why would it?
If it was supposed to be, it should have been
assassinated, and then now we're talking about
so Minnesota lawmakers were assassinated like a couple months ago as well.
But
right, so if we had the same panel, if we had the same panel 2 months ago, whenever they were assassinated, you would probably assume the same thing, right? That it was about that.
Yes,
safe to assume that we're talking about it in that context.
I didn't get that impression.
Let's not fight about this. Let's not fight about this.
Let's not fight about this. A question.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Is that the context of the topic, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's. I was just trying.
Was the killing of Charlie Kirk justified, Connor?
No.
Do you think that conservatives should fear for their life to be in public?
No.
Do you think that you should actively work with and support someone who thinks that?
Not without criticism. No.
So as long as you criticize someone saying that, then it's legitimate that you work with them and get money and get clout from them.
I'm okay. Yeah.
Okay, so if Sarah, for example, co-hosted a show with a neo-blank, one of those people with, big fans of the Austrian painter, if she co-hosted a show with him, it made millions of dollars and promoted him and went to college campuses with him and buddied with him and introduced this gentleman to her mother and did all of those things, right? But at the end of every show, she said, by the way, I disagree with you. You'd say that's perfectly reasonable. You wouldn't question whether or not she was connected to that?
No, but I'm going to go ahead and give you a perfect counterexample, and you've already been talking for a minute, so I would like it if you indulge me a little bit. Cultured Thug is one of the most intelligent political philosophers that I have met in recent memory. He is a fascist. He believes in political corporatism, flexible authoritarianism, and political corporatism, and he believes in ethnogenesis. Okay? If Cultured Thug contacted me, because he is charismatic and he is funny, and he says, Western North Carolina needs disaster aid, and I want you to come help pass out water bottles. I'm going to and I'm going to pay for it. I'm going to Western North Carolina in order to hand out water bottles, and I don't give a fuck that he's a fascist, because the shared goal is something that I care about.
And so your goal, correct me if I'm wrong, this is what you've said, your goal working with Destiny. I've seen you give two arguments. It was like pulling teeth, but you've given them. One was because you need to work with him because it would take you 10 years to accomplish what you want in your channel without him, correct?
Yeah, yes. I work with influential people to gain influence, Rob. You do the same thing.
So you need to work with Destiny, who's saying that conservatives should fear for their lives in public so that it helps your channel accelerate faster. That's that argument.
Okay. Rob, you work with Andrew Wilson.
He hasn't said that people deserve to
die. Hold on. You are acting like working with influential people is some kind of pejorative. It's not.
It's different. Working with influential people can be something that Destiny is. He's certainly influential. But then Ted Bundy was influential. Would you have worked with him?
I asked you this on Twitter. Do you think Stephen believes in the Constitution of the United States of America?
I don't know if he believes in it or not. I would suggest strongly no.
He does.
I think strongly.
Have you thrown your lot in with a pedophile who tried to overthrow the Republic of the United States of America?
I don't believe he is. You do. Do you believe that Destiny said that conservatives should fear for their lives?
Yeah, I heard that quote.
Do you believe that Destiny is an immoral sex pest?
I think that Stephen's sex past or sex life is immoral.
Did you say that, quote, when talking about this, that no one is more sex negative than you?
Yes.
So that would imply that you find what he's done to be very egregious when it comes to his sexual activities.
No. So let's parse this. Okay. What Stephen is accused of doing, and by the way, are we still, did they kick everybody else, or are we
put us up one-on-one?
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
It's a lovely speed date for the two of you to get to know each other.
All right, it's fine. Okay. So what Stephen is accused of, which obviously I morally condemn, is he is accused of sexting a girl that he believed to be 18 or 19, who lied about her age, who created homemade pornography, shared it with him, and he shared homemade pornography with that other person. Now, on the scale of things, yes, this is bad, condemn it. I hate promiscuity. I think sharing fucking homemade pornography with random fucking people is cringe, disgusting, gross, whatever, okay? However, if you compared that to Andrew Tate, somebody who sex trafficked women and forcibly raped them, I'm not going to pretend that Stephen and Andrew Tate are the same.
Well, okay, no one would pretend those the same, but nonetheless, that doesn't force you. That doesn't force you to work with the person that you don't think's as bad as Andrew Tate. I'll ask one more specific question about Destiny's sex life. The only reason I bring it up is because you specifically said that you found it grotesque. If you would have just said, I don't believe it, or it's not a big deal to me, then I wouldn't even address it. I don't give a shit. But you're the one who said that.
You think that I can't work with people with whom I disagree vociferously about their personal lives?
Well, it's one thing to disagree with personal life. It's another thing to think someone's grotesquely immoral and work with them. I'll ask this last question. I'll ask this last question because I really find this part of it to be the least interesting part. If it does turn out that he has videos of someone who's under the age of 18 still saved on his computer, would you continue working with him because he's influential?
No, but I'm gonna go ahead and caveat that. Okay, if he had solo making allegations in November 29th of 2024, and he did not believe those allegations, and he held on to it as a part of his legal court case, and then once it was alleged with confirmed information via Kiwi Farms, he put that on a thumb drive and he says, I believe that these people were creating homemade pornography that is illegal. Here, law enforcement, do what you want with it. I think that I don't give a fuck.
The caveat on you working with him if he has underage pornographic material is
Rob. I don't want you to moral grandstand because I want you to understand this. I want you to understand this real quick.
Listen to me. I was trying to move on from the point.
There's a qualified difference between holding on to evidence related to a case and turning it over to law enforcement the second that you know it's illegal versus holding on to it for your own gratification. You understand that
there are reasons that would be different. Right? I think both reasons. I understand they can be different. It doesn't matter. The point I was trying to get is the fact that you said
Rob.
It doesn't matter if you would listen to me. Listen, Connor, I know.
This is a legal process.
Are you going to start?
Rob?
How do you know? What was the end of my sentence? I was going to say
because you're morally grandstanding. Because you're morally grandstanding. You're trying to conflate the two.
Yell a homophobic slur next. Get Sarah's channel banned too. Go ahead. Now, if you would listen, what was the sentence I was going to finish with when I was going to say it doesn't matter because all I was trying to get you to admit is there are things that Destiny could do that you would say, despite the fact he's influential, I don't want to work with him. But you wouldn't let me get that last part of the sentence out. Instead, you spurred out over and over. So now that you've admitted, now that you've admitted, now that you've came to the position, now that you've got, I understand your tactic here. I understand your tactic here, Connor. I get it. I don't give a shit. I'll keep talking to you. I understand your tactic. This is what I know you learned from your daddy, Destiny. Like, I understand this is what you do. You're just going to talk over me because you're incapable of actually listening to the point and debating. I don't give a shit. I'm not going to stop talking. I'm tired of this. You keep talking over me. You're going to allow me to finish my point. You're going to allow me to finish my point. I don't give a shit.
Boys, that's enough.
I would like to make a point.
I would like to finish my point.
One at a time.
I don't care about your point. I would like to make my point first.
All right. Listen, we're gonna go one at a time.
I have like 3 more minutes worth of shit, and then I'll leave.
One at a time.
No, I would like to make my point.
Go ahead, baby.
Go on your thing.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, if you're being good faith, you'll recognize that effectively what I'm doing is I'm consenting to an interrogation. You're speaking for 2/3 of the runtime, and then I'm answering your questions. Then you're jumping to your next question. So I'm okay with that. I'm okay with you like interrogating my values, virtues, questions, whatever. But if I have a point to make, or if I feel like you're asking a question that implies something, I'm going to interrupt you in order to point it out. And if you're not an asshole, you'll let me do it.
Okay, thank you for adding that point that you needed to get out that rubbed nothing for this whatsoever. Now that you've admitted that there's things that could be done, now that you've admitted that there's things that you could do, that someone could do that would make them, even if they were influential, you not want to work for them, I have a couple more questions. Do you consider yourself a conservative?
Yes.
And you'll acknowledge that Destiny said conservatives should fear for their lives to go in public?
Yes, I will also add to the fact, hold on, stop. I told you that you're running an interrogation and I want to answer.
Just make your point. The meta shit's irrelevant. Go.
Okay. So stop interrupting. So the entire context of that sentence, which I disagree with, which I've spent 5 hours criticizing, is the fact that he said that conservatives should fear for their lives going to public events and should fear being killed in order to pressure their leadership to turn the temperature down. That's the full context of the quote.
Yes, I understand the context of the quote. He wants people like me
and other. The context of the quote.
Let me finish. He wants people like me and people that are conservatives, including you and people in your family that presumably be conservative, to fear for their lives. And he has a rationale because he thinks they should do that because he doesn't like the way he votes. I find that to be despicable. The fact that you're willing to work with a man, let me finish, and then you can finish your point. The fact that you're willing to work with a man who said this, who said the following thing: the worst thing that could have happened was the assassin's bullet not hitting Trump, who said many times that he's tired of conservatives and wants them killed. The fact that you're willing to work with a man who said that, and your argument is, but I have to do it for clout and for money, shows the despicable character that you have.
Okay, so I would like to make a point. There are, as a matter of fact, I've made beautiful drawings. I would love it if you reacted to my drawings, Rob. I'm going to go ahead and pull one up, okay?
Oh my God.
I would argue that I was raised with probably 5 political philosophies, okay, that all are variants of conservatism that support what the Republican Party used to believe, okay? What I would argue is that it's Burkean conservatism, environmental conservatism, neoconservatism, social conservatism, and fiscal conservatism. All 5 of these philosophies have been supported by Nixon, Teddy Roosevelt, Reagan, et cetera, et cetera. I can articulate with perfect clarity how MAGA and Donald Trump have backstabbed every single one of these philosophies. Not only can I say that they have backstabbed and shit on these 5 separate philosophies, they are also contributing to deaths that maybe not you, but other people absolutely fucking laugh about with reckless abandon. Donald Trump, through the PEPFAR cuts, is projected to kill 3 million people through AIDS. He is projected to kill 11 million people through cholera, through dengue, through malaria over the next 5 years in order to save 0.16% of the federal budget. And then he slashed taxes, meaning that he didn't even save any fucking money. He just is projected to kill 14 million people. Not only that, conservatives have laughed as they have deported people without due process to a fucking gulag in El Salvador. And then they've laughed as innocent people have been tortured and raped. And so I'm not exactly in this whole fucking perspective of, oh, let me clutch my pearls because Rob's mad at me. Rob's mad at me because I'm not a Trump dick sucker. I don't give 2 fucks. I think that your movement, American Nacho, every conservative who sweeps for Trump, I think that you are fucking stupid as shit. You make the world a worse place, and I can't wait to beat you at the fucking ballot box.
Okay, so 2 things. Well, 3 things. Real
how
quick.
Are you beating us if you're just voting for the other side?
Let me respond. 1, you were hired by Progressive Victory and these other places to do a good job. How'd that work out?
No.
You beat us at the ballot box, right? Oh, wait. Good spending of that money, Progressive Victory.
Why
do you have to interrupt? I sit there and let you represent here. We folks go. You capable of controlling it? I'll talk over you again. I don't give a fuck if you're incapable of leaving me make a fucking point. It's ridiculous. You know it's ridiculous. You know it's fucking ridiculous. You know it's so stupid.
If you keep going, I'm going to play the gay. You know what?
Fireman.
I think
Don't do it, please.
You both deserve it. You both deserve the fireman. If you don't stop, I'm going to fireman both of you.
I want the fireman.
Why does
Rob finish your point?
Right, like, so I let him talk for like 3 minutes unfettered. I'd like to get my points out, right? Like, constantly, he complains about interrupting when it's only him doing it, right? Second thing that I wanted to say, all of that is a rambling nonsense that is something that's a false dichotomy. And the argument is, you find Donald Trump to be despicable, fine, great. You're allowed to think he's despicable. You're allowed to call yourself a conservative, not vote for him. 2 points, no problem. The difference is working with someone who says all of this heinous shit. Notice what Connor did was not answer for the fact that he says, yes, he disagrees with it, but Destiny did in fact say that he thinks conservatives should fear for their lives based on who they vote. He didn't answer. He didn't answer the fact that he knows Destiny said the worst thing that could have happened was that bullet killing Trump or missing Trump. He didn't answer for the fact that he said several times heinous things about wanting conservatives to die. It's not that he's voting for that guy begrudgingly. It's that he's working with him, admittedly, for money and clout. Not only is he working for him, it's not something he's doing begrudgingly. He's introducing Destiny to his family. He wants you to believe that it's like, I have to. It's me. I'm the big man. I have to get this clout and money. And I have to work with Destiny, who said all these terrible shit, because only I, Connor, and only via working through Destiny can I stop the great orange man. It's hubris, it's nonsense, and it belies what's actually happening, which is Connor wants money and clout. That's what this is about. And so he's willing to work with someone and then make these false dichotomies. But Trump's a really bad man. The last thing I'll say is this. I'll ask you this question, Connor. If you seriously believe that because of Donald Trump, 3 million people will die, would you be morally justified in taking him out?
Because, no. And the reason why is because we had a vote at the ballot box, okay? I think that while 3 million people dying from preventable disease is horrific, and the fact that you just sidestep that is repulsive to me. At the same time, I think that democracy is the worst form of governance except for all the other ones. And so what happened was you and your ilk, because you're stupid and you don't understand politics, you don't understand words, et cetera, you are, through your vote, 170 millionth guilty of that sin. I'm not guilty of that sin. That's your cross to bear. So as a result, all I can do, hold on, I'm going to make another few points. All I can do is I can advocate and fight for within the realm of politics for people to see the world that I do. And by the way, one of your points is so asinine. It's unbelievable. You're saying, oh, you didn't win this election. I guess you shouldn't participate in politics anymore. I'm sorry. When Donald Trump lost in 2020, did you give up on politics?
No, I'll answer that question. I'll answer that
point.
And let me, because there's two big super chats, I do want to read them. Connor, these are coming over, I believe, on your side. The devil says, that's weird to say, dark money enjoying Connor holding up the mirror.
Hail Satan.
And
I bind that in the name of Christ.
Loud sisters again over, pardon me.
I want to make another point when the super chats are done.
Of course you do.
Loud
yeah,
Scissor
I like
says,
talking, Rob. I'm here to talk. Oh my God,
this is your money. I want to read it for you. Loud Scissor says, Rob got blown out by Destiny over Obama, and that is why he is obsessed.
That's not true. I suggest there's one person that's probably getting blown out by Destiny, and it ain't me.
Cope more, Rod.
Cope more. Man, on target.
Okay, so this is one of the things. This is why this insult is not landing on me. Okay, is because we work within a democratic republic. And guess what clout is? Clout is popularity. Do you know what money is? Money is energy. It's the ability to take energy and spend it towards things that you believe in. So you say that I want clout. You're saying that I want popularity within a democracy. That's true. Do you know what you also say? You want money. You're right. I want money because I want energy in order to spend it on things that I care about. Not only do I want to take care of my friends and family, which I don't think you begrudge me for, but I would also love to do things. I'm in a little political group called the Real Republicans, and we're coming up with crazy ideas on what to do with this money in order to make the world a better place. So the fact that you think that I'm just snorting these fucking drugs or I'm running a second family or banging hookers, you're a fucking idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. You're criticizing something that everybody within politics does. And by the way, do you know what politics is without clout and money? Do you know what politics is without influence? It's having an opinion. I'm not interested in having an opinion. I'm interested in politics.
Okay, I'll answer this. I wonder if that group you're in with those Republicans, your super cool Republican group, if they too fear for their lives like Destiny wants when they go out, right? Won't that be great? You can't control yourself. You absolutely can't control yourself. It's pathetic.
Everybody's quiet.
Right? Like, it's absolutely pathetic. I'm not a pussy. I'm directly addressing. I come in and debate you at any time. You're the person that had to rage quit last time after spurging out homophobic slurs. You're the person that's so much of a. There you go.
While you're taking the high road, did you say something about my wife? Did you say something about my wife, Mr. Man of Honor?
Yes. Do you want me to answer?
Yeah. So don't take the high road with me, Rob. Nobody believes
it. Now, I know it's difficult.
I prefer to keep the personal stuff off the screen if we can. I don't want to hear anything about anybody's wife.
You bring my wife or you bring my family into it, you bring my honor into it, I'm going to call you the F slur. And if we were in person and you said that shit to my face, it would get personal.
Honor?
I'm going to answer this. Your wife publicly called me gay several times.
Come on,
I addressed it.
What the hell? Why are we
Would you? No, listen. I'll leave the panel. I'll just leave the panel. I'll leave the panel if this is what it's going to be. I'll leave the panel if it's what it's going to be. I can't address this. I can't. All right, we'll see. We'll see, you guys, if that's how it's going to be. But I think it's fair game. Constantly, Connor interrupts as I'm trying to talk.
He does, and I'm trying to shut it down, but nobody will shut up so that I can shut you up.
So I'm making a point. I didn't go after Connor's family just willy-nilly. I went after a person who I wasn't treating as an inferior because she came after me first. I didn't know Connor's wife. I don't care. Shut up, Rick. No one asked you. Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
You shut me up and pay
Dude, get up. Start gargling fucking Connor's nuts and shut up.
We all want to talk, please. Shut up.
Shut up.
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves,
This message is sponsored in part by.
I'll finish my point. So, if someone, I think that.
Just stop. Listen. Tone it down a little. Drop the temperature. Everybody take a deep breath. Put a bubble in your mouth if you need to. All right, Rob.
If someone, regardless of their gender, decides to call you names or enter into the debate, it is appropriate to respond in kind. That's it. She kept talking about my genitals and what I was doing with other people's genitals, and I merely made the point that she seemed oddly interested in me and genitals. If that upsets Connor, then clearly he should tell his wife that she shouldn't be making those sorts of comments. He made the homophobic slurs knowing it would get the channel banned and didn't care. Now, the point I'm trying to make is that he rage quit after that, and as he shows his cowardice here by needing to constantly interject. So I make the point that he's working with the person. Everything that he's saying here is a non sequitur. He's making the same excuse that everyone that engages in a corrupt way in politics does. I had to embezzle the money because money is power and connections, and therefore I had to do it so that I could achieve my political goals. I remind you, there's an answer that Connor could have done. He could have chosen to work with someone who's not calling for people that are Republicans to fear for their lives when they're out in public. He could have worked with someone who wasn't saying the worst thing that could have happened was the assassin's bullet missed Donald Trump, or many other things that he said like that. He chose not to because through his own hubris, he's trying to make excuses that he needs to be the one that steps up and gets this clout so he could stop Donald Trump. Of course, I'm not saying that because you lose in politics that you don't compete anymore. What I'm saying is when you sell your soul to work for people this disgusting and then you still don't win, it should cause some self-reflection. The idea of eliminating PEPFAR, this is constantly the justification that counterpoints and people like Destiny make. It's okay for us to do these heinous threats. It's okay for us to do really bad shit because our opposition's super evil. He says that he's the real conservative and Trump's not. Let me ask you this. Based on the same logic, Connor, two-part question. One, will you admit that there are many Democrats or people that call themselves Democrats or liberal or left-leaning that say that the traditional Democratic Party in the form of Joe Biden or Kamala Harris don't represent them? And second, given that, do you think that they would be justified in saying, well, we're allowed to work for people calling for the deaths of Democrats because we need to get the Democratic Party back to its rightful place?
Okay, before anybody responds,
I don't even understand how the second question is relevant.
So that we have a moment to take a deep breath. Let me read some super chats and then I'll kick it right back to you, Counterpoints. Another new account says, Jesus Christ, Counter, could you stop breaking TOS or did the Marines not teach you discipline? Marathon Kev says, Sister Sarah, shout out to you, Marathon Kev. Gavin says, Gutter Points is making beards look bad. It's probably the only thing hiding his flappy Destiny jaw when he talks. I don't think anyone can do the Destiny jaw. I think that's a thing. North, you got to let me know. Tell me in the private chat who you want to boot to bring yourself up. And then Captain says, as someone somewhere once said, and as an outsider looking in, this season of America is fucking wild. Concur. CP, don't espouse violence and gain some self-control. Marine.
You guys know what the Marine Corps does? Do you think we give people like what do you think we do? Do you think the Marines give people hugs? What are you talking about?
They save lives. don't
Hey,
take them.
don't be
Well, no, but when you do
violent.
violence, you at
You're a
least admit that
Marine.
you're willing to do the violence. You don't like be
Impeccability
cowardly
is part of
and
is part of the
like
core
you're not
tribute.
for it. You know.
I can't hear Nacho. What?
What's going on?
I said at least
Is
when
it-
the Marines do the violence, they own the shit. They don't like idly pretend like and hint at it, allude to it, but then not own it whenever you're called out on it.
Yeah, integrity is the core
What
tenet. I'm
violence
an
have
Army
I
veteran.
not owned up to?
The whole
You're not-
everything.
you have no
the whole
integrity,
debate
Counter.
tonight with Charlie Kirk and everything. You've alluded to it several times that Charlie Kirk has had it coming.
Hold on. I have no problems. I'll say it with my chest. I have no problems with fascists, communists, or jihadists getting smoked. Okay, I
Is
don't
Trump a
have any
fascist?
problem with it. No, because he's not a flexible authoritarian or
Is
political
Kirk a
corporatist.
fascist?
He's sweeping for one. Yeah, Trump is too dumb to be a fascist. But
Is
yeah,
Charlie
So someone
Kirk-
on this panel should be smoked.
Is
is what you're
wait,
saying?
sorry, is Trump what?
Was Charlie Kirk a fascist?
No.
Okay, do you think since fascists deserve the bullet, that Democrats call Trump and Charlie Kirk fascists all the time, that they're sending a message to people that would justify them killing them?
Okay.
Well, he did clarify earlier on that he did not think Kirk should have had that.
That's
happen.
fine, but that I'm asking a different
Okay,
question.
so let's answer the question. Do I think that lefties who call people fascists don't understand what the doctrine of fascism is, and that what they're trying to do is they're trying to ratchet up the temperature in order to normalize political violence? Descriptively, yes. What I would also say, though, is I could go pull up a 10-minute clip segment of Donald Trump calling Kamala Harris and Joe Biden Marxist, fascist, authoritarian communists who are going to destroy the country. And not only that, I can find a clip of Charlie Kirk saying that Joe Biden has betrayed the United States so much that he deserves to be incarcerated for life and or killed by the state. So you're pointing out the twig in my eye, and I say you have a log within your own, Rob.
No, that's not true. Let me explain why. I'm not the person saying that if someone's
literally just go pull up the clips right now,
if you could let me finish a point, you constantly need to interrupt and talk over because you're unconfident in your argument. So again, I don't.
Wrong, Rob. So I have to wait 5 minutes for you to stop.
Let me finish the point. So the point would be the difference between me and you is I don't believe that if I call someone a fascist or think they're a fascist, that it allows extrajudicial violence to end their life. You do.
You don't know what the word fascist
Please
means.
let me finish.
Hold on. Let's make it fair across the board. Everybody else shut up.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna say, hold on, real pause. It is 1:02 a.m. I was gonna be here until midnight. I stayed until 12:30. I'm staying here because it's still hot. I'm having fun. But what I don't want to do, and I'm expressing this to the moderator, is I don't want to sit here for 7 fucking minutes listening to Rob bloviate. So you're saying that I'm interrupting him, but if he says incorrect shit in front of me, I'm going to interrupt him, particularly if we're hitting the 2 or 3 minute mark.
What I usually like to say is you can absolutely say that what somebody says is the fucking dumbest thing ever. However, just wait till they're finished to tell them that was the dumbest thing you fucking heard.
But I don't want to wait 5 minutes.
However,
that's the point I'm making. If Rob wants to do 5 minute back and forth, we can set up a one-on-one conversation. But I'm not interested in doing 5 minute back and forth right now.
You
And
don't
I
allow
also
6
fair to the other
words.
panelists.
However, the more you interrupt his, as you were interrupting when he got to probably 10 seconds. And then once that interruption happens, then it prolongs and then it prolongs. Then it turns.
So don't say wrong shit. We won't have a beef.
I'm probably the only conservative here, aside from Rob. Like, you have not allowed 6 words. You've pivoted from every question he's asked you to another Trump dichotomy.
Ask me a direct question. I'll answer it directly.
Okay, directly. If Charlie Kirk passed away from natural causes, would you identify his passing as a net positive for society?
Yes.
Or a net negative?
100% positive.
Okay,
So
I'll
it's a
finish the
good
point.
thing that Charlie Kirk is gone. So it's not even a fact of the matter that it was an assassination, because you, along with the left, claim to be the opposite of. Like, you lack integrity. I'm not even getting engaged with you. You lack integrity. Like, you have your bad faith.
Wait, hold on.
I'm an
You
Army
asked
veteran,
me-
and
hold on, I
integrity
wanna
is a
make-
key
I wanna make
facet
this-
of military
You
service.
said that I was being evasive. You asked me a direct question. I answered you directly. How is this any indication?
Because
of
it's
an
boring,
issue
because you've
with
exposed that
integrity?
fact all night. You've exposed the fact that you truly believe that people like Charlie Kirk, people like Trump, people like Rob, like me, like Andrew Wilson should be smoked. You've already exposed yourself. The only question is, what do we do about people like you in this country?
I reject.
He won't directly say. That's what I was saying earlier. He won't directly say it. He'll just say that the world will be better off.
To do was sign up for tier 2. Cause you're my Patreon girl, and your love for me depends on how much money that I pledge to you monthly.
Okay. All know the drill. When you start talking over each other, I talk money. Blakely says you're actually this stupid. When you hint at physically assaulting Rob over words, he said that wasn't inciting violence. That's what I'm talking about. You coward with zero integrity.
Yeah, that's my point. He won't just own it. He'll just hint at it.
Wait, I'll own it right now. If Rob
you won't say he should be.
Hold on. You said that I wouldn't own it, and I'm about to own it. If Rob said what he said to me in that conversation, it probably would have led to a physical altercation. How is that missing it? And then also, here's another thing. Geoverse, you're saying that a human being, if they pass away of natural causes, I don't even know why you're smirking or laughing. Like, why is that funny to you?
Continue.
Me? Geoverse. Yeah. So Geoverse.
You think you're that tough? You think you're the big man, huh?
Life's a blessing.
If you're saying something that's incorrect, I'll interrupt you. I'll interrupt you. You're saying something that's incorrect.
I will give my time to Rob.
Tough guy. Real tough guy here.
Rob can respond with logic.
I do it better than you.
I will void my time to Rob to respond.
Go ahead, counter.
Geoverse.
Go ahead. Okay. Yes, sir.
You said that if somebody passed away from natural causes, you
not
asked
somebody,
me my
Charlie
honest
Kirk.
opinion whether or not I thought the world would be a better place.
Okay. Qualify your statement.
Logically, I genuinely believe that Charlie Kirk passing on, I think the world is a slightly better. If he had passed from natural causes, I think the world would be a slightly better place. I hate his philosophy. I hate him swimming for the Trump administration. I hate that he's corrupted and skinned the ideals that I was raised with. Overall, I think the dude was a piece of shit.
If Destiny dies of natural causes tomorrow, will the world be a better place?
Thank you. Shut up, please. Thank you.
Yeah,
I got it, right.
Anyways, that is not the same as saying that I think that he should be assassinated. And that's what you jumped to. Those are two different statements.
How is it?
That's not the same thing.
That's a false still, man. But I
no, you're just saying it without saying it.
No,
you're just being very
fascinated. No, hang on.
Yes, you are. You're a fucking pussy. You just sat there and called, you're a pussy.
No, Rob Nor, hold on.
This is what he does. I would love to respond.
Rob Nor, if Destiny died from natural causes tomorrow, let's say he overdosed on e-girls and methamphetamine, would the world be a better place?
Yes.
Are you asking
Twitch would
me?
be a phenomenal place.
I'm asking you, Rob Nor.
I'll answer it if you do.
No, I don't think the world would be a better place.
I think the world would probably be a better place if Destiny.
Geoverse, watch this. Geoverse, watch this. Rob Nor, you just hurt my feelings, and you are calling for the assassination of Destiny Bennell II.
Negative.
Geoverse,
I disagree.
You did 2 minutes.
Request denied, sir.
Can you demonstrate? Can you demonstrate?
Hold on, all of you.
That's what you did.
Oh, your fucking heels. My goodness.
Take the
I would like to respond to his original statement about my question because I had a point. The point is that
everybody,
it's not surprising. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Gio. Go ahead.
So I'm very new to the channel, and I also watch many of the men that you mentioned, and only one I'll grant you. Andrew Tate, I don't subscribe to him as I used to because I was able to grow and adapt to better conversation. But your point is that your words, based on the ideals that you grew up on, you hold no congruency to Charlie Kirk. But in the same breath, we all know Stephen. You subscribe to that ideology based on your virtues that you were raised in. So what does that say about the logic you hold? It's only based on your preference. So how can a society be run by your preference that has no enforcement of authority?
Okay.
You have no morality, sir.
No.
But get that money.
I don't agree with you. I don't agree with you, and I'm happy to have a one-on-one with you because I actually think that you're intellectually inquisitive. Okay. So, from my perspective, Donald Trump and Charlie Kirk have taken the values that I was raised with, and they have skinned them, and they walk around with Hannibal Lecter wearing these principles on their face, but they don't actually believe in these principles. They don't actually live these principles. They make the world a worse place. And when it comes to Stephen obviously lives, in my opinion, an objectionable personal life. However, we live in a republic that is philosophically liberal. And what liberalism means is maximum human freedom. It's the freedom to do good and it's the freedom to do bad. So Stephen and I both believe in a liberal, capital L, republic. And so while I can object to his personal life, I can allow him to live his own shitty, fucked up personal life. Charlie Kirk being monogamous to his wife while supporting Donald Trump and instantiating the policies that MAGA has instantiated makes him a bad person.
Okay, I'm going to jump in here. Like, one, I actually disagree with you, Geoverse, in the sense that saying that it would be better off if someone passes away doesn't mean you're calling for their assassination. I do think those are distinct concepts, so I don't agree with that, right? Okay, secondly, the fact that Connor wants to be an internet tough guy and say that he would threaten me for responding to his wife in a very similar way that she addressed me shows that he's just an internet tough guy who's trying to sit here and... Don't interrupt with your fucking bullshit again. We said here and let you fucking... You can't help yourself. You can't help yourself. You can't help yourself.
Rob Noor. I don't want to listen to you for 5 minutes when you insult me like that.
I only get 30 seconds, you
I don't want to hear
fucking
you.
goof.
I don't want to hear you. No. I'm not an internet tough guy. Raging Tomato.
Stop. Please let him finish. Everybody's been so... Yes. Thank you.
So I'll finish my point. I'm
don't
not
take
interested.
2 minutes because you pissed me off, and I want to address
I don't give a shit that I pissed you off, right? Like the difference, the point I was trying to make before we got here was, right, the fact that you say fascists do deserve the bullet, and then you acknowledge that you're working with people that say that these people are fascists, knowing you're acknowledging that
You're getting away
that
from the
means,
point.
Would you please be quiet, Connor? Please be
Sure,
quiet.
if you let me address your point.
Control yourself. Control yourself a little. Right?
No.
The fact that you're working with people that you're saying, I believe that fascists should get the bullet. And you know there are other people that think that. And you're working with people that you say, you know, are calling people fascists like Donald Trump, Charlie Kirk. And you know that that will cause people to say, well, if they're fascists, they deserve the bullet. A belief that you yourself hold separates you from me. I'm not saying people that are communists, that are fascists, etc., deserve the bullet. That's you saying they deserve extrajudicial violence. The fact that you're intentionally working with people saying that, and then that are going further. They have said that the worst thing that could have happened was the assassin missing Donald Trump. They have talked about wanting conservatives to be killed or fear for their lives. And the fact that you work with that person because you're so arrogant that you say you must have money, you must have clout, because it's important for you to be able to stand up to the orange man. Shows, Connor, I talk less than you. It's surreal. It is true. It is true. So the fact that you work with people like that and you want to justify it post-talk by saying, but my opponents are really bad, so it's all justified, shows that you're of low moral character and shows that you're a person that's making post-talk justifications because deep down, you know the truth, just like I do. You're a fucking sellout. You're
He would lie for money. Rob, just hear me out, Rob. He would lie for money. Guaranteed.
No. Let's stop. It's my turn.
There's a track record of this. So.
It's my turn. Appreciate you. Okay, so American Nacho and Geoverse and Rob Noor have said that I am backing away from violence. I'm saying that if you called me a coward of low moral character, an internet tough guy who has no principles, I would smack the fucking taste out of your mouth. And
I'll be at debate con. If you want to use violence, you go for it.
Yeah, well, I'll be.
Well, if you say that shit to my face, I will.
You're a coward. I'll say it right to your face. Anywhere I'm at, you're a coward.
It's so tough. It's okay.
When you can't argue, you do violence. Thank you, Connor, for exposing everyone like that.
I'm not saying I'll use violence.
Everybody's going to take a deep breath. I'm going to read money.
I waited 5 minutes.
You interrupt
all the time. I will hand
the
it back over. I'm going to read money and I will hand it back over. Mackie over on Connor's side. Double dog, Connor. These MAGA bots are engaged in information warfare to control the prevailing narrative. Don't let them gain the information advantage. Numinax says fascism will always need democracy to propagate, despite willing to sacrifice it as soon as it can. Democracy has never nor will ever need fascism. Fascists fall in line. It's what you do anyway. Blue Juju says, how about you control your biatch instead of threatening Rob with violence? Ooh, shots fired. Okay. Disavow.
Okay.
Double kill.
Gavin says, Sarah, you forced me to watch glazed firefighters and dogs flumping in one night. We officially have to box now. I'll fight you. Cool says Connor with one in is so warped and hugely suffering from TDS that he really thinks a country full of Charlie Kirks is worse than a country full of Destinies because one group votes the wrong way. That's a good point, actually. Hey, Connor, where can I meet you in real life to say all those things to you? You won't do anything.
Orlando, bitch.
Destiny warned you.
Last
He did
one,
warn you.
Kezi says, this, you are who you hang with nonsense. Connor's Connor. He calls it like he sees it. And if you're too much of a bot or too stupid to get it, stay living in your cognitive dissonance. And this is officially the last one. Connor is a coward and a man of low moral fiber. Okay, Connor, the floor
I would like
is
an
yours.
opportunity to address this.
Sure.
Who's a veteran on this panel right now?
U.S. Army, 07, Fort Polk, Louisiana. Corporal.
Okay. Who was a former cop? Who
My
was a
husband
former
was.
first responder? EMT, firefighter, anything? Okay. So, Rob, I'm not the toughest guy. I know a lot of really tough guys. I know guys that make me look like 10-ply fucking tissue paper. Okay. However, I'm not an internet tough guy. I am a tough guy. I went to Marine Corps boot camp. I served 4 years in the Marine Corps. I deployed to Iraq. I risked my life for my country. I swore an oath to defend the Constitution of the United States. I did that for 4 fucking years. Then I did it again as a law enforcement officer where I swore my oath again, and I've been covered in blood, piss, shit. I've had people killed in front of me, and I've almost killed people. So the fact that your blubbering, flat-footed, fat fuck, stupid ass can sit there and call me a coward, you're a fucking idiot. You don't know what bravery is. You don't know what cowardice is. You don't know what violence is. You're a fucking child. You're a child lost in the woods. So when I hear you or American Nacho make your little fucking grimacing thing, I don't care because to me,
What about me?
you're experiential. You are
What about me, though,
experiential
Connor?
fucking toddlers. You are children. You don't know what you're talking about.
As an
Here's
Army
the other
veteran,
thing that I'm
isn't
gonna say to you.
integrity
Hold
part
on,
of
here's
our
the other thing.
oath?
Verse, I'm not done yet. Thank you. I'll be happy to listen to you in a
Sure.
minute. So here's the other thing too, Rob. You said that you wouldn't call for the deaths of communists. I think you're a fucking coward. And the reason why I think you're a fucking coward is because authoritarian communists fought the free world throughout the entirety of the 20th century. And if a communist was on the verge of seizing power within the United States, if you don't call to fight them physically, I think you're a fucking pussy. So don't call me a coward to my face when I risked my life for fucking 8 years, when you yourself don't even understand what politics is and wouldn't even do violence if an authoritarian piece of shit would seize power within your own country. And by the way, here's the thing. Here's the other thing too. You're saying Trump, oh, don't call him a fascist. Don't call him a fascist, because when you call people fascists, then you're inviting violence to them. Okay, don't try to overthrow the Constitution of my fucking republic. Don't fucking lie about.
Do you think that makes him an authoritarian?
I'm not done, Rob. I waited for you for 5 fucking minutes.
No, you
don't try to overthrow my
technically.
republic. Don't lie about an election. Don't be a fucking piece of shit and kill people through incompetence. And maybe I won't call you a fucking fascist.
Okay, great. You just said you'd be a coward if you were unwilling to use violence against an authoritarian fascist. Then you outlined how that's what Trump is. So you're a coward because you're not trying to kill him. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish, Connor.
Connor,
Control
literally
yourself.
everyone shut up for you to talk.
Wait. So I have to wait for him to call me a coward, and I have to wait for him to
yeah.
accuse me of
You
being
just sat there and called
fascist.
everybody on the
Hold on.
fucking panel a
Hold on.
coward, dumbass.
Let me
Yeah, well,
explain
Jesus
it.
Christ.
Let me
Nacho.
explain it. Write it down. Write down everything you want to say based on what Rob's saying, and then as soon as he's done,
what I
you
want to say
can
is
let
American
her
Nacho,
rip.
nice mustache. How many cocks do you smoke with that thing?
Your destiny's
You know what?
fucking.
Hey, well,
Your
let me get in here
destiny's
then,
budding. Your
because listen,
destiny's
I've been
budding.
waiting for a
Let me-
long
let
fucking
me-
time.
let
He
me-
keeps
let me
calling me
finish
out
my
real
point.
quick. I'll take 2 seconds, all right, and then I'll right back to you. This is a pattern of behavior for counterpoints. Okay, he's just going along to get along. It's selfishness. This is not like I'm the honorable guy. I'm just doing the right thing. I'm just doing this for my country. You're just doing what you need to survive. It's selfish, narcissistic bullshit. Okay, you even told a story. One of the first panels we met on was you telling the story about how you were in the cops and you were like on sort of like giving side to like the ACAB people on the panel because you're like, yeah, well, I was a cop, I was a corrections officer, and I saw the good old boys, and I saw how fucked up they were, and I've been a part of the police, and I know that there's a good old boy gang and they exist. But you didn't fucking tell on them. You didn't start a sled operation. You didn't give a fuck about that. You told the story after you're out. So in the same manner, you have a history, you have a track record, just like Rob brought up earlier, of like going on. You're admitting on a panel saying, "Oh, well, I'm just doing what I need to do with Destiny so that I can get clout off and farming for clout, and I don't actually give a shit about them." So fuck you. Okay, it's all selfishness. It's all self-preservation.
Let's address this. So what you're saying is, so I spent 4 years in fucking law enforcement. You two fucking losers didn't do shit with your lives. Not
Good for you.
Notice how you're leaving me out, but I agree with both of them. Like you're leaving me out because you know I'm on their side.
The whole point of that story, the whole point about talking about how corrections officers can instigate schizophrenics that they then physically beat, was to advocate for police reform, something that I still believe in, something that I still talk about, something that I still push for. And so you didn't really care about it then. You let it happen then. Done nothing.
Did you do anything about it then?
Your entire life.
Did you do anything about it then? Or did you let it happen?
You know what guts is?
Yeah, I think you just let it happen. I think that's what happened. I think you're actually more of a piece of shit for letting the things happen while you know that it's wrong.
If I could finish the point.
Hold on. You want me?
You don't want me
when
to
a
talk.
Schizophrenic is fist fighting for corrections officers. You want me to back up the schizophrenic and fist fight corrections officers?
What are you even saying?
Or do you? It's not when
I'm saying if you know a good old boy gang is going on and they're roaming around and beating the shit out of people on purpose, I think that you're a piece of shit for watching it and letting it happen and not saying
fighting an inmate when they're fist fighting you is in no way a breach of policy. What policy am I going to report them for? I'm going to say there's a better way to do it. That's not hypocritical, you idiot.
The point he was making is that you seem to suggest that they were intentionally antagonizing these people to do it. And if so, you should have reported that. Now, I'll finish my point. It's not before you interrupt again. You can't control yourself. You can't control yourself. You can't control yourself.
They don't policy mandate corrections officers to be nice inmates.
You absolutely can't control yourself.
I didn't realize.
You suck. Absolutely impossible. May I make my point?
All right. Go ahead, Rob.
It is.
Okay. The point.
I didn't invite you, bitch.
Okay.
Well, it's really interesting to hear these blue backers giving a cop shit.
Here we go, Clay. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So much
blue.
Shut up, enough.
Point I'm
Go
trying
ahead,
to make
Rob.
is, one, you said that we were coward. I would be a coward if I wasn't willing to use violence to stop a fascist or an authoritarian or a communist if they came into power. So I should try to kill them, correct?
If Trump stays for a third term, yes.
Okay. You just then outlined why Trump is an authoritarian.
Okay, sorry.
You just outlined why Trump was an authoritarian fascist. Now you're equivocating. So by your own metric, you're a coward. And it's please stop.
Hold on.
Oh, I have to listen to you for 2 minutes first.
Yes, everyone was quiet for you, Connor. Be respectful and give it in return, please. Thank you.
So that's number one, right? Number two, he keeps saying that people are childish, that he's the big man because he served and he did this. Yes, I would call you a coward to my face, or to your face. I would call you a person of moral low character. Just nod your heads. You don't have to interrupt. You said that saying those things would cause you to use violence upon me, correct? Low moral character. Okay, that's what you're saying, right? So now you can see who's actually acting like a child. The person who can't control themselves, that's threatening violence, that's constantly interrupting, as he's doing right here. As he's doing right here. You can see it here, right? So I'm gonna finish. Here we go.
I'm good.
You see it once more. You see it once more.
I'll say my piece.
I'll finish my point.
And I'll let North do it.
You guys are all absolutely being ridiculous. I've never had such a retarded panel before. I can't believe, like, I 100% know 10-year-old boys who act more respectful and more polite and can have a fucking conversation better than this. You're all being retarded. Stop it. Thank you.
That's not true.
Rob,
though.
finish your thought, please, Rob.
It's not that we're all being this. It's one person. It's the person threatening violence. It's the person constantly spurging out and interrupting. It's just one person. And I know, Sarah, that he's your guest, and so you don't want to say it, but you know it, and everyone on the panel knows it. That's what's happening. Now, I'll finish the point. I'll finish the point. The point that I'm trying to make is that whatever he says, he's the person that's advocating for destiny. He hasn't answered about him saying the worst thing that could happen was Trump assassinating. He's given the rationale. He knows he's working with people that are calling him fascist. He says that a fascist deserves to get the bullet. He says that lefties are purposely calling Trump a fascist to make it more likely that violence occurs to him, and yet he's still working for that side and says he has the moral high ground. The last thing I'll say is, when he talks about his tough guy story, particularly of being a police officer, and then he says he would attack someone if they say something like they have low moral character. Hey, Connor, when you were a police officer, did you use violence if you came into a citizen that said you had low moral character as well?
No, because I was a professional, so I let them chat all that fucking shit, but I'm a civilian now, so I can do whatever the fuck I want.
Then go ahead. If you see me in public, you use violence. You're legally allowed to do it, right? You can do what you want.
No, I can go to jail for simple battery.
So you could have when you were a cop too. So what stopped you then?
You didn't make the argument. You didn't make the art. Sorry, excuse me. What?
I said you could have went to jail when you were a cop and did it as well. What stopped you then? Both times you'd be breaking the law.
Professional restraint.
Oh, so
that's not my profession anymore, Rob.
So
hold on, Rob. I need
Money.
to make this point because you
That's
talked for a long time, and I
But you
want to make
political change to have no integrity.
What you said, which I think is embarrassing. Okay, I think it's embarrassing for you. I think it's embarrassing for Nacho. I think it's embarrassing for Geoverse that they all nodded their head.
You have no integrity, but you want to.
You would allow a man to walk up to your face, stick a finger in your fucking chest, and say, "You're of low moral character. You're a fucking piece of shit. You don't believe anything," and you wouldn't do dick about it. You're a pussy.
Who nodded along?
It's called escalation.
You fucking
force.
nodded
Counter.
when Rob said, "Oh, if I walk up to your face
Counter.
and I call you a man of low moral character, what are you gonna do?
Hey, Counter.
Hit
Let
me?"
me address you.
And you guys were like, "Wow,
Let me address
Connor's
you as a
so
veteran.
violent. Oh my god."
Counter.
I'll finish. Gio, can I answer this? Can I answer?
Pussies.
First off, the idea that like you're making like oral sex jokes about people like American Nacho while you're buddies with Destiny seems to be quite hilarious. I wonder.
Who was on the video? Was that you on the video? Was that you?
All you've proven is you're a fucking pussy. That's all you've proven.
Real quick, I'll make these 2 points. Since
Who the fuck is Destiny?
The first point that I'll make is this, right? And since you have to work for these people for clout in order to make political change, would you blow Destiny for clout to help make moral change?
No, I wouldn't. Would you?
It's good money.
No, I wouldn't. I'm not the person. I'm not the person saying that I would work with people that I think are doing heinous things
Rob,
because
you're
it's
on your
necessary
high
for
horse
clout,
again, which
right?
is so
That's number
fucking
one.
annoying.
Buy you a
Tomato,
house.
listen,
once
this is
more,
bad
we need to
moderation.
take
Let him
it
talk for
back.
fucking 10 minutes at a goddamn time. This fucking bad moderation. Rob,
one person
you
does it. It's just one person.
You sweep for a pedophile rapist. You don't have the high ground.
So do you.
You don't have the high ground. You don't have the high ground.
I don't want to be a downer, but you guys do know what tomorrow is. What's tomorrow? Anniversary of the Death Star. The Death Star? Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. It's been a year already. Yeah. Man, it's such a huge thing, and all it took was a couple X-Wings to take it down. Yeah.
So Rob left.
Connor, for the record,
still,
consider. Shut up. Consider that the last time I'm going to ask you to stop using words that can flag my channel and get my shit locked down. I do not allow people to continue here if they continue to violate TOS guidelines that everybody seems to have a sense of not using very specific words. Please stop using them. That is your final warning. Okay. Super chats came in.
Can you tell me what word it was, please?
PDF is a bad word. Grape, SA, all of these things. And especially when you call somebody a PDF, specifically a public person, and it's either proven or not proven or whatever the case, that comes down on me because it was said here on this show, and that's misinformation or however they want to look at it. And
It's not. I could go to, okay. I'm not trying to debate you, and I will try to stop saying the word.
But I cannot validate that in a strike, okay? Because that's what's going to happen because you're using those specific words, and that's a big flag issue, okay? You can say PDF, and that won't get me in trouble. You can say grape. That won't get me in trouble. You can say SA. You could say a whole lot of other things except for those specific words you're saying. So please, you can make the accusation, just use the proper wording. That's all I ask.
Then so we can make hay, then in a conversation like this, okay, let's say that we're in a panel, okay, and Rob is being like that, okay? I'm not, listen, I spent 12 years, and I was very serious about this earlier, keeping my mouth shut, okay? I'm not going to be lectured by some fat, flat-footed freak about my service, okay? So, if you haven't risked it, you don't know what I'm talking about.
I've risked it, man.
Well, you brought it up. Nobody else brought it up.
because twice you brought it up. Because it was very,
because
very
I'm
good. Hang
without
on,
honor.
Yeah, but
Counter,
you're like
honor.
bringing it
I
up.
have no morals. I have no virtues. I haven't.
One second,
Right,
Counter.
American Nacho. Why wouldn't I bring up the things
but if you
that I've
bring it
risked
up, then
in
it's
order to
then it's
counter
fair
the
game.
argument that I'm
People want
without
to
honor
attack you
or
on it.
virtue or sacrifice?
Yeah, but don't be retarded about it. Like if you bring it up and then you're like, "Well, he's not going to tell me about my service." Well, you brought it up, dumbass. Of course, it's fair game.
But what I'm not going to do. Okay, but if somebody is saying you're without honor, without virtue, without sacrifice, without principle, without this, without that, then of course I'm going to bring up my life experience.
Well, maybe you had him at one point.
Okay, Counter, if I may.
I'm also
you
going to
asked
interrupt
the panel,
and call them bad names.
Counter, you asked the panel if anyone here was a veteran. I raised my hand. And the moment that you realized that I was a battle buddy, Hua, right? You immediately only mentioned Nacho and Rob, which showed and further exposed. Hang on, you're already doing it. This is the first time I've ever seen you on Sarah's panel. I'm a huge fan of Andrew Wilson, The Crucible, Rob Noir, Rattlesnake. A lot of people that has shown me Sarah's channel, so I'm a huge supporter. But you've only proven that you lack the one key tenet in the military: integrity. Do what you're supposed to do, especially when no one's looking. So you're using your service, and it's actually a slap in the face to every oath that we both swore to protect, foreign and domestic. So why are you placating on your service?
I'm going to laser in on
gain
you,
some credibility.
You have my undivided attention now. When were you in the service?
2007, Fort Polk, Louisiana.
2007 to when?
09.
Okay, 09. 2 years. What was your MOS?
42 Alpha.
Which is?
S1 shop and motor pool.
Sorry, what is it?
S1 shop. I was in a support battalion where we did
admin,
war games and off-war training.
Okay,
I was in a support battalion. Yes.
Okay, so 2 years. Did you deploy?
No.
Okay. I deferred to you as a veteran.
Right.
However, I'm going to say
that's one
I
question.
know more than you. I've done more than you.
Okay. Here's where I love this point, because everyone says if you're an admin, does no matter. I signed
I was in supply.
My job, 1 second, Counter. My job was to advise children who are going to war on what to do with their SGLI and life insurance. Don't give it to your girlfriend. Give it to your mom. I look at the faces of many children in our country that didn't get back. Who got that list? S1 shop. Intake, out process, everything. So if you want to placate on your service reflecting who you are, that's why I have composure. That's why I vote with moral objectivity and not my feelings. Because even though you're correct, I didn't see combat.
I'm going to try
also
to be as
met
polite as
people
I
who didn't come
possibly
back.
can be.
Mhm.
Okay, listen. Thank you for your service. Plenty of people during that time did not take an oath of enlistment. And I think it's funny when they use words like coward, no integrity, no principles, etc.
But do you understand why I'm saying
no. Hold on, let me finish. Integrity. If I was sweeping and defending somebody who tried to overthrow the Constitution of the United States of America intentionally, I would view that as a violation of my oath.
You pivot to Donald Trump. Can you make one argument that does not involve Trump? This is integrity in its definition. Do you understand it?
Hold on, Gio.
I'll be happy to listen to you in a second. If I swept for that person, if I believed with 90% reliability that they were guilty of grievous crimes, I would view that as a violation of the 8 years of service I did. So feel free to tell me how I have no integrity.
Because you speak of it like a punchline.
Do you have
It's
to
not
have?
a punchline. I take it very seriously.
Do you have
ma'am.
to be prior military or law enforcement, or as you were saying, first responders, in order to have integrity and tact and have all of this?
That's a complete
I'm
fallacy.
not
and that's
asking
this,
you.
yeah.
I'm not
Yes, ma'am.
asking you. I was
Apologize.
asking counterpoints. Do you have to have that prior experience in order to be guaranteed the ability to have the integrity
No, but you're not. No, absolutely not. But you're not going to tell me what I have, okay?
And then,
because I bet my life twice for things I believe in.
Okay. And does everybody who is in the military have integrity intact and so on and so forth?
Plenty of them are garbage.
Okay. All right. Let me read a couple super chats, please. Now that everybody's settled down a little bit, for fuck's sake. Unenforced says, "Hey Connor, where can I meet you? Whoever's ticking, please fucking stop. Hey Connor, where can I meet you in real life to say all those things to you? You won't do anything. No, we're not going to take physical threats. This, you are who you hang with nonsense. Connor's Connor. He calls it like he sees it. And if you're too much of a bot or too stupid to get it, stay living in your cognitive dissonance."
True.
Did I already read this? Yeah, I did. I'm
Yes,
sorry. I
yes, you did.
apologize. I lost my place. Connor, what was your MOS and where were you deployed? You don't have to answer that if you don't.
No, I will. I'll answer it. 3043. I was supply. That's why I'm not dogging on an admin, bro. I was doing an admin job as well. However, I did a year and a half. Hold on. I'm not done yet, bro. I did a year and a half in Okinawa. I did 7 months in Iraq in the surge 07-08. I was in Al Anbar province during the surge. And I was in San Diego after that.
Okay. Connor, can you be more specific than Orlando? No, please don't dox yourself. Where can I visit you to call you coward to your face? What was your MOS? You sound like a pogue tough guy.
Yeah,
DM me.
So the reason why I addressed that is because I am an admin, right? And if I may, there are a lot of men who served during a time of conflict, like in Operation Arc of Freedom, that did not know if they would end up seeing firefights. Would you agree, Counter, that many people who signed up never knew where they would be in years to come? It's weird to me that when you initially mentioned your service of valor, integrity, and honor in service to your country, that all falls in its foundation when you mention how you value money over morality and that same
I never
integrity.
said I valued money over morality. I said
by
that
working for Destiny, you value money over morality. Can you please tell me how I'm wrong?
Yeah, you're wrong. Okay. Because my morality involves things. Okay. So I actually genuinely care about. I believe North is here. North has white pilled me. He's a fundamentally good human being. He's actually saved me from the brink of liberalism. Okay. So North has saved my soul. He said, "Hey, Connor, I've heard you talk about Republican values and don't give up on them yet. As a matter of fact, you need to go onto the Raging Tomato show and you need to say terms of service violations in order to piss off the right-wingers. That way, the right-wingers come into your community in order to fight you.
So much integrity, Sarah.
Become more like
Do you feel the integrity?
That was North's idea. Okay, hold on. I'm half joking. Now, the serious part of that.
I hope you're all joking.
There are things that I care about. I actually think that fiscal conservatism is something that should be valued. I think that social conservatism is something that should be valued. I think Burkean neoconservatism are things that could be valued, steelman, propagated within society, and it would make society better. And so I'm not saying that I need money so I can betray all of my values. I'm saying that I need money, time, and attention, just like everybody else in politics.
I agree.
So I can forward my values.
So, the father and husband, I agree with you, right? We all need energy, like Sarah mentioned. We love energy, right? Money's energy.
I don't do this for
fun.
But
I would never sell my soul.
I don't do this just for fun.
Hang on. So, because my moral authority comes from a divine nature, right? I'm a Christian. I use that to fuel my reason, my why factor. I don't break the law. I don't do things out of character because I have a son, I have a family, I have values. Your morality is not based on any grounding foundation outside of your own preference as to what you feel.
You're wrong.
Is
I
good
believe
or
in
not.
God.
The Geoverse.
By your fruits, I disagree, sir. And I just met you.
Here, and I'm a Christian believer. So are you going to say the exact same with me when we're fighting the same battle?
I would say that Protestants and Orthodox don't agree on a lot. I would say that many Christians are not congruent in many of their views, which is why women have ministries.
Wait, are you calling me a fake
God
Christian?
God is just as subjective as any other moral grounding. This is silly.
I can qualify my argument without my opinion. Just logic.
Okay, go ahead.
In your opinion, you can. So real quick, I'm about to be kicked in, and I just wanted to. I have a really quick thing for Connor. I've been holding for a minute. I like you, Connor. I think you made a lot of really good points tonight. I don't agree with everything you said, but I think you genuinely love this country, and I will stand alongside you to defend it happily. However, I really just want you to answer this, okay? Like seriously, why won't you disavow Rob's favorite StarCraft streamer for his mean words?
Dude, listen, I'm not gonna lie. Listen, I'm not gonna lie. When Rob does this, I just want to hang out with Steven out of spite. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not even properly motivated. Like Steven could be like a serial killer, like ripping the heads off of kittens, and I'll be like in the background taking a picture of him ripping the heads off of kittens because I'm just like, you know what? Fuck you, Rob.
So if I hypothetically shave my head,
I hate. Let me respond. Yeah, I get very frustrated. I feel like the urge to have to defend Steven, but yeah,
constantly. And by the way, this is one of the things that I'm probably going to point out with conversations with Rob in the future. It's never like, hey, what's wrong? Or how are you not living neoconservative values? How are you not living social conservative values? How are you not doing this? How are you not doing that? How are you not espousing these philosophies? It's you're bad because you hang out with bad people, which has to be one of the worst arguments I've ever heard.
So, Connor, if I told you that I am good friends with Andrew Tate and you've heard everything I've said tonight, would that shift your perspective of who I am as a person?
Absolutely.
So, is it agreeable to say that if I, as a Twitch streamer who know the in-depth insertion of Destiny and people like him into Twitch, which is why it's facing so many legal challenges at the moment, would you at least give me the authority to kind of understand Destiny a bit more than Rob Noir would? Or would you at least agree that
I don't care if you judge me.
So you can judge me for befriending Andrew Tate, who you don't agree with, right? But you can befriend someone who shares audio and video without consent of young girls.
You're saying
and has many allegations that are congruent to Andrew Tate. But yet, I'm the bad guy.
It's important. If you joined Andrew Tate and you were hanging out with Romanian girls and you were having premarital, well, not even Romanian.
I wouldn't. I'm married and Christian.
Premarital relations with Romanian girls who may have been not legally procured, then yes, I'm going to judge you super hard.
So if you sat in the same chair, so if you sat in the same chair that Destiny sat in while his wife was being engaged upon by another man, would you also be a cuck?
This is important. Geoverse, this is important. This is the completion of the idea.
Right.
If you said, for some reason, Andrew Tate wants to hang out with me, I'm going to talk to him about my faith. I'm going to talk to him about my family. I'm going to talk to him about my kids. And I'm going to push Andrew Tate because I think that at his core, there's something redeemable. There's some kind of soul that I want to save. And so as a result, I'm going to push Andrew Tate to be more like me. Then I'm going to judge you differently. Maybe I'll think you'll have bad judgment. Maybe I'll think you're an idiot and you're naive for wasting your time for trying to save Andrew Tate's soul. But I'm going to view that differently than I'm going to view if you participate in drugs and sex and hedonism and all that BS.
So not only are you Destiny's friend, but you're also his salvation? You're his light? No. Is that what you're saying?
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
You're his good side?
Aren't you supposed to be like Christ?
This is so funny. Like I'm okay with disagreeing with a lot of Trump's behaviors, anecdotes, long-winded speeches, and many conservatives can, but I would never lie or fabricate what you literally just told me based on who I ascribe to and or work with. You would shift your perspective of me, yet you judge anyone who categorizes you by the fruit that you surround yourself with. It's like you have no argument that stays consistent.
No, I don't.
It's baffling to me.
If Rob said, Connor, I judge you for hanging out with
But
Steven.
you brought up Andrew Wilson, so it's like anyone that you don't agree with.
I'm not done yet, buddy. I'm not done yet, buddy. If Rob said, Connor, I think you're a bad guy. I think that you hanging out with Steven is a bad reflection on your character. I don't like it. I think you're better than that. I can't talk to you anymore. I wouldn't care. I would understand. But that's not what Rob does. Rob says, service doesn't mean anything. Rob says that I've sold out every principle and value that I've ever held dear. Rob says, because I'm willing to engage with violence with people who are trying to usurp the Constitution of the United States and the Republic of America, I'm a bad person. That's what Rob says, and I'm going to take exception to that.
Okay. Have I said any of those things to you tonight?
No, you haven't, but I don't think I
So address my argument against yours and don't placate to Donald Trump or Rob Noir. Is it true. Is it the matter of fact that if you have incongruent values, depending on the person that's in question, does that make you logically inconsistent just by default?
You would have
not
to
a bad person. You could be a cool guy to hang out with, right? But
Geoverse, you would have to
where is it with you, sir?
This is my frustration with this criticism.
Mm-hmm.
You would have to articulate a value that I've betrayed. Can you say a sentence of a belief that I hold that I am betraying through my actions?
Okay. It is my belief that you would curb the truth for the sake of Destiny, and here's how I'll prove it. Can you express any of the allegations against Destiny about audio and or video?
Yeah, dude, I could summarize them for you perfectly.
Go ahead.
Does anybody want to do that within a minute, or should
No,
we...
sure, no, Connor, I want you to, since that's your friend, that you're still honest, regardless about.
Yeah, absolutely. So hold on, I can be super quick because I've memorized all this stuff.
Sure.
Back in 2010, Destiny leaked nudes of a gal named Blue Tea to his friends, and then it got leaked back, and then she posted his dick pictures on the internet. Okay, that's the first allegation. DDoS kid. He threatened to kill a kid who was DDoSing his stream. That's his next allegation. His next allegation was he was dating I think somebody who became a pornographic actress eventually, and he was drunk and he groped her on stream. That's the third allegation. The next allegation after that is he kind of like hooked up with Anna Voir, who's like a BPD OCD girl, and then he continued to string her on despite the fact that the relationship was toxic. Then he was also dating Lauren Southern, married to Melina, sexting a girl that he believed to be 18 or 19, but actually turned out to be 17 and a half, and received allegedly, of course, explicit images from said girl, but according to messages, he did not know that she was 17. Then he sent her homemade pornography of him engaging with other partners, allegedly, of course. But then that all sat under the rug up until November of 2024, at which point the boyfriend of the underage, allegedly, pornographic actress leaked all of this onto the internet. And as a result, he was civilly sued by one of the people with whom he engaged in homemade pornography. And then there were allegations of criminal misconduct in reference to an audio recording, not a video recording, an audio recording of a consensual sexual liaison. And then those were the allegations. And then there were 3 other people that were revealed through the leak. And that's it. And by the way, this is a steel man. That's all of the details. Anybody have any objections? Any details I need to add?
How did this turn into like you're bad guy because you hang with Destiny?
Because it's their only vector of attack.
It's the only way they can obfuscate what's going on in the world.
Well, let me read a couple more super chats if you don't mind. Average Redhead says, "Watch out, guys! An internet tough guy is going on his 5-minute speech." Steph says Trump has called people fascists and communists and believes they should be deported or worse, and these guys still voted for him. Gutter Points drop the pride and clean Destiny's strike. Ew. Ironically, the way you're acting is disservice to actual servicemen.
So is that comment, you
Well, and by the way, I want to hear from the Wayland Yutani guy. He has a Wayland Yutani sweater. That's like the coolest sweater I've seen in my life.
Isn't it dope? I just found it in the closet today. I have no idea where it came from. I'm pretty
flow state meet counterpoints. Counterpoints meet flow state.
Nice, buddy.
Bad. I'm legitimately curious as to what Shademaster thinks about the discussion so far. You'll have to wait for him to get brought back up or pay to bring him back up because he already got booted. To the
one
backstage.
person who cares what Shade's thinking.
Cash app. Oh boy. All right. Flo, go ahead. What you got?
The guy who just got kicked in back was insufferable.
Sure.
What the fuck is with it? The pearl clutching and the struggle sessions. Bro. I don't know. I'll just shut up. I'm just gonna be mean, and he's not even here.
No, this is so unironically. This is why I came in. I was joking about North saying that I needed to do terms of service, but North said like, "Hey, bro, you've been debating liberals forever, so all you have in your chat are liberals who tolerate you as the token conservative who's a good guy. You need to go fight right wingers. That way, if you actually find people who align with your version of right wing ideology, they come into your community. So you can blame North for tonight's
Which, by
shit.
the way, if you're a Republican and you feel uncomfortable with this current administration and you want a place to like a community to hang out with, follow me on Twitter, follow Connor, join our Discords. I mean, there's
and if you're uncomfortable with me, hang out with North. He's a better human being.
Is he your
promise.
So two things about that. Two things. First off, I am a fan. I'm liberal. I'm a fan of Connor, not because he's a token conservative, but because he is an exemplary conservative.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
Just
I'm gonna
wanted to glaze you there.
I would like to say too, you've brought up some valid points. Even my question, when I asked my question to you, you gave a pretty decent take. I don't necessarily agree with it. I would say all violence is bad, but it was very interesting to hear your takes. Huh?
Dude,
you really believe that? You believe all violence is bad?
Yeah, I do.
Wait, hold on. So in World War II, the Allies were wrong to fight the Nazis?
No, I call it a necessary evil, the same as the founders did.
Which I think is fine. That's fine. If you think that like there's necessary evil violence. Yeah, war's bad, obviously. Like everybody who goes into war, they're messed up psychologically. However, all I was gonna say is that like dude, guys, I'm an angry stoner. Okay, that's what I was. I was an angry stoner in high school. I had a chip on my shoulder. I joined the Marine Corps because I wanted to travel the world and meet loose women and drink alcohol. I got done with that. I went to college. I found my wife. I became a cop. I became a better person over time. And then now I'm just trying to make sure that I have 2 boys. I'm trying to make sure that the world doesn't suck for my kids. And the truth is that the other gentleman who was kind of grilling me and doing a struggle session, I don't think that Andrew Tate or even Andrew Wilson are making the world a better place. I think they're making it fucking worse. And I'm kind of tired of sitting back and letting them make it worse.
I think that dude needs to go read the Bible, because all the grilling and don't hang out with them, that was pretty not Christ-like behavior he was advocating for.
He hung out with whores.
It was the antithesis of Christ-like behavior.
Dude, he washed the feet of lepers and whores and tax collectors and bad people. And you can say, hey, Connor, you're doing this for selfish reasons. You're hanging out with a large creator for selfish reasons. And I'll admit that there's some selfish reasons. But I'm also the dude's friend. We've gone shooting half a dozen times. It's been awesome. It's been fun. And then also we have excellent debates. We've been debating for 5 years. So no. When you come onto a chat and you piss me off and you say I have no morals and no character and no integrity, occasionally I'm going to point out that your dear leader sucks for terms of service violation reasons and that you don't know what you're talking about. And I'm going to be mean about it.
Counterpoint. Can I ask you something?
It's going to slip out.
Have I ever met you before? Have you ever seen Brick in your chat? Have you ever seen Clay in your chat? You've never met me?
I don't think so.
Yeah, so it's kind of weird because really it's funny. I keep getting it from certain people in the chat, and I understand why you're saying that the chat can be sometimes really dumb because they're saying like simping and all that stuff. It's weird because like they really don't get it. Like I've never met you, bro. I've never met you, and you're an ex-cop, bro. I'm literally like doing press, right? I'm kind of in the auditor crowd kind of thing. It's so weird that they would actually believe that I'm like here for you. I don't get it.
Well, hold on. So this is the other thing that I want to point out that I felt was like super. I just don't agree with American Nacho or whatever. This was 2020, I think. So this was like the summer of love. There's like the BLM, ACAB riots, like all that kind of stuff, right? And so what was happening was the conservatives were saying the cops do nothing wrong. They were saying, George Floyd is justified. Everything cops do is justified. You guys are just complaining. It's just statistically negligible, all that kind of crap. And then the left wingers were saying, all cops are bastard, defund the police. Let's get rid of law enforcement, de-incarcerate people. That was the environment that I was working in. And so because I feel like I try to tell the truth as I see it, I told the lefties, hey, law enforcement's a necessary evil. Defending society from bad people is a necessary evil, but I'm going to be remiss and I'm going to be lying if I don't know that there's abuse. And so I brought up the examples of abuse that I saw in law enforcement. And my reward from conservatives isn't, oh, hey, thanks for bringing that to attention. My perspective on law enforcement has totally changed. Maybe we should reform a few things. That way cops aren't brutalizing citizens. It's, hey, you're a fucking piece of shit and should shut up because you didn't turn in every single person that did something bad. And by the way, if a schizophrenic is being incarcerated and they fight a corrections officer, there is no policy in the world that doesn't say that a corrections officer can put their hands on a schizophrenic. So what am I going to report them for? Doing their job according to a bad rule book? It's stupid.
So why aren't you a cop anymore? You got tired of the bullshit, or was?
So this is a little bit of a personal moment, but it's true. I was 3 years on the road. I became callous. My heart was hard. The things that I saw weren't affecting me anymore. And then I had my first child. And the first thing that I said when my son came out was I said, I need a new job. And the reason why I said that is because I did not want to be stepping, because dude, I've seen corpses melted into the floor. I've seen bodies exploded like water balloons. I've seen people get like, their arms or their legs torn off in motor vehicle accidents. I've seen all sorts of crazy shit. And so I didn't want to be like stepping in fecal matter and blood and brain matter at 5 a.m. and then hugging my child at 7 a.m. before I went to sleep. And so, yeah, I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't do it anymore, especially with the kid.
Lord of the Nerds says, by the way, Burke's writings were a response to liberals publicly executing people. CP is about as conservative as Robespierre,
Yep.
and is too dumb to realize it. He just made buddies with Tommy Ryan. LOL. Yeah, I don't know if maybe
No, I'm completely like I've already read the autobiography about Burke. If you asked me a year ago what was my political philosophy, I would have said Burkean conservatism. I think I can articulate it perfectly, so that guy can get bent.
And Mad Mapper says, bring up Trippy. Trippy's not backstage. Like, I've got Geo, Uncle Fatty, Weevil, and Brick, but no Trippy.
I had a question
Connor,
from
where's
earlier.
the clown?
It's
Yeah,
okay, real quick.
Go ahead, Defna.
Just for counterpoints, and it was for way back when I was trying to like, but it didn't really work out. So anyway, long story short, it seemed like you were saying that fascists, along with like two other types of people, should get a bullet. Is that accurate?
Jihadists and authoritarian communists.
Are there any
fascists,
people right now that you could think of in the United States that are public figures that would belong to any of those categories?
Nice
So,
try,
okay.
Fed.
So hold on. I need to
deployed.
add an addendum, but within the heated conversation, obviously, it's difficult to add in like nuanced points. I don't think that, for instance, Hassan Piker. Okay, I think Hassan Piker is a Marxist-Leninist. I think he pretends to be a social democrat. I think he radicalizes audience into be anti-American and anti-imperial. I think that he hates the United States of America, and ideologically, he's an enemy of the United States. I do not think that Hassan Piker should be killed now, okay? But let's say that Hassan Piker somehow radicalized an entire generation of democratic people to become Marxist-Leninist revolutionary communists, and then even though he himself had never engaged in violence, he was on the verge of being appointed dictator of America. Then at that point, yeah, because it's not just like words have power, words run politics, politics is power, but then ultimately there's violence on the other end of that.
Do you believe that?
Prove that though, or would it have to be pretty obvious? Like, it'd have to be there and like commanding them, like, you do this, you do that. Go.
How do
and,
I prove that Hassan Piker is ideologically as bad as I say, or how do I prove that like at this moment in time is the time to act?
How do you assign?
yeah, like when it gets to the level that you would say that he would deserve the bullet. Like, how would you prove that he's doing what he's doing, or would it have to be like
when it threatens the constitutional republic of the United States of America, which again I've sworn to defend twice. I've sworn 2 oaths to defend it. So effectively, the reason why I drew Donald Trump as the line running in 2028 is because the 22nd Amendment and the 12th Amendment prohibit him from running for a third term. And so at that point, if he's running for a third term, he's basically daring all of the institutions to back him into becoming president for life. And so at that point, he and all of his supporters have taken the Constitution of the United States and they've thrown it out the window. That's the time.
So that,
but if he steps down from
Donald
power,
Trump were to run, so if he were to run for a third term, if Donald Trump were to run for a third term or be like already elected and trying to like take over the country for the third term, then you would use violence? Or
if he declared himself president for life the same way that Xi Jinping did, or if him and his base were running corrupt elections to allow him to have a third term in contravention to the Constitution, I think it would be obviously like protests first, diplomacy first, beat him at the ballot box first. But if all of that fails, then it's time.
Okay. Are there any currently public figures that we have in the States that you think are approaching or very close to the point where you would want to use violence against them?
So weirdly enough,
we all have to cross the line together, right? It's not going to be like an individual thing. It's like we cross that line together.
Hunter said it's an individual thing.
Saying free speech no longer exists.
I just want to say I would love to use violence against every panelist if I could. Go ahead, Connor.
But okay, so if it's just me, if I'm the only person who cares about the Constitution and the Republic of the United States, and everybody else says "fuck you, Connor, we don't agree with you," I'm taking my happy ass up to fucking Canada, and I'm gonna let you guys kill each other. Okay. However,
wow.
If there's enough people who actually believe in the Republic of the United States and are willing to fight for it, I'm going to fight for it as well. And so you kind of asked me like, so let's jihadist, fascist, authoritarian communist. You asked me, are there people in the United States who I think warrant this level of ideological hostility? They are not close to power, so violence is not justified at this time. However, Nick Fuentes is an authoritarian Christian nationalist who knows what fascism is, who makes excuses for fascism, who idealizes Stalin and Hitler. He is the closest thing to a fascist that if he was on the precipice of power, I think extrajudicial violence would potentially be justified. Then when it comes to authoritarian communist, it's Hassan Piker. When it comes to jihadist, I don't think I have a prominent American voice, but the example would be like Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi or Anwar al-Awlaki or Osama bin Laden's son who's taken over Al-Qaeda. It would be something like that.
Yeah, just one more quick question. So say they're not close to power, but somebody still takes one of these people out anyway. Would you say that's good? Because I know earlier you were saying it's good for society if somebody goes, but is it good that they went that way?
This is a perfect example of why people are saying that I'm being hypocritical about the Charlie Kirk assassination. I promise you I'm not. Charlie Kirk being assassinated is bad for the country. But the reason why it's bad for the country is because number one, most people can't even define the word fascist. Number two, we don't agree on what a fascist is. So the fact that an assassin killed Charlie Kirk, allegedly for being a fascist, that has rallied the right wing. And if they wanted to do, Stephen, by the way, I've been criticizing him all week. He's been advising for tit for tat, reciprocal politics. And if you believe that, then at this point, it's incumbent upon the conservatives and the Republicans to attack a major left-wing creator. And so this is how like cycles of violence happen. And so, no, I don't think it's good. I think it's bad. I don't mourn Charlie Kirk. I think he was probably a bad guy. But I also don't celebrate his death. I think it's bad for the country.
Would you say like if like Nick, for instance, if that happened to him, would you say he deserved it?
Nick Fuentes?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would say he's being hoisted by his own petard. He's been doing Holocaust denial. He's been talking about denying Jews from public power. He's been talking about resegregating America. He's been talking about wanting to instantiate a Christian imperium. He's been talking about how we need a new Hitler. I'm not going to applaud his assassination because, again, I hope that we can solve this thing through dialogue and voting, but I'm also not going to cry.
Okay, thank you.
So
I mean, it's like when you stick your hand in a fire, do you deserve to get burned, or is it just the natural thing that happens, right? Like,
right. Sorry, Mr. Bill seems to have been trying to ask
sticking his hand in the fire.
Well, imagine to some degree, though, could we imagine to some degree people actually being afraid entirely to speak out or to have an opinion that differs from the vast majority in fear of, getting unalived to some degree?
That's where we are now.
I think that overall, if we start hoisting that concept of, I wouldn't celebrate it, but I also wouldn't mourn it either, but you got what you deserved, right? Because you did such things and said certain things to push and push and push that somebody unalived you. Then where do we draw the line? Why do we want to push that concept of you put yourself in that position, you got what you deserve? Because I think that's the whole concept behind this prompt is extralegal violence can be justified. Yeah. And by saying it's justified means you get what you deserve. Do we really want to push that narrative around in that aspect? Because then what are we saying? Then essentially anything can be deserved to that degree, and we just shouldn't even try to have an opinion.
Okay, but Sarah, this is my frustration, okay? Because I've said this a few dozen times, and almost no conservatives hear me when I say it, okay? And I kind of need you to conceptualize what I'm saying. Donald Trump charged Elon Musk with cutting government fraud, waste, and abuse. He thought that he was going to be able to cut $2 trillion. Then his estimates ended up trying to cut $150 billion. Congress instead cut 10. The 10 is exclusively a program called PEPFAR and USAID. This is $10 billion. It's 0.16% of the budget. We didn't go to the Europeans and say, hey, we're not interested in doing foreign aid anymore, and we're not interested in doing AIDS prevention anymore. Here, can you take it over? We didn't do that. We cut it off. And so as a result of cutting it off, there are people in Africa, estimated to be around 3 million people, where they were receiving medication from us that would prevent their children from having HIV and AIDS, and we stopped giving them the medicine, and we didn't give them any alternatives. And so the estimate right now is that 3 million people over the next 5 years are going to die as a result, many of them children under the age of 10. Okay? So what I'm saying this to you, and I want you to picture these people as real. They are dead. They are dying and dead as a result of the Trump administration. So who wields power is not arbitrary. And so if you're going to gleefully laugh at their deaths, why should I mourn your death?
I was speaking to the Nick Fuentes thing, but
who's laughing? I would say every conservative I've ever brought it up to has said, it's a projection. You don't know what you're talking about. You can't trust the Lancet magazine. It's all left-wing propaganda. Right. Who cares? They're all African.
But okay, hold on. But you're still you went around my point. I said on saying people deserved it. Right. I'm not talking about laughing at people. I'm not talking about poking at it, whether we're celebrating it or mourning it or just neutral on the topic. You specifically said they get what they deserved. Now, at that degree, who deserves to die? Why do people deserve to die? And where is that justification, boundary at? Because then in my head, then so many people would just deserve to just crawl in a hole and go away.
So, Sarah,
you know what I mean? I don't think having bad ideas is enough. I don't think being a fascist is enough to deserve to die. I don't think being an authoritarian communist is enough to deserve to die.
Well,
I don't even think jihadism is.
You poked at Nick Fuentes saying that he would be lined up for that and he would get what he deserved, and those are ideas.
If he was on the verge of seizing power,
right?
If he was on the verge of seizing power.
So, Sarah,
question for both, including Sarah.
What if all of this rhetoric leads to him eventually? Do you have a future?
Yeah.
What if he could power that way?
Plan,
and it simply starts with just a really crazy opinion.
Okay, my plan is to come into right-wing spaces and debate as many people as possible and hopefully convince them of my worldview. That's my first plan. Right. So that's my first plan. My second plan is passionately advocate for the Constitution and the Republic of the United States and try to make that something that people are interested in. And like Benjamin Franklin said, it's a republic if you could keep it, right? I want to keep the republic, and I want to encourage other people to keep the republic. Okay? The going in a militia-based war with the Groypers for the future of the United States of America is Plan Z.
I don't know what Plan Z is.
He doesn't
There's A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. There's a billion plans before going to a militia-style war against the Groypers. It's a plan of last resort. But I still think that if that plan, let's say that Hassan Piker gets appointed communist dictator of America. Let's say that Nick Fuentes gets appointed Christian theocrat fascist imperium of America. Let's say that Anwar al-Awlaki's son or Osama bin Laden's son somehow becomes dictator of America. I think violent resistance, even if it's deemed illegal, is moral.
Let me read a couple super chats. Wrongful Rage says, I feel like being awful. We got vultures are of our illusions of eagles. Stay blessed and be a beacon of hope in hopeless time. And then Mackie says, Sarah makes an excellent point. We can't accept this environment. Will every conservative here condemn the most influential person in the U.S., the POTUS Trump, for not condemning all calls of violence?
I'll condemn him. I'll condemn him happily.
I think overall, most people, I'm not speaking for all, but I would presume most people would not call for violence, particularly as the first level or the first step. I think it would be.
Should we be
immediately after Kirk's assassination? That was all I was seeing from the right was, this is war. It's time to fight war. Like, you get what's coming to you. Some people literally saying on Twitter, just straight up, we are going to fucking kill you. Like, there was so much calls to violence coming from the right after that.
But I want to make that criticism of Stephen, though, the criticism of Destiny. So Destiny, in my opinion, I've said this before, I'll say it again. I feel like he's dancing on the grave of Charlie Kirk, and he's making fun of the widow of an assassinated man. And so and then also that statement, like, old conservatives should be put in fear of being killed at public events until they pressure their leaders to turn the temperature down. Well, listen, guys, like last time I checked my testosterone, I was around like 600. Okay. So, I was doing okay on the health thing. So not the manliest man, but I'm okay. Fear. Oftentimes when it comes to men, they don't like feeling fear. And so what they do is they take their fear and they channel it into anger and rage. And so if you're saying as a liberal, progressive, leftist, whatever, conservatives need to feel fear, they're not going to feel fear. They're going to feel fear for like 5 seconds, and then they're going to channel that into rage. And that is going to be horrible for the fucking country.
Yeah, they live off fear.
It does seem like it's just escalating things.
I don't see
unnecessarily, in my opinion.
As
let's
consider
makes
a living antagonizing people met another guy who was antagonized, right? I don't think this needs to be escalated to a right versus left political fight at all. I think it's premature.
Well, I mean, even take this evening, for instance, lots of threats of violence, come at me bros, were happening right here on this panel, right? And I would actually go as far as saying, and I would actually probably put money on it, if you guys were in person, you'd probably just ignore each other, move along, or sit down and have a beer. Most people are keyboard warriors or panelist pussies who come on and they go and say a bunch of tough guy shit and they talk all this smack. This is what I thrive off of, is keyboard warriors here who want to talk all this shit, and then when it comes time for real shit to happen, they suddenly puss out and like, no, it's fine. I'll stay in the chat. Right. I think it was Twitter, Instagram, all these other places where people go and post like, this means war. It's dear public diary. Let me tell the whole world how I fucking feel about the world today. Blah, blah,
Sarah,
blah.
Sarah, but I think you're making excuses though, because it's the same thing with the left.
I don't even think it's excuses. I think it's the general reality.
I descriptively agree with the right wing when they say You're calling us fascists. You're calling us fascists. You're saying we're destroying the world. You're saying we're fucking up the economy. You're saying that we're taking away people's health care. You say that we tried to steal the election. And therefore, people are going to get angry and try to kill us. The problem is that like 60 to 70% of that shit is true. So like maybe stop being fucking assholes and people will stop trying to kill you. Now it's not very nice. But
So
maybe
that
stop being fucking assholes.
Brings me back to why people deserve it. Then should people deserve it just because they're assholes? Like they deserve to die because they're assholes? Like where do you draw the line?
Sarah,
on
you ignored what I said.
No,
you
they
understand that I am saying to you that
No.
3 million people who are alive right now will be dead in the next 5 years as a result of the Trump administration. That's on the low end. On the high end, the estimate is 15 million.
And these are people
And if you
in
could
another
save 3 million
country, right?
3 million people,
Why don't you care about people in another country?
Hold on. Let me ask. These are people in another country, correct?
Why don't you care about them?
I think
If
we
you could
should
save
make
3 million
ourselves-
people right now.
Oh my fucking God, stop. I think we are the priority. That is secondary. I think we come first. It sounds
Are we saving
like
3 million
sounds
Americans by?
sounds like I'm a fucking asshole, but I'm sorry, but America first.
Sarah, I'll say Donald Trump, in order to kill those 14 million people, as projected by the Lancet magazine, saved 0.16% of the budget. Okay? What that means is that if I hand you a fucking dollar, I am going to save you 1 cent of that dollar in order to kill 15 million people. But hold on, it gets worse.
Actually, it's
after
1/10 of 1 cent.
Well, yeah, there you go. It's
True.
1/10 of 1 cent. Well, I don't know if that's true, but anyways, the point is, it gets even worse. After that, he did tax cuts. The tax cuts are running a higher deficit. So not only did you barely save any money, not only did you kill 15 million people, allegedly projected, you lost money.
Okay.
You fucking ran a deficit.
Hold on. Stop for a second. How long have we? This is in Africa, right?
A majority of the deaths will happen in Africa.
Okay,
You're
so
saying-
hold on.
Okay.
Let me ask a question. How long have we been servicing the starving children in Africa? Because I remember this when I was a little kid in the 90s.
2003.
Okay,
That FAR was
right.
established in 2003. It was a bipartisan legislation put in by George W. Bush in 2003.
But how long have we actually been helping the starving children in Africa?
Probably decades.
Okay, so inevitably, your goal is to help a country establish itself and turn itself into an operating country in order to do this by yourself, right? I'll give you some training
And
wheels.
it's been working.
And some help here and so on and so forth. And then eventually the goal is for you to carry on and do it on your own. All right. Listen, like how
I think you're missing the political points too.
Sarah,
I get that. I get that. But what I'm saying is like you can only do so much, right? Before we're just giving and giving and giving. And
we reduced new infections of HIV by 80%. And the program is estimated to, over the past 2 decades, have saved 25 million lives. And the thing is, you're saying like, oh, well, we got to care about America first. Okay, sure, whatever. So I want to address that point. But the point is that like, we all whine and cry about 200,000 dead Iraqis, which maybe we should, as a result of the war on terror. We whine and cry about 50,000 dead or 200,000 dead in Afghanistan as a result of the war on terror. We saved 25 times more people through PEPFAR for like 95% less money spent compared to the war on terror.
Sorry, but one is we're responsible for. One we aren't responsible for.
Hold on.
One is our responsibility because we went and caused the deaths, and other ones it's not really our fault. So
look, hold on.
We have a responsibility to not pull the rug out from under them. We could have exited that arrangement in a way that didn't
and
just
transferred it to somebody else.
But instead, it was a complete rug pull. And okay, you talk about this being an America First thing. What has Trump done to help America with all these funds that he saved? I mean, I know he's increased the funding for ICE. Is that the America First that has helped the average American?
I'm sorry. Am I the only one who's aware that when you give tax cuts,
Americans are more able to actually pay their taxes. There's more tax income when you cut taxes.
Bruh, we're not talking about tax cuts for working class Americans, bro. Not talking about.
No,
Not
you
talking
wouldn't
about
know because we never get them.
100K.
Do us all a favor. Like Reaganomics, was debunked long and ever ago. You can stop believing in it now.
And you want to talk about
Jacob says, let me get through a couple of super chats, gentlemen. Pardon me for just a moment. Humans fight and have waged war over rhetoric and ideology like more than anything else. Ideas are absolutely grounds for conflict. Michael says, USA First is not a global Christian position. GIF doesn't like people differently based on where they're born. What's GIF?
Probably meant God.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, yeah.
A How Long Nate says the left literally just took out the right's nice guy for literal words.
Left did not take him out. No.
Initial reaction was battle cry. This is the battle of worldview. Summer of Love 220 versus last week. Violence isn't within RT.
Right.
The right.
Right.
There's a million.
Hold on. Did he just? So he just escalated a single man getting shot by another single man into an entire ideological civil war.
Yeah.
And
this is the problem.
And then says violence is not within the right.
Yep.
Long haul Nate, you need to take a look at yourself again because you're.
Remember,
This is
No. The left has celebrated his left, his
The
death
left
vociferously.
Hold up. The left. No, wait. No.
The left has celebrated.
No. The
So
left did not
blatantly, we're the ones
celebrate.
who caused that.
The left did not celebrate. Wait,
One at a fucking time. What is wrong with you people?
Because I'm getting tired of this.
God, you're like fucking children. This is
I'm tired of
retarded.
listening to this bullshit. I've been listening to it all night. The left did not kill Charlie Kirk. The left did not celebrate his death. Some idiots on Twitter celebrated his death. The left, the Democrats, the Democratic Party universally disavowed all this political violence.
Did they?
Universally.
What happened in the vote? What happened in the vote?
Not Ilhan. AOC did
Yes,
a whole
Ilhan
monologue
Omar
about why she
disavowed
voted
it.
no.
No.
Yes,
No. Look at the vote. Where's the vote? Where's the vote today?
AOC who just did a monologue about why she voted no.
Okay,
So all
no
the-
for what? No on what? What did they vote no on?
Charlie Kirk, like a national holiday, his assassination. Like,
What did they vote no on? Did they vote no on a bill to disavow political violence? Is that what they did? Because I don't believe that.
Ask the question.
Jesus.
Shade, do you have an answer for that, Shade?
Charlie
Shade,
Kirk's
do you
life
have
is
an
not
answer for that,
important. So they
Shade?
voted
Alright.
no on.
Breaking.
Charlie's life-
AOC just took to the House floor to defend her no vote on the resolution honoring the life of Charlie Kirk.
It's not honoring. It's
that's
making
not-
his death a
that is
national
not-
holiday.
That is
Now,
not.
why would we make his death a
Wait.
national holiday
That
when
is
only a
not-
segment of the right even followed him?
Shade Master, do you understand
Not
that
a
that
national
is not
figure
the
in that
same
sense.
thing as celebrating his death?
Now we're arguing a date.
Do you understand that?
It looks like Shrek.
Lord of the Nerds says CP
Thank
set
you.
a fake
Shrek's handsome.
scenario where no other country knows about Africa, and it's
guess you
just
don't understand that.
impossible for them to respond. The Burke conservative wants USA finance global healthcare. This is a joke.
Yeah, I would like to address this.
Indeed.
So no, this isn't a fake scenario. One of the criticisms of the Lancet magazine is that $6.5 billion annually is allocated for PEPFAR, and the remaining 3 or 4 billion are for USAID. The funding gap is massive. The United States is responsible for 70% of all international assistance. What has left in the gap is tens of millions of dollars from poor African countries. This is absolutely going to kill the fuck out of people.
Connor.
Lord of the Nerds, you're a fucking nerd. TOS.
Connor, you said HIV is
Yeah,
a big part of that, right?
we should never.
Connor, you said HIV is a big part of that, right?
Sorry, Mr. Bill, I can't quite hear you. Can you say it?
Oh boy.
You said HIV was a big part of the thing you're talking about, right?
Yes, $10 billion cut, 6.5 billion of it was PEPFAR, which is HIV
Right. Can you
prevention.
tell me the best ways to protect yourself from getting HIV?
Not having sex.
Okay, so you just saved Africa a whole lot of money. If you simply tell them that and say other ways they can help.
Oh, please.
Okay,
Wow.
yeah.
I see if you have a whole lot of money, Africa, take all that money back and everything, right?
Just stop.
Okay, telling people
that's all you
not
had
to
to
have
do.
sex
Pretty
is like
tough.
telling people not to drink
you
water. So,
saved
Mr.
Africa.
Bill, sorry if I don't
all that
think
money.
this is a really good
You saved 3
solution.
million lives.
That money doesn't
This
even
is-
go to them anyway.
This is
Everyone
just
knows that all the money you send to Africa just gets bilked by their fucking elites.
no.
Everyone knows this.
It does not. It does not. It goes straight.
No.
It goes straight to the. It goes straight to medical
Estimated
treatment
to
and
have
prevention.
saved 25 million lives, you morons.
They're not being
God.
provided cash. They're being provided
Projected.
medical.
They're being given pills.
Yeah.
Again,
Projected.
how do you prevent
Well,
HIV?
I mean, if that's
Won't have
that's
sex.
money, what if we allocated that money
Oh my
to
God.
American
We'll have
healthcare?
sex.
They
It's
didn't,
not.
Sarah.
It's
They
not.
cut taxes for rich people. They did not allocate money for working class Appalachian schlubs.
They're
They
not
didn't do
helping
it.
The American.
They didn't do it.
Yeah, they're just not.
That's
Listen,
why.
listen,
That's
guys,
why
guys,
I said.
guys. Sorry, I need to go to
can't
bed.
take you seriously
been,
if your
We've
one
been here-
fucking argument that Trump is evil
been
is
here-
that you're not taking care of Africans with fucking AIDS.
Okay,
I can't
I've
take you
been here-
seriously.
More than 1
You're
hour.
a fucking
I've
dumbass.
done. Hold on,
You're a
stop.
fucking
Everybody,
dumbass.
I need to say goodbye. All right. Okay.
Say goodbye.
Goodbye, Connor.
Hold on. I'm going to do an outro. You think I leave without talking first? Get the fuck out
Of course not.
So, anyways, I see that Sarah the Raging Tomato, despite all of her spurgs in chat hating me and me giving her a very difficult editing job with this VOD, she got 100. Well, the cumulative chat, I suppose, got 139 super chats across all of the streams that are live right now. That's a healthy chunk of cash. All right. So we had a good show. All right. Got a little edgy. I said a little crazy shit. Y'all said some crazy shit. My apologies, but we had a good show. Okay. If you like what I said, North is my proxy. If you're a real Republican, you actually believe in conservative values, you don't believe in killing Africans so you can cut taxes for millionaires while laughing as Appalachians die of disease of despair, talk to North. He's a good guy. Okay. If you thought that I was funny, then type in Counterpoints Politics into your search bar, subscribe to that channel, and I'll see you there. Okay. I parasocially love you guys. I hope you have a beautiful night. I'm sorry for giving you a difficult editing job, and I look forward to the next one.
Transformers are better than Warhammer.
Thank you, Counterpoint.
Rude and wrong, but bye.
Bye.
All right. Well, I'll carry on his legacy. I'm now the never Trump Republican here. So.
Harry says U.S. must save the rest of the world while destroying itself.
The problem is
But I was looking at Pep.
Hold on,
I was looking at PEPFAR online, and it just said in September 4th, 2025, that PEPFAR's support of American innovation to reach up to 2 million people by 2028 with breakthrough HIV drug lenacapavir. It doesn't sound like they're shutting anything down.
I don't know anything about it. But I can say
the
that
magazine
the central reserve currency, us sending abroad money is actually self-serving as well.
And for anybody who's still watching over on Counterpoint side, we're continuing over on the Gauntlet. It's at the Gauntlet debate. If you want to continue watching, but I do want to remove his channel just in case anything bad happens, and I can't obviously spare him while he's asleep. So if you want to continue over, it's the Gauntlet. You can also find that channel link over on the Raging Tomato in the description. Have a wonderful night otherwise.
Dusty.